Hello, everyone. I am Pflare with Kiki, and welcome to none other than the Rematch Elite Series. We are in the playoffs, in particular the quarterfinals, and we are ready for none other than Snowz FC going up against Shadow FC.
Well, I'm looking at a lot of pace from both teams just because both of them want to win it, very eager. Like, Snowz made a very comfortable run in the upper bracket, while Shadow were kind of the underdogs in this situation and still are the underdogs because they made that lower bracket run. So I'm thinking a lot of like back and forth here. Snowz like to pass the ball around, maybe even like get cheeky like long ball crossing, but I'm interested to see how Shadow counters it. I'm interested if they're going to go for those prio battles in the midfield, or are they actually just going to go for some tiki-taka here, Pflare? Any predictions you got for this current matchup right now?
I would not be surprised if Shadow pulled out all the stops, shut down any kind of like that passing offense from Snowz, but it's going to be a very, very tall order. That's what I'm thinking.
In terms of rosters, name some of the players that are on each roster. As from Snowz, we do have Makoon, Ganji, Remy, Trico, and Daddy Deeps. As with AZ and Larry, I'm wondering if they're going to do a bit of switch up, or I'm wondering if they are just, subs slash coaches slash, some people like to get their subs in as coaches and then, still put them on the roster. And as for Shadows FC, you got the main man, the captain himself, Drip Gravy, and then alongside him is Dylan from Shadow FC, of course, Chupacabra, you got Sivern, Prizel, and then on the potential bench is Wolf and Dupe.
There we go as we get started.
They're going for a lot of these like corner into midfield passes. Usually the reason you would try to do that, as you can see, Tricorika is already looking for Ganji to set up that corner bounce off the wall play. It's because that pass from Ganji right now, as you're about to see, kind of always gets prio unless it's marked. As Shadow seem to be having like a really good idea about it, and they seem to be marking it very well here.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be keeping their man on target and keeping things on task as Daddy Deep's getting a bit of an open look there, quickly defended against. They are going to have to get a lot more of those, however, in order to kind of like break that defense. Like they can do it for sure, but it's not going to be quite that easy.
Absolutely, as this one is looking dangerous. That one just off the post into the arms of the goalkeeper. I mean, they have to be happy they got away with that. Snowz, they were not ready for that.
No, they nearly got caught a little bit sleeping, and that's kind of like the dangers in the early game. I said earlier that both teams kind of don't want to like get started on the gas too much, but in some cases, it's quite worth it to get an early launch, early goal.
Yeah, Makoon just finding the brilliant positioning here, baiting out his defender and then going in front of him last second with that effort. I mean, it's just a brilliant pass. It wasn't even like overhead to just, play for that prio. It was genuinely a well-found pass there, and I'm wondering if Snowz here are just gonna, pull back and play some possession here, or are they actually gonna try to go for more? Because in many of these scenarios, you'd see a one-goal game. An early shot there could have been a mistake here, but cleared off of the goal line. That was crazy. I almost lost my words there. That was insanity, but still a great chance here saved by the goalkeeper.
That was an amazing hustle. That was an amazing pull as we pull back up to the center line. They definitely do not want any more of that, trying to slow the game down. Shadow immediately was trying to like push it up a little bit fast, and their Snowz do not enjoy that.
Yeah, I mean, with half the game almost gone, you have to wonder, Snowz are going to just play this sort of patience game, because Shadow, they need to push up, they need to drop one marker, they need to drop one guy to be able to pressure that ball, because look how much space Trico has just bought. Look how much space he's just bought for Snowz. He just has a easy cross right now. He's trying to find him here, he doesn't connect to Remy, just a bit too far from that one, and Dupe, with safety on his gloves, he will be able to push this one out.
Yeah, no, they've got to find some way of pressure here. Beautiful, like little interception there from the attempted clear, and Snowz trying to regain possession for their part. They have to keep on task. Shadows have to find some way to push up as they are kind of like jockeying for position. They're trying to gain like good possession of the ball, each team, but it is Shadows who are under the gun here, and they are going to have to find some way to pressure this team and do it very quickly.
Absolutely. But they are getting these kind of control touches as well. They are regaining the ball. Usually you'd see Snowz here time wasting with some control touch, but that was a bit dangerous there. Prado onto Daddy. He gets the interception that they so desperately needed to keep this one a one-goal game, but that one is a bit more dangerous. Saved by Trico. What a wonderful save from the Snowz goalkeeper.
That was insane by Trico, as they do again stand up to the get around to the center line, do Snowz. Definitely a nice little bit of dribbling, a nice little hit, and it kind of a little touch, and it rolls in. 2 for Snowz at 1 minute 40 left.
It kind of was an awkward prio here. It just bounced off the defender. I think they didn't calculate this well. I think he tried to like get in the way of the ball, but he just changed the direction, made it a bit awkward for the keeper, and that just unfortunately it rolled in.
Yeah, it was just it's a shame that happened for them. But, I mean, Snowz will take that all day, every day.
Oh.
But Shadow not wanting to go out like that. Very fast response from Shadow FC.
I mean, it felt all locked down. It felt like the defense of Snowz were just, you know, in the position, in the right place at every moment. But Severin has found the gap. Severin has just absolutely decimated that. Snowz are looking for that 2-goal cushion once more as they're trying to get this one on the offensive, but look at Shadow FC. Look how far they're pushing up. They're trying to cancel out options, but that long ball will find the winger. He's looking for Macoon. He's trying to go his own off the backboard. In! Macoon buries the hopes of Shadow to make it a 2-goal lead.
And that may be the dagger if Shadows cannot keep this into like a fast-paced gunslinger of a match. But that's going to be a bit of a tall order, I still say.
I mean, you gotta believe that Shadow, you know, Snowz is definitely able to keep the possession of the ball, keep it away from the opponents, and they're just looking to do just that right now. Snowz is probably gonna go to the goalkeeper here in this position, and Trico is just gonna try to let the time run out here as there's not much danger here. It's not enough pressure right now, but if Snowz does get pressured, they just have another option right now, and they're trying to look for a blade shot corner! Saved by Duke to keep him in this one, 30 seconds. Not much time left on the clock here, Flames.
No, not much time at all. They may have time for one as they are pushing up for upfield, trying to do anything they can to maybe like lower the gap just a little bit. 20 seconds left on this clock, and there's not much else that they can do for themselves here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Severin has tried everything, tried to get his team back into this one. He just missed, but that crossbar is gonna come back to haunt them as the last seconds trickle off the clock. That one needed to be converted, and that's a mistake that hopefully doesn't dwell in their minds for too long, because this isn't the best of one. This isn't the best of three. It's the best of 5 series.
They have to kind of shake it off, kind of recognize, okay, what do we adjust? Like, let this first round be data, let this first round be information, and go into the next game with more of a solid game plan. Okay, you kind of have a little idea of how Snowz operate. So what can we do to like mitigate their game plan?
The team who scores the first goal dictates the rest of the match. Getting an early goal and then just dictating the rest of the game. And then you saw Shadow needing to get desperate, to get that ball back, to get that control they so desperately needed, and then just get punished for it. Goal after goal after goal.
As we get started into this second game.
Trying to imply some sort of tactic here. Macoon looking into the middle here. He's trying to pressure Dupe here, but Dupe finds safety. Dripping Grave finding an infield pass here. Simmer needs to score that, but what a save from Trico! And safety is his middle name as he just keeps getting to these balls that, like, they can't seem to find back of the net.
Yeah, no, Trico Rico has always been, like, incredible in the net. Has always been incredible in the box. Very hard to get past this wall of a goalkeeper. But that is the task that is laid before Shadows today as they are trying their best to kind of figure out what to do about this. Trico Rico coming up to the center here. That's going to cause a little bit of confusion on the side of the opposing team as we get closer into the goal.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the way they're like switching position and keeping it, but Shadow FC need to do a better job of defending because everyone seems unmarked. Even though there's a player next to them, it's just the marking locations of the defending players are just a bit off. They're just a bit scandalous there. But Dupe will look to take this one upfield and ready a team for another attack, as right now everyone's getting into position. They're looking for a potential infield pass here. Maybe Sling will look to get this ball chipped into the midfield for Sivern, but they seem to be just wasting time and waiting for something to happen. Dylan trying to get to the edge of this one. He finds it! He takes the lead for Shadow FC, and for the first time in this series, they are in the lead.
I respect the patience immensely. Did their best to hold on to the ball and wait until everybody was in the perfect position to make a quick 1-2, and they managed it. Very impressive, very good on Shadow FC, keeping this competitive, keeping their hope alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you thought it would be a day for Snowz here, a snowy day, but right now we're in the desert and they are not letting up. Snowz finding the bottom corner and equalizing the scoreline.
That was all too fast. Muku saying, okay, you got one. Huge. Nice. Very quick to even it up, very quick to push ahead. And with this next point, I think that's going to really start to set the tone as we get into the third minute here. Snowz doing their best to try and keep possession, try to figure out how to kind of get themselves this lead, as opposed to Shadow, who is trying to figure out how to hold on against this very dangerous offense.
Yes, that one could have found the back of the net again. Still dangerous here. Macoon still trying to get the edge of that ball. Remy now trying to get to safety, but it will be Drippy Gravy to combine with Seven to get this ball to safety. Right now, Dylan on the wing, trying to find some options here. Ganj has his number right now. Can't seem to find anything to get past, and Dupe is going to be the one to take this one uphill right now. Gravy looking to give him some options here early on. It is a bit dangerous for Gravy to go too close to Dupe, because that way Remy can just jump in and try to tackle Dupe, and if that happens, well, I'm sure he's not going to miss that one.
Yeah, that would be a very scary situation, a very finite situation considering how much time they're wasting here. Dupe playing very, very cautious, trying to figure out something, anything to get past these defensive marks that Snowz have got on them. But fortune favors the bold. In this case, they had to take a shot.
Yeah, Dylan just not finding the back of the net. It felt like it should have been there, but Dylan a bit inaccurate this series so far, but I'm sure he'll find his footing. So far, the only goal scorer for Shadow FC, kind of being that silver lining in Sivren. But Macoon looking for a shot of his own, saved by Dupe. Brilliant prediction dive there from Dupe to get that one just a bit safety. But Dylan, there's a lot of space here. He's looking for an infield pass here for Sivren. Can he find it, or will he go on his own here?
Yeah, that's the question. And nearly a 201 had to kind of abandon ship on that play. They are blowing a lot of time here, I have noticed. I mean, fairly necessarily, but still, it is nearly 1 minute left in the game as they go for another one. And they get it!
Brilliant shot there. I mean, he just found the back of the net like it was nothing. I was surprised, to be fair. They were just time wasting, so when they scored, that the counterattack is just not going to be there.
It's a risky bet, but if it works, you know? So they're going to have to play caution right now, but here we go, breakaway! Verite looking for a one-on-one rainbow flick! No. Oh! Beautiful, beautiful shot there.
And I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, I believe I was on the wrong microphone and that could have provided some audio issues, but we are back nonetheless, and yeah, for a change, it's 3-1, but the other direction of Shadow this time, leading the case.
As they do actually block the clear. Shadow's actually now playing very aggressively. Want to put the dagger in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not happy with just a 2-goal lead. They want more. As right now, Snowz they're just trying to find space, but they can't. They just need to give it away. They're getting pressured by a team that's leading by 2 goals in this scenario.
And I respect that hunger. I respect that fight. And that Trico with the last block, 3-1, complete inverse of the first match. We are tied up here now.
Yeah, I thought it would be kind of like a Snowz show here just because of the way they were playing in the qualifying rounds, but they have shown prowess. They have shown that they kind of do fumble under pressure. You see Shadows just putting the pressure on the again and again and again, and then just Snowz having no option but to crumble to it. But it's a best of 3 now, so we are waiting for the actual final moments of a potential series point here. Early possession here for Snowz. They're looking for a bit more of a control touch here. It does find that he beeps, but he's looking at free space here. Maybe even try to take a shot of his own. He's getting pressured by 3 defenders so far. Has to go back, as Macoon is going to be the one to lead the charge. Not usually the case. Macoon is usually the guy that's just lurking in the 16-yard box, 18-yard box, apologies, and just finding the shots. And that one will not find its target. An easy clear for Drip Gravy, as he will get that one back to the keeper. And Shadow FC have a free reset.
Got to be feeling good about last game, but you can't rest on your laurels. Got to worry about this game. And you know Snowz are not going to be too passive in this one. But there you go. Shadow realizing that very clearly. First goal already. Shadow's looking to try and make a bit of an upset here.
Yeah, and who else but Severin? The man has been finding shot after shot. Defender just marking him a bit too tightly there, leaving enough room at the front of the box just to find the final shot right now. And once again, Snowz need to find an answer, and quickly.
Yeah, they can't kind of... I feel like they've been trying to play a rather slow, like I said, a methodical game here. But now that Shadow's kind of turned up the heat and is actually finding these shots, they have to like answer back, like you said. They have to answer back and do it quickly, as there is attempted a bit of breakaway on Daddy Deeps, but no, Severin does beat him to it, and a little bit of a threat there for a moment, but Tricorico does get the ball, clears it out to Daddy Deeps, and as we go back to the center line, it is Snowz that are under the gun here.
Yeah, what we just saw was a classic look at miscommunication there from Snowz. I believe Deeps was leaving the ball to Tricorico, but Rico knew it was not coming into the box far enough, so he just couldn't take control of that. And this one is a bit dangerous as Dylan will find the bomb corner to make it 2 for Shadow FC. The man who's been missing the mark a bit recently in this series has finally found it, and what a crucial time to find it.
Yeah, beautiful touch there. Got the pass right into the corner. It's not at all expected, but it is Snowz who are on the back foot, who are under the gun here as the minutes tick by.
Wonderful save from Dupe there. Macoun felt like he had it. Dupe even dove the wrong way, but it was delayed just enough. Macoun slotted that a bit more to the left side of the goal. I think that would have gone in, but Dupe getting a bit lucky here and having no troubles time wasting in this scenario, as he does have a player open here. Sling looking for an infield pass. Severin, can he get to the end of it? No! It will be Daddy Deeps to deny them, and Snowz hold on for a little longer.
It is going to be a bit of an issue every time now Shadow FC gets the ball. I can definitely see they're going to want to try and play like a little bit of kick around just to kind of burn time, you know, just if they don't want to try to like push their luck, then they have plenty of opportunity to do that, as a grand save by Duke comes out again.
Yeah, I mean, Macoun felt like he had that one. Dupe once more, getting just the tip of his fingers to that one, but it's not a bit dangerous. Remy gets it to Macoun! And my God, Remy, you still do claim the goal, but it was a selfless play nonetheless. He takes around the goalkeeper, makes sure it goes in, and Snowz are still alive.
Yeah, still managed to make it. Duke got a little bit too greedy there, trying to go for the ball. Was thinking they would get up. Was thinking they would get to it before the attackers. Not the case, and sorely paid for it. So now suddenly it is Shadow FC that has to be a little bit wary. Snowz FC definitely want more of this offense. They still have about 2 minutes 30 to go. They have time to pull it off.
Of course, I mean, you're looking at the defense of Snowz. They are kind of a bit aggressive, like leaving a man down in the defensive department just to get a quicker counter going on, just so they can get free of those man marks that usually Shadow FC have got on lock so far. And Tricorico needs to get into the play, otherwise they're just going to be a man down, and Ganj not communicating right around with Tricorico, but gets the ball. Remy now on the winging side, trying to get an infield cross there to Macoun. Macoun just waiting for the right moment. Drip Gravy not giving him an inch of space at all.
Very nice on the back and forth. Daddy Deep and Trico tried to like get out Severin. Went for the shot, did Macoun, but defended away. Duke having it, and you can see like Macoun definitely is trying to stick to him, trying to force a block, force a opportunity on goal early, but no dice on there, and it is Snowz once again with the ball, having to try and figure out this issue, having to try and navigate these choppy waters, try and get back into this one.
Dude, more than enough ready for it. Series point on the line here. Drip Gravy trying to get a header down to Dylan, but not being able to connect with him. Ganj will look for Macoun here. Macoun marked by Dupe himself. The keeper just being a bit more offensive on that marking front line. Macoun gets the ball away. Remy now trying to find someone in the midfield. Gets it past Gravy. Late shot pass into the midfield. Header over the keeper! 60 seconds left on the clock, and Snowz are not out yet.
Nope, tied it up. Took a little bit of a risky play. Had a man on him, but still managed to get that header up and over the goalkeeper. And now we are all tied up. Now Snowz are looking very good. Like 2 unanswered goals here, and Shadow have to watch out now. So they have to play this very, very carefully.
Very offensively. Chikoriga gets there. That one hits the post first, though. Sivrin not being able to find the marquee, so this will worry. A bit of a mispass there. Can Macoon get to it first? It will be Sling to get that one back to the keeper. But I believe what's been killing Shadow mostly these last few plays, it's definitely been miscommunication. You just see the keeper going out a bit too soon. The ball getting lost in very dangerous areas. And speaking of dangerous areas, Sling to Sivrin. Macoon gets that one, dropping to help his defensive allies.
Yeah, very nice there. And with these marks on on all of their defenders, all of their aggressors, it is looking like, it's definitely looked like Shadow decided, forget it, we'll take the tie. We'll take the tie. At the very least for now. Overtime coming in, and this is their chance. This is their last opportunity.
Opportunity you're gonna get, because every time you lose the ball next time, it could be a dangerous one. But Sivrin is looking for that one. Double man mark from Ganjan deep. Right now, Remy trying to turn the tides here, but we'll go back to keeper. Trico now looking for a safe pass over to Ganj. Ganja looking for an infield cross here. Does he have anyone there? Macoon is lurking. He's marked by 2 players, but there is options. He misses the setup for himself. Ganj needs to go back. This ball can't be lost in this position right now. The counterattack could have been lethal.
Yeah, that was a very scary situation, but you can see that Shadow FC being very, very cautious right now. Everyone's hovering around near the goal box. They do not want anything to slip through. Those deflections are getting made, keeping on their man. Like they do not want any possibility of Snowz snatching victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, especially this is one of those games that carries so much momentum into the next one. You're gonna put yourself on series point. You're gonna actually get so much out of it. You're going to have an extra game to lose if you do. So it's going to give a lot of confidence to whoever wins this one right now. But it seems to be Snowz who are a bit more on the offensive now. Shadows now finally getting the chance to actually put something into their offense right now. It's going to have to start from Dupe right now and Gravy.
Yeah, Gravy pushing up. Going for the cross. Severin nails it! Punches it in! Shadow FC with the overtime goal and the overtime win. Beautiful cross shot right there. Just got past Trico. Wasn't expecting it to go where it went. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Absolutely. Sivrin, I mean, he's been so impactful on the side of the Shadows. You know, he's just been, front and back. Every single time it's a goal, it's usually him lurking around the box. But the defense of Shadow, I gotta say, definitely held on as Dupe. Got 4 saves to his name.
Yeah, they made a deep run for a reason. They're in it. They're in it to win it.
I mean, absolutely. And it is just the quarterfinals. But I gotta say, the upper bracket is gonna be such an easier run to make than that dreadful lower bracket. As right now, so far, I want to hear your thoughts on this one. I mean, it's been a really tough one here. And Pflare, I'll be honest, I'm surprised by Shadow.
Oh yeah, 100% surprised by Shadow. Like first one coming in for Snowz, it was looking about as expected, and then Shadow basically struck back very hard and surprisingly fast. I'm looking at them and I am seeing like people who could quite possibly take it all the way in Shadow all of a sudden, which may not have been said maybe even like a day earlier,
I mean, Snowz, they definitely wanted that comeback. They definitely wanted to get that, the final goal in and to secure themselves that series point after a tight game. Being 2-0 down is a rough start, but then losing that same game in overtime after making it back has to be tough.
You're stressed, you're nervous, you're like, oh, we got this, we could have this. And then it kind of like gets snatched away from you, and that's kind of like a metaphysical gut punch, if you will. So that's something that they're going to have to find the willpower to move past and try their hardest to make sure that this next game does not go that way. I doubt they want to go back into overtime anytime soon. They're going to want to win this one in regulation easy, and I do expect Snowz at this point to kind of maybe come out the gate a little bit harder. I've noticed that in the first couple games, they tend to try and like get slow at the start and then ramp up. I don't think they can do that at this point. I think Shadow FC have turned up and turned on the jets, and they're going to need to respond to that quickly, or else they're going to be out of this one.
If they get gentlemen swept, like I don't want them to get gentlemen swept just because, you know, they've done so much to make it to this upper bracket portion of the actual, you know, qualifiers. Shadow have had to make that lower bracket run. As the underdogs, they're about to upset Snowz right now.
I think the thing is that they just need to kind of stop being surprised by Shadow FC. I feel like that was kind of like a bit of an issue with them as well. And they need to kind of like lock down a little bit more of their defense, which I understand, easier said than done. But just from my perspective, it is looking like Snowz needs to try and focus a little bit more on like their defensive works. A lot of more like interceptions. Don't try to contest the ball a little bit more, even if it's just by, you know, like presence, and make them worry about like taking a shot.
And we're ready to get back underway. 2-1 for Shadow FC. Not the scoreline you expected, but definitely a scoreline to behold because, you know, Shadow are gunning for the win. The reverse sweep, the gentleman sweep, as we like to call it.
Yeah.
It's looming around the corner, and, you know, I want to see Snowz how they play with their backs against the wall. I'm excited for this one, 100% Pflare.
Basically, do or die for Snowz at this point in time. So let's see how they respond. Here is the kickoff. Here we go. Severin with first possession.
Absolutely, right now, Sling, the man we've waited so long to join the lobby, is finally back. Could again assist early to make up for it. It will be Shadow FC to still retain the possession here. I wonder if Snowz are going to get a bit desperate. I'm wondering if they're going to actually take an extra player to just push that goalkeeper to stop an early goal from happening. Will be Severin looking to find Dylan here. Dylan miscommunicating with Severin there. That ball was just a bit too far there, and Nakum will get an easy clear here. It will be Trico to restart the offense for the side of Snowz FC.
Yeah, they are definitely going to have to watch out for like these miscommunications that have been kind of plaguing them here and there. They're going to have to be very careful on this offense. And Snowz, very, very solid. First goal, very quick. Makun with the shot. Very nice start to what could hopefully be another game for them.
I have to say, it was a very clinical mistake by Drip Gravy. No defender should allow himself to do that. The ball was very low. It was almost knee height, and he went for a jumping header for a potential block. Severin looking to get something on the other end, but Trico, the man has just been saving shot after shot after shot, and I gotta say, Shadow FC need to lock up that defense. Those types of shots can get through, and Drip Gravy is totally aware of that. He needs to lock that down.
Yeah, no, they are called fundamental shots for a reason. They are very reliable if the defender is not on point, so they have to be very careful about allowing those opportunities through. So as we go again, Severin goes off the top crossbar, and that was very fortunate on their part.
Yeah, I mean, Severin, not usually a miss you'd see him make, but Trico was sent to the wrong side as well in that crossbar. I hope it doesn't come back to haunt them because it's only a 1-goal lead. Hopefully it doesn't become 2 for them, as right now the IDs will retain possession here as they're looking to drag out one of the defenders from Shadow FC. They don't care right now. They're winning. Shadow need to press, otherwise this clock is just going to count down, and you think 4 minutes is a lot. But yeah, you can also watch Rico run laps for 4 minutes as well, and they'll still win the game. They don't mind that. As he tries to look for an infield pass here, Dupe was broken there, but Drip Gravy gets a lovely touch to stop the shot.
A little bit dangerous there, but they did manage to clean it up. Dupe trying to go up to the midfield, try and kick it out and make something happen here. Going to Severin again, but Daddy Deeps with the interference.
Especially Severin being dangerous on that wing. We know he's known for a striker, but what can he do to sap his team? Finding Dylan here, infield pass, Daddy Deeps gets that one, and then we'll be back to Dupe. Restart the offense here for Shadow FC. Looking for options here. Everyone is man-marked. They have to just send it. They have to just go for these overhead shots. No one is being let go of. You can see Snowz. Every single person is covered for the pass.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and make something happen here as Gravy gets the ball going infield. Severin taking another try at it, but Trico Rico more back to form at this point. Very nice goalkeeping on his part.
Yeah, 100% predicting where that shot will go. Makoon looking for Ganj, and Ganj buries it into the bottom left corner. It was a very tasty shot there, but Ganj finding the space, dropping his marker. Drip Gravy once again, just dropping his marker and allowing that one to fall down to Dupe. I mean, I'll be honest, it's a lot of mistakes on this part here currently.
Dupe was just not ready for it at all. Meanwhile, they have nothing on the board. They have to try and press now. They are back foot. They were doing so well at first, and just the mistakes are starting to pile up for them now, and it's not looking great all of a sudden. Like, the magic is fading. It's not gone, but it is fading, and they need to clean it up.
Yeah, especially 2 goals down. Has to be a rough one, and Snowz are not lining up. They're looking for more right now. Makoon looking to get to the end of that one, gaining Remy's way, but thankfully not fatal, but clinical. And Trico gets tackled here. Sivrin might have an open shot, forgets about the ball. That's kind of the thing you need to score. Makes a clinical back pass. Remy now on the breakaway, looking for Makoon in the middle. Dupe gets back into position. It will be Drip Gravy, but it will be a blade shot. Crossbar out!
So
one should have been the dagger.
It should have been, but it wasn't. And it is Shadow getting another chance, getting a bit of a blessing there when that should have basically been the end of it already. But they have to make the most of it. Dilly getting the ball, looking for a shot. Again, Severin intercepted, deflected away. They cannot let up at this point.
Snowz are just looking for goal after goal. They're winning 2-0. They have a minute. They can definitely start the timeout. But they're looking to make a point here. That infield cross, not finding anyone there. Makoon just not on the end. That one will be Remy to AP, slide away, looking for Makoon in the middle. It will be across to Deeps. Deeps can't find the man. It was such a good play. Even caught me off guard, even caught the cameraman off guard. But thankfully, for the side of Shadows, it's not a 3-goal lead yet. And although it's only a 2-goal lead, I think the time has run out for Shadow FC. I think those will comfortably hold on to this one.
Yeah, no, I think they're definitely taking this one almost like a little bit earlier, almost playing a little bit of kick around, but they do nearly get a cheeky third one just to kind of put a little insult to injury, but not in this case. 20 seconds left, trying to do something, try and get a score on the board for our Shadows, but the defense has come back online for Snowz, and it doesn't seem to be happening.
Yeah, as the last seconds trickle off the clock. Time has run out for Shadow FC. Snowz want to send this one to Game 5, maybe get a consolation goal, but they are denied. They have been put to the sword, and it will be a Game 5 series.
We was talking about like how everything was surprising and stuff, and how, oh, Shadow's looking, very competitive. Suddenly it felt almost like Shadow's broke down. There was just a lot of miscommunications there, some defensive errors, and Snowz were just quick to punish.
You'd think they'd lay low, like control the ball, possession. They've had at least 10 more shots. They just kept going, shot after shot after shot. They risked losing possession, but they wanted to send a message to Shadows, show them what they've got. And this Game 5, I'll be honest, putting everything on one game, it's gonna be a fun ride here, Pflare. As I genuinely don't know what's gonna happen. It could be Snowz again. It could be Shadow FC regaining that composure, as you said, regaining that magic that they've had early on, or it could be just Snowz shutting them out completely and finally finding their footing here.
So still props to Shadow for like holding on. It's just, can you finish? Which is really kind of a lot of like football in a nutshell, isn't it? Can you finish these touches? Can you finish these shots? Can you finish, keep your defense up? So it all comes down to that.
Pflare, what do you think is the biggest thing that Shadow is missing that last game? Besides the defending errors, sure. Let's say Drippy cut them out. They haven't scored a single goal.
Their choices, for opportunities for the shots that they did take, may not have been the best. If I'm recalling correctly, they did get 1 or 2 good looks, but you're going to need more than that. They're going to need to find a way to make their offense a little bit more consistent and get like a couple more shots on goal. Sounds basic, but the way they were playing, like you said, they were kind of looking for a lot of these like long balls, and I almost feel like they were relying a little bit too much on Severin, and I feel like Snowz kind of recognized that, so they were ready for it. I said it before, like you can't like 1v5 a team. You got to start looking towards some of these other. You got to look towards your other teammates. Like they know how to kick the ball too. Let them kick the ball.
I do agree with that. I mean, especially every time I saw like the offense for Shadows like fall apart, it was usually a cutout pass from either Dylan, Severin. They can't like find that neutral ground to communicate with each other to get some of that, passing to string together and then finally get themselves that goal they've so been desperately needing. But so far it has been just like a one-man show for the sides of Shadow. I have to say it has been Severin putting shot after shot after shot on target and then just hoping that ball finds them for the side of Shadow FC. I do hope that changes in the near future in terms of like the meta changing and stuff like that, but we will see. I have to say we will see, because game is still in the early stages, even though it's brought us a lot of content, a great esport to watch along. And while we wait here, do be sure to tune along into the actual Rematch Esports Twitch channel, where they are the actual A-stream following around another game in the upper quarterfinals currently, as we are getting players in the lobby finally, Pflare.
Yeah, I mean, hey, stick around and watch us too. Let's not reduce our view count, but we
put on both.
Put on both.
Yeah.
We got both.
We are getting underway. Connection is in progress, and we are going to find out the winner of the first quarterfinal. I believe it has already been decided. I will give you an update from the other quarterfinal very shortly. So on the other end, every other quarterfinal has finished. This is one that's been taking the longest. You had Voidbound, Azure FC, and F5 Penguins taking the win. The winner of this one will be facing F5 Penguins, and also we will be covering the match of this winner and F5 Penguins right after this one. So yeah, be sure to stay tuned for that one, as we are finally getting into the arena. Pflare, take us away.
Here we go. Remy on the start with the first possession, and they are going to be looking for a lot here, our Shadows. They've got a lot to prove. They've got a lot to prove to themselves and to everybody out here waiting, looking, and watching on them. So here we go. Trico Rico with the ball, trying to figure out what they're going to be doing for this first possession as everybody gets into position.
Yeah, I mean, it's just everyone's so closely marked. Like, you'd think Macoon is open here, but no. One effort from Drip Gravy. He gets the end of that one. They're looking for the corner pass into Macoon! Saved by Duke! And a great one to start us off from the Shadow FC defender. He's had a phenomenal series so far, and he's just been showing up shot after shot. Macoon has been such a threat from the side of Snowz, but he's been shot out mostly by the keeper. Defense couldn't do anything about him. It's usually just been Duke there. Save after save after save.
Yeah, Dupe has been handling business on their end. That is definitely a part of Shadow FC's game. It has been fairly tight. So props to Duke for keeping it locked down as best as they can. Just need a few more of the defenders to step up. Trico Rico coming up to midfield, and Snowz definitely trying to figure out, like, yeah, they are being, these people are marked heavy. The defense is trying to tighten up as best as they can. Oh. Shot bounces off the sidebar. Oh, that was close, and that probably caused a few heart rates to spike there.
You feel like he doesn't miss a lot of these, but
no,
it's one of those rare moments where now Dylan is trying to get to the end of that one. Macoon trying to get back to it, trying to get something going on the other end, but right now Drip Gravy unmarked, two defenders on Severin. It's not enough! As Severin will find the back of the net to take the lead for Shadow FC, game number 5, and they're trying to punch their ticket into that upper semi-final.
That Shadow FC do not want to go out sad. They have made it this far. They want to make it all the way. And you've noticed, I've noticed already that the defense for Shadow FC is already looking like a lot tighter, like a lot more marking, just being a lot careful. Macoon, look at that. They've got two people on Macoon, which is fair because, like you said, he's been very dangerous. in these opportunities with these chances. I am liking what I am seeing from Shadows a lot.
Putting it into perspective, it was also Severin who was marked by 2, but it just wasn't enough to contain that man. That man is a beast. I mean, being able to find that much possession right now. Drip Gravy open here for the attack, trying to set something up. Sling also on the other end, but it's looking for Severin right now. He hits the crossbar. So far, we've had 2 hits off of the woodwork.
Oh, that is absolutely depressing, but also absolutely exciting. And I have to say mad props to Shadow finding their opportunity. They're playing like, both teams are very tense. It's very clear that you can see how they're playing. Both teams are very tense. They're trying to find like these perfect opportunities. They're not quite going to come, but it's going to be down to like who cracks first. Last possession, they cracked, got open, and went for it. But this time, it's going to be if like Snowz can crack them. Not quite. Shadow's defense stepping up to the plate now. It has been a far different game plan than these earlier matches have been.
Yeah, Trico now. Everyone's mocked. They don't need to push. They don't care right now. They're looking for the advantage and they're just trying to keep it together right now. But Rico with no options, a bit dangerously upfield now. You did see Gravy looked back to cover the goal in case some lost possession. Dude denies him, and man, we can't praise this man enough.
No.
Shadow FC, you got yourself an insane goalkeeper.
Yeah, Dupe has been making ridiculous saves all day today as he drops it off to Drip Gravy. They are looking for another opportunity. Cross!
Oh my God!
Beautiful shot! Severin again! 2 for Shadow FC. They are not letting up. They are finding these shots, finding these opportunities, and making the most of them. Rico just not able to catch that one, and Shadow's looking good.
Once again, Snowz, they don't understand priority yet. You've seen that Daddy Deep was in front of the attack trying to cut out the ball, but that's what I was talking about. The ball can just head over your head and the attacker will run the other way. He'll have so much space. And he did convert it, but a mistake here from Shadow FC might come to cost them. Gaj looking for Macoon denied. Drip Gravy gets ahead to it. It's a bit dangerous here as Remy's looking for one of his own. Still denied. The defense scrambling and managing to keep that one out. A 2-goal cushion remains.
Like, honestly, just again, I'm going to say it all probably this whole game. The defense so far has been great. Like, they put it there a lot more, man, on, like, active defense, getting these deflections, getting these clears. Beautiful clear. Forcing Rico having to take it. 60 seconds left. Does not feel like it. But Shadow FC sitting very pretty. Rico trying to find an opportunity. But this defense has been on lock. Another one off the crossbar. That is absolutely disheartening, but they do manage to clean that up.
Yeah, he makes up for it. Macuna's hit 2 so far. He's missed 2 clinical chances. He had the keeper beat. He was diving the other way, and yet that's just 2 goals gonna miss. If you scored all of those, you would be winning 3-2 right now. You need to be converting those chances, Macuna. I know you've been the prolific striker, you've been the target man, but you can't make those mistakes.
Yeah, and you can see Snowz immediately pressing, immediately pushing. Unfortunately, Shadows cannot. Again, another one. Beautiful chance, but not quite there. Shadows having to like press the attack because you know if they're not going to, Snowz will be more than happy to. They only need 1 to equalize this and take it into overtime. As Ganji comes out, Severin getting a little bit desperate there, trying desperately to like lunge at it, but not quite. Severin did not manage to get that one, but like a bad shot on there. As time goes out,
here. Remy goes for a shot!
2 seconds left!
It was looming, it was there! They panicked and they just let a man slip by. Look at Remy. Dylan, you were just too far gone for that, and Remy capitalizes. He saves the lives of Snowz.
That was the worst, that was the worst possible time to crack on a defense that was very impressive for the majority of this game. And they let up at the worst possible time, panic, and now they're paying for it. Now they have to fight for their lives in overtime. Dude, holding it back, trying to find the perfect
Dangerous
opportunity.
shot.
Again off the crossbar. That crossbar has been their demon. Those shots just inches off this whole game.
Mistake there, almost cost them there, but yeah, one goal defining the winner of this game. That golden ticket. The pressure is on. It feels like it's gonna be a crack somewhere. You're gonna find a hole in the defense, but Daddy Deeps doesn't think so right now, and they are once again resuming the offense. Can they make the comeback happen? Snowz. Shadow FC just needed to keep the ball for like a minute, and they've conceded 2 within that minute.
Yeah, I was fully expecting, like, before Snowz pressed him a little bit, I was expecting Shadow to try and play just a little bit of kick around, you know, hold the ball as far as possible, but Snowz put on the pressure and made them panic, made them crack at the worst possible moment, but Duke not cracking for that one. We are a minute and a half into overtime, and Shadows still fighting desperately for their life. Duke holding it, going out to midfield, trying to find a good opportunity. Severin, no sail on it. Rico still good in the box. Never quit, never stop.
I thought Makoon would be dreading hitting those posts, but here we are, overtime. Nothing to regret just yet. Rico looking for a potential touch here. Daddy Deeps dropping down. It's looking for good. It looks like a goal for Remy. And it will be Snowz, the favorites, to pull out a beautiful comeback and put themselves into that upper bracket semi-final.
Oh, an absolute heartbreaker for what was a very game Shadow FC. It was Snowz that managed to like hold their composure and push through to get the goals when necessary. Like you said, they found the cracks right when they needed to. 2 seconds left for that equalizer. 2 seconds is what separated Snowz from getting knocked down and from Shadow from making that amazing Cinderella run. But sometimes 2 seconds is all it takes.
Snowz just grasped it. It was so unexpected, out of nowhere. It wasn't even Makoon. It was just lingering there, and the back of the net has been found. Remy has absolutely cooked. Like, the whole game, he's just been pulling it out the back, and Remy with the equalizer and Remy with the finisher. Like, what a story to wake up. You know, Remy has usually been that player to set up the shots, and he's took matters into his own hands, and he's just put it into the net twice back, and man, what a game.
Yeah, no, all props for Remy. Usually kind of like the play set. Usually like a setup man, but like you said, decided just, you know what? No, it's crunch time. I got this. And boy, did he have it.
Absolutely. Be sure to stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. This has only been the first series of the actual tournament. You can also catch our series on the Rematch Esports Twitch. Also, we will be following Snowz FC up against 5 Penguins, I believe it is. F5 Penguins, yes, on this channel. So be sure to tune into that one as well. And yeah, we will be heading into a short break just before that one. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. I've been Kiki. This has been Pflare. And we'll see you all next time.
And welcome into Championship Sunday. We have finally got here. My name's Wolfie Tua in the booth with months and months. We've gone through a weekend, we've gone through qualifiers, but this is it. The top 8 teams find themselves into today, trying to find themselves the first champions of Rematch Esports.
Well, the first champions of North America, but we can get into that later. Look, it's been a wonderful journey to make it this far, and I'm hoping that that journey continues today because we've got some wonderful matchups. We've got some redemption arcs. We've got rematches in Rematch, and I'm really excited about that.
No, this is one of those days where I feel everyone's just getting ready, and I think the fans at home just waiting on pins and needles. But imagine the players coming into tonight, the brights being light, and this is where Voidbound, Vita FC will be the first ones on stream. But you know, for the first team to kick it off here on Championship Sunday, is there any added pressure there?
I don't know about added pressure. It might even be a bit of a relief. You don't have to wait. You don't have to watch. You can just get things started, get things rolling. These are 2 teams that have played before in the road to today. of course, in qualifier number 1, Vita FC lost against Voidbound. They lost against Grindhouse, and they were subsequently knocked out of that qualifier. Well, in pools, in the main event, Vita FC beat Grindhouse, and now they're going to be going on to look to beat Voidbound as well in this main event when it really matters, on their way to hopefully a winning run if you're a fan of them or a player of theirs. So a little bit of pressure on them for sure, but I think it's probably more relief than anything.
No, Vita took some time to get themselves acclimated. They swapped wins and losses with Grindhouse, but the one thing I saw from them is that they never put their head down. This team came out, they showed an exemplary show of skill, but nope, 6 minutes finally on the table, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Championship Sunday.
Pressure on or pressure off, time will tell to see which of these teams succumb to said potential pressure. But for now, we do see Voidbound in the purple, Vita FC in the white, fittingly. And we'll see who strikes first in this matchup. And again, as we said, could be a bit of a relief to get started early. And just as it'll be a relief to get the game started early, it'll be even more so to get the goals scored early and get your team an early lead. A little bit of extra pressure off as we see a wing run and an early ball in. That shot was completely open. The keeper able to make the save.
Well, both these two keepers now getting tested as that one will find a way to the back of the net. Third time's a charm here for this squad as they get themselves with the first goal to kick us off here on mainstream.
Yeah, very quick counter-attack. And that, just again, bit of prio there. 3 defenders around him. Still able to make contact on the ball, but the positioning was good. Those 3 defenders deeper than he was. Sort of needs someone goal side and someone in front looking for the pass, as that particular pass goes back to the keeper for now. But we're going to be looking to make the change. And oh, I was mistaken early on. It is Voidbound in the white, Vita in the purple. So it was Voidbound to strike first, and Vita looking to respond quickly. We'll see if they do so. Little self-pass off the wall, a give. No go just yet, and Vita will have to wait for their opening goal of the Sunday.
Well, we saw them go for those crosses into the box quite a bit yesterday, but what really impressed me early on against Grindhouse was their ability to just be able to pass inside the box with small passes, work your way up the middle of the field. But, you know, one person that's going to have a long day is going to be drawn. There's a reason he had MVP yesterday multiple times, and that shot will not be able to go.
Another chance here. Another corner given plenty of space to work with, but couldn't find the pass. A quick upfield ball denied there by the cutout. Just given away again. So, Voidbound. Time and space, and a switch is on. And Ippy has a chance to set something up. He's opted for the early ball. It was a good run on the outside of the box, right on the edge of it. And it did result in a shot, but it was fairly toothless. Not a lot of venom in it, not a lot of power. The direction wasn't enough to trouble the keeper.
Well, and this is where I'm loving what Voidbound's doing. You see them doing a great job just holding on possession. One of the first interceptions we've seen here tonight. We saw him have a great day on the scoreline. Will be stopped there in his tracks. Dirty Terrio getting his hands dirty there and, you know, trying to keep a clean sheet so far.
Oh, keeper dived, had to get back into position quickly, but the footwork threatening. Doesn't matter. Defender comes in, does get the block and the clear away, but it's only a momentary reprieve as Ippy looks to put the foot down, but it's a heavy touch. And now the numerical advantage, the way of Vita. They've got space, and Bla's got time on the other side, but the direct shot takes away that time. And that space was an opportunity, I think. I think they kind of pulled the trigger too early there. That was very much an opportunity, but denied, not necessarily by good defending, but just that decision being rushed a little bit.
Well, and that's where we're going. They're trying to get this goal by any way possible. And, you know, that's where they're starting to get to the progressions a little bit, but working right in. Beautiful pass, beautiful shot. Voidbound opening it up to a 2-goal difference.
That will open up the game a lot. Look, still 2 minutes 30 left to go. I would expect every time Voidbound get the ball, they might look to take an extra touch and an extra tick off the clock. But every time Vita get hold of possession, they're going to need to threaten They're going to need to find themselves opportunities. But right now, on the defensive end, that'll go back to the keeper. They'll look to restart from the back. Another chance here for Vita to equalize. Should be cleared away. Is heads down, and they are looking to commit numbers forward to Vita. So Voidbound down the other end trying to take advantage. That ball to the backboard. Keeper does dive for it. I'll have a chance on the counter. Vita, see if they can be a little bit more calculated, a little bit more calm in this situation. The guy that gets has the cross, but he can't find a target, can't find a well-positioned teammate. And so they look to defend again. It's a 1v1 with the keeper, perhaps to seal the game. And they might have just done that. Just 90 seconds or less remaining. It's a good touch forward and a good touch to beat the keeper. Vita here, defending with their life. Pflare touch forward. Oh, shot direct, but these are surely just consolation efforts from Vita as they look to try to just find a little bit of extra pride, a little bit of extra momentum into game number 2, because it seems certain that they are going to have to respond next game as this one looks beyond them. As the keeper for Voidbound just runs the clock down with less than a minute, with 40 seconds, unless as I speak, Voidbound are going to look to run that score up. They're not worried about time saving at this point. This game is gone. It is done. It is dusted. If they can put the foot down and really humiliate their opponents, and they can really ensure that they don't believe in redemption. Let's not forget that Voidbound did beat Vita in qualifier number 1. So if they can manage to get a decisive victory here, which they have done to be fair, but when they secure this decisive victory, it has to be on Vita as it goes to 4-0. We get that mercy rule.
Well, and this is where Vita, they took some time yesterday to get going, and I think for themselves, it might be a team in game number 1 where they're just trying to grab information. You're not trying to put your full cards out on display, but Voidbound coming in early and said, there's no void here, we're going to come in and be able to score the ball at a high clip there as a keeper, grabbing the MVP, and for good reasons. We saw a great job here by Vita FC to be able to get good shots, just weren't able to come away with anything.
Yeah, it was tough for them. They had a couple chances early on, and then the goals went in, and suddenly they were restricted to those really direct counter-attack balls where they were really pushing everything forward, really risking at the back, which you have to do, right, at that point near the end. But it's really difficult because when you're in that position where you feel that urgency, you start snatching at the chances, and we saw a really good opportunity go begging where there was a completely wide open pass on the far post. Okay, it's not the easiest pass to pick out. It was sort of in that difficult area. Do I shoot it to him? Do I lofted long ball to him? Or do I cushion the long ball to him? And with all of that in mind, I don't hate the direct shot. In hindsight, it wasn't the perfect opportunity or the perfect decision in the end, but it did cost them. And it might have been an avenue back into the game, but an avenue back into the series here in game number 2. Voidbound taking game number 1 by storm. We'll see if Vita FC can respond.
Well, this is that game that they need to. Yesterday, we saw them lose game number 1 in a qualifying match where it's win or go home, and they were able to come big. I feel this team has the ice in the veins to get it done. But it's going to be where Dron has to keep that net clear. The beautiful save to start things off at the counterattack going back the other way.
Voidbound a chance. Some footwork opens up the pass, but it's a little too far ahead of Ty. Does get to it, and unimpeded, open, free at the edge of the box, and that shot cannons off the crossbar and the post. It got a piece of that corner. They're not quite done yet, although they are now, as 15 pumps it upfield. Ippy keeps the foot down. The pressure on the pedal to the metal. It's a ping and cross across the box. but nothing doing just yet, and that ball will go the other way. Vita looked to counter.
Well, it looked like a good chance there, but just didn't like his opportunity. Felt he was going to get blocked, and a good shot there. Top crossbar won't be able to go. Both these two keepers showing some excellence early, but which one of them will falter first? So this one's going to reset the offense here.
Well, a little piece of that ball from the defender as the keeper threw it out, but it didn't matter. Found its target. And the void-bound keeper looks to move things on. Ippy's got a good touch. Doesn't get tripped up by the slide there. Ball in, interesting pass. It's pinging around in the box. Difficult for Dran to follow, but the keeper kept an eye open to the danger and got the save as well, or the interception rather. But there's so much space for both teams right now. It sort of feels like a little bit of Russian roulette, or just roulette in general, as to who's going to score first. No one's really taken a fall just yet. Ippy's got to make a defensive play, but the blade too strong. Straight into the top shelf, straight into the back of the net.
Cutting open the defense there and finally able to come in early. This is the type of retaliation that we were hoping for them, but so much space, too near him, but not enough. First lead for Vita. We'll see how long they can hold on, or can Voidbound be able to pop the balloon? That is their momentum here.
But 3 minutes 30 means plenty of time for both teams to work. But it's the response that Vita wanted. I'm going to see if they can push the issue. Giving it right back. It's a 1-2. It's unorthodox. A header surely doesn't have the power, and no. Keeper will take it away with relative ease. High up field, and Dran thought about coming for that. Would have been a little bit risky, but this defender there, nothing doing. And they do figure it out in the end. It's a good throw. Blunt, time, space, and a man free on the edge of the box to his left. It's not the pass they wanted, of course. Without taking control, that lofted, cushioned pass is going to be soft. It's a good rush out from Dran. Shut down the angle and shut down the shot.
What a job there to use that extra effort to not lose pride. I actually thought that may have been able to see the back of the net, but looks like they're going to try to hunt for a goal a little longer. The back pass here going to reset them, and I like this. Allow yourself to keep possession. Find an open man, as that's going to open up a play right here.
Ooh, chance here. Nothing again. Voidbound. I push forward. They've got a 2v1 on the defense, but of course the goalkeeper relevant as well. I had an opportunity, but it was a heavy touch in the end of the corner, so 15 will take it away. Keeper will take control. Make sure things have slowed down. Keep things calm. Oh, it's only calm for so long. Voidbound not happy to let Vita have any kind of possession. And they are turning these interceptions into very quick counterattacks.
Well, and this is where they're just trying to continue pressing the issue. They know getting a second goal here could be the difference, and good pass there won't be able to find anyone into congested territory. But this is where Voidbound, their offense is slowed. I love the adjustment here for this defense. They're doing a better job marking their man, cutting off a lot of the passes inside the box. But can you find a way through? The backboard won't go, and that's what I'm talking about. Stick onto him the entire way. Don't give him any room to breathe, and that's going to be able to go off for a great chance, but nothing more than that.
Voidbound, or VB, which has, oh goodness, cultural implications as an Australian. If you know, you know. I'm not going to talk about it on broadcast right now, because we're not sponsored by them. Maybe sometime in the future.
I hope so.
Again, most of these references are probably going over this audience's head, but it's fine. As we look for a Vita possession. And it could be one of the last of game number 2. They've looked much improved, even if we've not seen too much after the opening goal. But VB, Voidbound, do have a chance to level things up late here. A keeper will grab hold. Will keep hold as well as we enter the final 30 seconds of game number 2. As it stands, the series will be level. We'll see if Voidbound have anything to say about it, or if Vita can hold on at the last.
Well, the Voidbound's a scary team to have the ball in your hand, and it does look like they'll have 15 seconds before the final attack. They're going to try to see if they can squeeze in 2 more attacks at the very least here, but this is where you're kind of just trying to get it right now.
Oh! There's no way. 6 seconds left. I almost thought it might have been a bit of lag, but that ended up in the back of the net. Ty somehow finds the way through at the near post run. The keeper just didn't make contact. There was a defender there as well, and that ball squeezed between both of them, fell at the feet of Ty, who buried it in the back of the net, and we will have our first OT of Championship Sunday.
Well, what more do we want? These two teams that come out to play, and Vita, instead of just getting a very win in regulation, will say, easy as that one off the side, won't go. Oh, and that's going to be one that you look back for. But, now goldfish mentality. Don't worry about that one. Just worry about the next attack. But great opportunity.
Oh, if they go on to lose this game, then Vita might be looking at that. The guy that didn't get a whole lot of anything there. I mean, he got hold of the ball, but it sprayed wide. The keeper was gone. Out of the net, out of the goal, but no save to make because, the shot off target, so it doesn't matter. But this is a great ball. Ty, the goal scorer, to send us to OT, sends us to game 3 with Voidbound. 2 games to the good.
Well, number 13 putting nightmares onto the side here of Vita. And what a job that was. He saw one opportunity and he said, this is what I'm here for. This is why this team has me on this roster. I score goals, and what a job there to do it in overtime.
Sometimes it can be difficult as a striker to really have a true impact on the game if you're having to deal with another team that is constantly putting pressure on your net. If you're defending against a team that's holding possession, that's looking to find balls into your box, sometimes as a striker you feel a little bit helpless. And while he wasn't perhaps as involved as he would have wanted to be for the majority of that game, he got involved when it mattered and he made his chances count.
We have a striker who, in a confident position, was able to sink that ball. It's not easy, especially when the lights are bright. Everybody watching, but Voidbound saying, we want some more, and we want at least one more game here. Can they find themselves the first team to make it on to the next round? Or can Vita SC hold on a little bit longer?
Let's not forget this is a rematch.
Yes.
And I don't mean that we're playing rematch. I mean, these two teams have played previously. It was a little while ago, back in qualifier number 1. Voidbound did get the win from that particular series as well. It was a long time ago, so Vita have a chance to prove that things have changed since then. Although it's Voidbound with the first real true opportunity of game number 3, a game that has them holding 3 match points in their back pocket on their way through to the upper semis, as Vita are going to have to win 3 in a row to win in this best of 5. Oh, I think the keeper and Voidbound got a little bit lucky with that particular play.
And the one thing that I'm looking for Vita here is, you lose that game after leading the entire game. You have to find a way to just get right back onto the horse, come out here with the first goal. Don't put yourself in a position where you have your head down. Just say, hey, we know what the obstacles in front of us are, and right now it's Voidbound. Let's look to win each goal, each possession. That's all we can control. But an interception there, going to have the rally attack going back the other way. The boys in white looking for a big shot to come off the backboard. We'll just see it going back to midfield.
On the sideline, Ippy's got a chance to set up something from the backboard. It's a tight angle, but Dran can't keep hold of the ball, but his defensive line strong enough to come back, get a touch away, but it's straight down the other end to the dead ball line. Snez, an opportunity, but turns it back to 15, who can't get anything. The ball back to the keeper.
And, Voidbound just seems so comfortable on their defensive side. It doesn't really feel what Vita is doing is just making them weary all too much. You're seeing them do a great job just intercepting a lot of these passes. They've been able to get into every lane and just taking away every opportunity on the offensive side they can ask for, as these back defenders just A-class tonight.
I will say it does seem to me like Vita are getting opportunities to push the issue. Voidbound are recovering well, yes, but I think it's more Vita's indecisiveness in positions like this, where it's tough for them, where they'll have space out on a wing, they'll have time to find a killer ball, but instead they just hesitate a little long. No hesitation with that particular decision. Spotted the Voidbound keeper out off his line, and barring a couple pixels that meant the ball found the bar, and they would have had a go-ahead goal.
That one off the crossbar, you can just say nothing's going our way right now. We have to find a way to take the lid off the goalpost and get ourselves in here. And past halftime here, 2 minutes 30 seconds. This one's still all level. These two teams are taking it to the wire, but Voidbound currently has the clutch team on their side. If it gets to the wire, they have to be the favorite, especially the way they've been playing, is that one will just have to go away.
Trans spotting the ground indicator quicker than I was then. Able to realize that was coming off the crossbar, but a chance here for Vita. And this is the spots they've had opportunities in before. And this time picked the perfect ball. Instead of a pass to a teammate, it was a shot to the near post, catching the Voidbound keeper by surprise and finding an opening goal of game number 3. And perhaps the first step in the long road to a reverse sweep.
You know, we talk about ego a lot, and I know when this game came out, we were all talking about blue lock so much, but that's an ego shot in my opinion. To see that there, have almost an impossible angle and says, I got this. I'm gonna put this team on my back, and we're gonna get ourselves going with the lead there. Is that shot going awry? Voidbound trying to retaliate quickly, but we'll just have to reset themselves. But whew, Vita just have to find a way to finish the game now.
Keeper has to run back to his own box quickly after every ball out because there's a risk of getting caught out. A chance like this, if this doesn't make contact with a teammate, then it could be a goal against if Vita are able to get a good shot on net. And it was the case that a teammate got the touch. Pflare with a chance to slow things down, but Ty's quick on his heels. It's a fantastic touch back. Keeps possession a little bit longer. An open shot in the box to the bottom corner. It's from the edge of the box, rather. But a threatening shot from Pflare. They just about came away with a second goal there. Did Vita FC, and they might have a chance, another opportunity, but this one gone begging as well.
Right there, you need to get the ball out of your foot quicker. It just sends that little hesitation like you're talking about. Get it to your teammate, start working, and find a way to get another goal here. One is not safe, you have to know that. You played great rematch for 5 minutes and 54 seconds. You have to get your way all the way through to a perfect 6. With a good cross here, we'll find Blah, and we'll have some room to work with.
And that means time as well. Voidbound are sitting deep, sitting off the defense so far back towards their own net. They're just not stopping Vita from doing anything. And then in the end, it's a misplay from Vita that gives them a last chance opportunity. It's Ty again. This time the blade shot, a blade pass with the header. Though they've gotten a little too cute with it, a little too tippy-tappy. They've somehow kept hold of the ball. Ty, though, running out of stamina. And he's run out of time as Vita FC clinch game number 3. And they will start that long road to the reverse sweep.
Ladies and gentlemen, continue to watch in here, but, you know, Vita FC, you did it. You were able to complete a game. You should have gone this win in game 2. You had to get it here. Maybe they just say, we like to make it hard on ourselves. We want our back against the wall. Yes, if they lose this game here, Munts, they're not out of the tournament here. They go down to lowers, but why would you want to go down to lowers? Vita came in here as one of the top seeded teams before yesterday, and you know this team has just had some time to really stretch their legs and get going.
Yeah, you don't want to give up the momentum of the upper bracket. There's something to be said about making the final first and having to wait for the lower bracket to complete and all of that. But at the end of the day, you want to win whatever match is put in front of you. And right now, this is an absolute banger, potentially, here in the upper quarterfinals. Voidbound and Vita delivering. Of course, if you're just joining us, Voidbound opened up with a fairly impressive game number 1 and 2. It was a mercy rule and then a last gasp effort to force OT and a game 2 win to put them on triple match point. But Vita have since responded with a game win, with that solitary goal in game 3, enough to secure it. And they're going to look to put things on level footing to force a game number 5. But Voidbound, they want to end it here right now. They do not want to give Vita any kind of opportunity in a leveling game 5. They do not want to risk a reverse sweep. They want to shut things down nice and early and move on to the semis.
Well, this is where Vita has shown that they can handle a game 5. That's how they got in here yesterday. So if I had to put money on it, it potentially will be for them, especially when you come off of 2 straight wins. But you know, that narrative is still yet to be told as we find ourselves here. Good pass inside the box. We'll be able to find 15, but that goes awry as they're going to try to see themselves just find an open space. Continue on the passing game.
Continuation ceased there. As Norman able to get in the way, and Ty all alone on the edge of the box looks for a little bit of a shimmy and a shake. But in the end, he's overcooked it, or I guess overbaked it would have sounded cooler if I'd said that. But he's overcooked it there and got a little too fancy, a little too cute. And now, chance down the other end. A blade shot incoming. And not making its way into the back of the net. Dirty Toro, which I've been trying to say and struggling with all game long, makes the save there and keeps the score level at 0-0.
Well, and this is where he's really been one of the underlying stars here for Voidbound, the way he's been able to really keep some of the offensive away here. As a good pass will not go. Felt that was a good enough chance for a shot. It will be pushed back the other way. Voidbound still on the defensive, but so far looking good. And this is where I feel is their best game here. It is just being able to cut things out from the opposition. It just seems like everybody on this team has just an act for being a ball hawk.
Sometimes you gotta, I think. Blow with a lot of space there, I was gonna say. And they just let him move into it right up to the edge of the box. Completely free in the end. And that shot to the top corner enough to give his team the lead. Vita FC looking like the best team right here as Voidbound, with all of their success in shutting down a lot of attacks, they're letting some really dangerous ones through. Vita have finally found their shooting form.
Well, exactly. It's just starting to really look like Vita's coming into their own. I feel maybe they were just a tad bit nervous to start the day off, and they have just really started to compose themselves. But Vita's still making things look easy. That one almost going in off a small little tap.
Voidbound have got to be starting to feel a little bit here on the precipice of a reverse sweep capitulation. And they've capitulated here as well. It's a free header off the back wall. No defenders ready for it. And the keeper sprawling, hapless, unable to stop that shot as it came in. There's 15 on the far post. But Voidbound, they're suddenly under the pump. They're under so much pressure to stop a reverse sweep. They have to be thinking about that. It's got to be in the back of their minds. And they've got to get rid of it. Play their game in this final 3 minutes of game number 4.
It just seems that they play the game with just so much relaxedness. But to that detriment, I feel the sense of urgency right now hasn't picked up from them. So we'll see if that switches out. Of the beautiful chance there, just cutting it away here for Voidbound, as they're going to try to get something going. But the offense for themselves has been non-existent, while the defense still carrying them in this one, trying to see if they can change that, as that one just knocked away, will be picked up and can't go too far.
Oh, well worked there by Pflare. Keep hold of that one. And to enable his teammates to launch a counter-attack. Snowz is going to pass it to the penalty spot, but a defender waiting. Voidbound thought for a second, unable to keep control of it, but Ty, an opportunity, and he shoots direct. It's off the inside, I think, of the post and out. Just about found his way through, this time off the backboard, and it's a dribbling ball to the near post, but Dran aware of it. My goodness, it looked like he was beaten there, but the cross, or the post rather, denied the goal just seconds ago, and then a golden opportunity there for Voidbound to bring it back by 1. He couldn't quite eke out that goal.
In game 1 and 2, it felt Voidbound could do no wrong. Everything they did, it just felt like there was someone in the correct spot. But if that magic for themselves currently is dwindling. We'll see if they have anything left. But this is where Vita FC, they look calm. Now it's just 69 seconds until the end of this one. Can they tie it up 2-2? Or will we see some alacrity action here from Voidbound to take us to OT?
Opts to go the safe route here, but doesn't get the ball back from Pflare. Might have fluffed his lines in that particular script. The story on the back post is Pflare with the header away. We'll see if Vita FC can hold on to this one, or if they might want to take control of the ball and look for an extra shot. No, it was the former, the decision made. And they are just taking so much time away. Voidbound right now struggling to get a touch, let alone an interception. And it might be Vita with a goal number 3. However, I think this is probably it. They need to shoot right here, do Voidbound. It needs to go in. It doesn't. They don't. And this game does seem to be over.
Well, final couple seconds left in this one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is main event. This is Championship Sunday. And we will see ourselves going to game number 5 of a best of 5. All the marbles on the table. Who gets it? But Vita FC, they look locked and they're loaded.
After game number 2, I thought this was going to be a sweep.
Same.
Vita have completely upset my particular outlook on how the game was going to go, how the series was going to go. They've completely upset my expectations after those opening 2 games. Yes, you could look at game number 2 and be like, well, they were leading for 99% of it, right? Until right in the last 6 seconds, I think Ty leveled the score, and then the early OT goal to take us into game number 3. However, I looked at that and I thought, there's just no way they can get their motivation going. There's no way they can pick themselves up from a loss like that. And I thought instead we might see another mercy rule in game number 3. Instead, they said, no, that's not actually how this series is going to go. We're going to go all the way to game 5. We're going to threaten a reverse sweep, and historic reverse sweep at that. And we're going to look to force our way to the semi-final. But this is it. Time will tell, and there isn't much time left. It is game 5, the finale of this upper bracket quarterfinal. A reverse sweep on the cards. Voidbound looking to deny a dream for Vita FC.
Well, Vita FC, this is the team that feels they can go for broke. They shouldn't be here right now. And, you know, Voidbound may feel a little more pressure saying, how could you all get reverse sweep early? But, no, this is where you're saying we're playing every game, this in every minute of this one as best as we can. A good shot there early will come from 15. Will not be able to, but testing the keeper as Ty looking for a teammate, but that one goes awry.
And it's these game 5s, these high-pressure situations that, whoa, you'll start to see errors from the keeper, but there's not too much to be said about that one. It's just a close-range shot. It's an absolute rocket to the far post, and Ty finds his first goal in a while, and it's an important one, just like his last, and it does give them the lead here in game 5. It does give them a step on Vita FC, and it does give them a chance to close out this series.
In his position right now, showing to really be a clutch player. I think Ty is starting to set himself up to be a player to watch for the rest of this weekend, but Voidbound still trying to get out of here in this round. But, you know, this is where now with the lead, I feel Vita's FC's offense might start coming a little more desperate, but they might start coming with a big barrage of attacks.
It's a fantastic intercept from Norman. He's pushed the ball forward as well. It's a driving run and releases Ty. Had a shot, but to the far post, a little bit easier to react to if you're the keeper than those near post slingers. However, they do retain possession after a quick back and forth. We'll see if this play on the wing can make anything. Unfortunately, just held onto the ball for too long. Blah able to come in, nip it away, but he can't keep possession. A sliding tackle denied, and at second, though, able to make contact with the ball. Vita will keep calm. They'll, look, they're not going to be complacent, that's for sure. They're a goal down, but they are locked in on defense, it feels. The concentration high, and despite getting beaten a couple times on the wing, they're able to keep calm and make the interception when it counts. But another shot incoming. This one low to the near post. The keeper went the right way, but it was just a little bit too delayed.
Yeah, and Snowz just coming in. Beautiful shot. That's something to be able to push this lead forward. Unfortunately here, Vita FC now looking down the barrel with 350 remaining. And, you know, Months, this is now into dangerous territory. It's hard to play perfect for 3 games straight. And it's seeing if they can play now 4 minutes perfectly for the rest of this one.
Yeah, it's why best of 5 reverse sweeps and best of 7 reverse sweeps in other games are so difficult. Like you said, perfection for multiple games in a row is difficult. And while they've not been perfect here in game number 5, Vita FC are still well and truly in the competition. They take advantage of some hesitance on defense here. The perfect touch and the finish underneath the goalkeeper, who was completely bamboozled at that point. Voidbound can't take time off the clock. It's too risky. They need to push for another goal, or Vita FC might just come storming back.
Well, this is where Vita FC, you see a little shimmer of light. Keep picking away until that becomes an entire spotlight where you're going to see yourself in the middle of it. But don't rush right now. You're still a lot of time, but understand that, you know, work small to get big opportunities.
Great interception there from Snowz. Ran a look to find him as well. A little bit of a reward for that particular intercept. I thought that was an early ball. Norman, I think, had the momentum to cut it out, but it turned back at the last moment. But does make good on that interception just moments later, and he's released his winger as well. Tie on the far post, but I think it's going to be a touch first, a direct shot, perhaps trying to look to take Dran off guard, but he wasn't. He was there ready for it. The blade over the defender, or the pop rather. I thought he was going to opt for the shot, but he didn't. Would have been a surprise. He was so far out. But right now, the midfield is completely non-existent. We're going wing to wing and shot for shot, and Dran is making save after save.
Well, unfortunately for him, he's going to have to be the best player on Vita FC for the rest of this game. He cannot allow another goal to go through him, and he's stepping up to the plate here, but this offense, got to help him out. He's done a great job, but one more. Put the pressure on Voidbound, as that will not be able to go anywhere. Cut quickly as a retaliation counter. No one in net.
Didn't realize.
Yeah.
Does the keeper come out, or have we had a disconnect, as is the nature of the game at this point in its development cycle?
Yeah.
Replay not giving us much info. I'm not sure what's happened. We'll see. Dran is on the pitch, so guess opted to come out and look to push the issue, but I can't help but feel it was a little bit too early to be making plays like that. They were punished for it, but honestly, I don't think we have the info to really speculate accurately on what might have gone wrong there. All we know is that it did, and Voidbound up to a 2-goal lead once more, and Vita FC with their backs against the wall.
This is where backs against the wall, I think, is an understatement, and this team is in a huge hole, and they're 6 feet, but I feel right now for Dran, you kind of look at that and say, all right, you got me sleeping. You caught me trying to be too aggressive. And I talked about desperation earlier. You said it. There's no need there, especially just down by a goal and so much time left on the clock, understandably in the last couple seconds. But now they're fighting back for a 2-goal lead. It's not impossible, but it's almost improbable.
Yeah, a minute left. It's tough. Voidbound can look to milk every second when they get hold of the ball, but they don't have hold of it right now. It's a far post shot, and we are back to within one. Vita FC, a counterattack for the ages. This was wonderfully worked, and once again, Pflare is coming up big and quickly standing up as a player to watch, as an impressive player with the clutch gene as well, scoring big goals and having a big impact all over the pitch. But right now, they do need goals. They need them quick. 45 seconds remaining.
And they have to play like they have 2 possessions potentially. Expect around 15 to 20 seconds to be taken away here from Voidbound. This team does such a good job of keeping possession on their side, but you want to work quick. And now with 30 seconds, you don't have time here to dilly-dally.
Not at all. They do have a chance here. Quick switch. Give 15 some space. He's had some big plays as well. That header comes out and somehow squeezes past the deep Vita player. The clock is ticking. 15 on the ball and just under 15 on the clock. The final 10 now. They're looking for one final attack. What they hope to be their penultimate goal to bring us back level. Force OT. That particular ball's gone wide. Ippy gets the touch to it. Secures Voidbound's 3rd game win and the series win, the first of the day, and the series win that will take them through to the semifinals.
Well, we will have to wait a little longer for our first reverse sweep, but a team in Voidbound having to at least be able to sigh a breath of relief. Heck of a game there for them to be able to close that out. That's a championship mentality you need to have here, and they showed early when things get tough, they get going. They don't just stay behind. Heck of a win there overall from Voidbound, but Vita, good try. Work off to the lower bracket now.
Yeah, I mean, Vita can be very proud of that performance.
Yes.
They started very slow, and that cost them. Outside of that opening game, it was very even. Let's not forget that they had a win stolen from them. Just 6 seconds left on the clock and the lead in their pocket. And it was stolen by 2 quick tie goals. But they've got this thing that I'm pretty sure it's not a real word, but comeback ability. And they just looked like they were never quite down and never quite out. And so they can look to head down to the lower bracket and hope to make a bit of an underdog run through that long gauntlet of games. And who knows, perhaps I'll see Voidbound again in the final, which would be their 3rd series against them in this tournament as a whole. But For now, Voidbound still firmly on top, looking good, looking strong, and they'll look to carry that momentum into the upper bracket semifinals. And we're going to take a quick break. We're going to figure out who's on next, and we're going to get more Rematch onto your screen, so don't go anywhere or go get a drink. Keep hydrated. It's warm at the moment, but do it quick. Come back, and we'll be back after this break.
Hello everyone, we are back with the Rematch Elite Series. We are in the winner semifinals. I am right here with Jackupnorth.
Hello, hello.
And I believe our match here is none other than Snowz FC. Just came off of a thrilling win up against the F5 Penguins. How are we looking for the F5 Penguins? We've seen just now Snowz FC, but that one may need a little bit of info on it.
That was a close game, going all the way to game 5 and then a 2-second left to equalize it. Unreal. But FF Penguins, they had a really good run up in the qualifiers. They went through the upper bracket. They won all their games. So it's going to be a real close game, this one, I believe. Snowz FC, I believe, might be the favorites to win this whole thing. So this should be turning out to be a pretty nice series. I'm excited to see some classic American rematch, because that first game was gripping.
We said that Snowz in the last game was likely going to be the favorite to pull it out against Shadow, but we weren't expecting it to be quite that close. So we'll see if F5 Penguins can just do a little better than that as we get started here on this first possession.
That's right. So we got F5 in the black. Kala is just going to be holding it tight. We're going to see a lot of long balls coming out and see who can actually win priority over the balls. The current meta at the moment is just long balls and see who wins the header. So let's see how this plays out. F5 going to be whipping the ball in. Pito is not going to be able to get past Rico, who's having a really good set of games so far based on what he's played in the first series. He's saving a lot. He's making a lot of good split decisions, and that's important from a goalkeeper.
No, yeah, absolutely. Rico has been making sure to take care of the ball whenever it gets into their possession and making sure that they try to have like as best clears as possible. It takes a lot to kind of rattle him at this point in time. So we can expect to see a lot more of that as they clear it out again to Daddy Deeps here and they try and look for an opportunity.
It's just trying to find an opening in that defense. It's a stalwart defense coming out from F5. We don't know how they've played in the previous game against Yaisha, but they won 3 games in a row after losing the first, so they must be pretty warm. Ball's going to come in though. Ganji's going to take the shot. Paulie's going to just easily take hold of that. See if they can get the counter-attack going from the back with Paulie Walnuts. He's got some possession. He's got some positions coming out from Starley, but he's not going to give it over to him. Carla's going to take that ball, whip that ball into Pito. Great tackle from Rami. It's very important that you get the timing right on these tackles. Just like real football, if you make a mistake in the defense, it's most likely going to lead to a goal.
Yeah, no, defense is something that wins, I feel, matches in these close situations, as that was a very close situation there. Nearly had that one got touched more than a couple times, nearly went in, but now it is Snowz. Remy on the breakaway, trying to look for something, but no dice there.
Yeah, that was really close play, but Starley's on the counter-attack now. We've seen the option on the right-hand side. He's going to be drilling it in. Nice throw. What a goal. That was great attacking play coming out from F5 Penguins there. The ability to be able to take the timing right on the rainbow flick, taking it over the defender, drilling it into the left side of the net, beating Rico. That's 1-0, and it's a pretty confident goal. In my opinion, that is a dangerous counter-attack. And Snowz are going to have to really start ironing their defense up, especially on the counters.
For that first goal, we are like about 3 minutes 30 in, so they are going to have to figure out a way to keep that in mind and make sure that that doesn't happen to them again. We've seen this happen before, like last game, where they were surprised by the offensive capabilities of their opposing team. So by now, they need to expect this.
Oh yeah, well, rematch, it's all about the split-second decisions. A goal can happen and come out of absolutely nowhere, and you wouldn't expect it. Somebody can just win priority over that header, and you just don't expect it. So you've just got to constantly be on your toes in the defense and while you're watching, which is why it's so exciting to watch high-level rematch like this and see how it progresses over time. Rico's just going to try and find an opportunity here just to break through the defense. Daddy Deeps is completely open on the halfway line, and he's going to give it to him. Might be an easier line of pass. He tries to play the ball across. He does manage to win priority, Rami, but it doesn't land to anybody, and the counter-attack was nearly on there. And we've seen already from F5 that the counter-attack is so strong. So that, yeah, they definitely need to be knocking that down.
Yeah, just very cautious. Tried to force a little something out of Trico Rico as Daddy Deeps comes in for this one. Just made a quick attempt there, trying to just keep them steady on. And for this, Penguins feeling very good right now, no doubt. 2 minutes to go, pretty much. And Polly Walnuts and Kylar seem to be kind of content to do a little bit of kick around, fight, wait for a solid opportunity before they go.
Yeah, outside of the box now, Starley receiving the ball, going for a blade shot, goes straight for the net, but slightly wide. He beat the keeper, but just misses it, but he just maintained possession for Penguins. F5, they've contained it into the corner. Daddy Deep's not getting a standing tackle in there. Starley holding onto the ball, giving it inside to Kylar. Kylar trying to give it back, but no, he gets on the end of that with his extra effort, but Trico's there to receive. The attacking potential coming out from F5, it is great, and it is difficult to defend against.
Yeah, for sure. And we see Ganji going for something beautiful off the wall.
The classic
Macoon
rebound.
ready for it. Yes, absolutely. Classic rebound. Macoon ready to receive it. And Polly Walnuts can't get to it. Just beautiful.
A well-needed equalizer, a minute and a half left on the clock. It's all to play for now. It's quite standard across both teams. It's not often you see a standard rebound goal like that. You see that kind of stuff in gold ranked, but not at this level. But we're going to see a quick golden boost there coming out from one of the players of Snowz there, just to prove that he's got mechanics in his brain, and just to see if we can actually make use of them. We've not seen any individual effort coming out. It's been a lot of team-based play, which is really nice to see as an EU player watching NA players. They're actually passing the ball. They're trying to find these opportunities instead of just going for individual play. Ball's going to come in from Rami and lose. Oh, Kylar's just got into the right position there to defend that.
It's still a bit of a journey for, like US players to kind of get over the, dare I say, egocentric mindset, try and be like the playmaker, the all-star of the team, and focus more on the team as a whole.
Off the bar.
But yeah, very nice there. But yeah, it's something that the US is kind of like learning as we go, but we are learning it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm not putting down NA whatsoever. They have definitely got a good set of players. They really do have a good set of players. And I'm just looking forward to the future when we see some of the European boys coming up against the NA boys on zero ping, imagine. But there's 10 seconds left on the clock. It's most likely going to go into an overtime unless we can see an attacking potential coming out from Snow AFC. And it just seems to be, they're holding onto the ball, just making sure that they can actually maintain possession throughout this, so they get the opportunity to get this goal. It's just finding the pass, finding the place to send it, so they can win the priority and beat their defender and eventually beat the keeper. But it's constant back and forth. Current meta of rematch, just trying to find trying to find that place.
Yeah, and as you can see, it can be very hard. Stolly just making themselves a regular nuisance. Meanwhile, you've got pretty much all the other players like Mark, and just nothing going for them. Like, this F5 Penguins defense has been like fairly solid. It's been good. Trico Rico has not been able to find an opening yet to kind of commence an attack.
Well, to apply real football, they're maintaining possession, and that gives them confidence, knowing that they have that ball. And F5 is not going to be able to get on the end of that on the defense. It's a great cross, slaps it into the back of the net, beating the keeper. They found the opportunity, and they sent it home. That's what they needed. It's a great comeback coming out from Snow AFC there against what seemed a very dangerous F5. And they've done a great job there winning the first game of the series.
Like you said, held on to possession, held on to the ball, just managed to find their opportunity and took it when they got it. And kind of like, that's the mark of good teams, being able to spot those opportunities and not hesitate.
Yeah, and it's one of those games where, anything can happen at any time, and we just saw it there, seeing the ball go through, and they win the priority of the ball, pop in that extra effort just to be able to get to that and slap it into the back of the net, sending the keeper the wrong way. And especially at this level of rematch, the defense is really quite good, and I'm really, really impressed with the defense.
On both sides, really. F5 Penguins held it on for as long as they could, but you can't defend forever, sadly, but you can defend for an awful long time if you know what you're doing.
Getting into the game 2 of the series, and we've got our nice pink kit which is great. We don't see that often in football, so to be seeing this is going to be quite enjoyable for me. So let's see if they can actually manage to get a game back into the get themselves back into the game. F5 Penguins, but Snowz is going to have is going to definitely try and put themselves up there. And they're going to get that ball in, and it's a great goal again. Simple football coming out. Same thing that happened in the last game. Long ball comes in, bicycle kick goes past. It's a beautiful goal.
I mean, it's classic for a reason. It can work. It can still work. Just find a long ball, force the goalie to try and like guess at the velocity and sink it in.
That's right.
So
It's
very nice on them.
It's a war of attrition. It's whoever makes the mistake first is the one that concedes, and in this case, the goalkeeper is always going to be the one that's on the receiving end of that. Trico doesn't make the mistake there, and he waits for the shot to come, and he makes the reaction save. And it's either a defender making a mistake or it's a goalkeeper making a mistake. In that particular case, I think it was the goalkeeper making the mistake there, diving a little bit early. But we'll see if they can recover from that. They need to recover from that.
Yeah, we all.
Oh, that's the backboard goal. It's the backboard goal once again, Pflare. It's
Beautiful. Like they're just playing like very good fundamental rematch, and fundamentals win.
Keep it simple is a thing that follows through in all esports as well as normal sports. Keeping things simple, sticking to the fundamentals, doing the basics right and doing them at the right time. It always does manage to come out on top. As long as you stay consistent, and it seems that Snowz has definitely warmed up from that first series. After that long 5-game battle, they've definitely come into this to win.
Yeah, absolutely. As Macoon gets the ball up and going to try and trying to find like their opportunities, their spots, trying to find someone to feed it to. You can see like Daddy Deep's just kind of sitting there, and yep, there we go. They take the ball up. Remy looking kind of dangerous in their spot, but it's going to be a very, very pitched battle for Penguins now.
Oh, Pito tried to do something there with the one-on-one, but just lost the ball. I don't know if that was nerves getting to him or if it's just the first time he's been one-on-one with the keeper. He just made that slight mistake. That was a potential goal-scoring opportunity that was squandered. We can't be having those from F5. They want to get a goal back into the game.
No, absolutely not. Macoon trying something, went for a little bit, almost looked like a give and go there, but managed to get interrupted. Stolly on the breakaway. Stolly trying to take... Yep.
Go. Oh, no way he's lost the ball there. No way he's lost the ball there. Simple pass, just couldn't give it.
It feels almost like Penguins are starting to like break down a little bit. Like they got that second goal on them, and what was a stalwart defense is starting to slacken a little bit, as well as like that ferocious counterattack that was being shown in the first game. They need to try and find a way to tighten that up.
They really do. The passes are being a little bit wayward from F5. Let's see where this one goes. Counter-attack coming out. Pito laying the ball back inside. And yet again, because of the pass just going wayward, they've lost all momentum. And it gives Snowz the ability to be able to get back in defense, full stamina with the ability to counter-attack. But Paulie Walnuts is going to be running into the edge of the 18-yard box. Goes for the rebound off the top. Starley gets on the end of it, but Trico's there in the right position once again.
And another opportunity, that one a bit better, but Trico Rico just ready there. Stolly desperately trying to make something happen, trying to catch up to the attack. Remy off the wall, but it does get deflected on their part. And Snowz once again with the possession. 2 minutes, 10 seconds to go, and it is Snowz that are comfortably in the driver's seat.
That's right, you can see the confidence already. They're playing off of the momentum they've got, and Macoon is already banging it out to Rami, who's already waiting there on the edge of the box, going to lay the ball in for a rebound. Macoon gets there, but this time Paulie Walnuts has managed to play it, and he's going for the fast counter-attack. He's running out there from his net. He's going all the way up to the enemy 18-yard box. He's going to be one-on-one with the keeper, goes for a blade shot, wins it! It's run all the way from his own net, and he's won the one-on-one that the striker for P5 could not do, for F5 could not do.
That was absolutely insane there. Just Paulie Walnuts trying to take things into his own hands, force the confrontation. I don't think anybody was kind of quite expecting that, but hey, it got him a goal. But now they need to try and push that momentum. They've only got about 1 minute and 30 seconds left. They've got to make this happen here and now if they will come back in this game.
That's right. Football and esports is a mental game. Losing that goal could potentially crumble slightly their defense and just give the F5 that little boost they need. Kyler going to go in for the rebound pass, and Trico's there to receive it, but it's a lot better. The passing is a lot better. They've got a minute to play with, and they have to make sure that they get these passes down. Great positioning from Kyler to win the priority over that. Giving it out to Starly. Starly's going to give it back to Kyler on the edge of the 18-yard box. Going for a rebound pass yet again and again. Oh, Trico's got there. Trico's just about got there. That was nice football coming out from F5.
That was incredible, like attempts, passing, shots off the backboard. Feel like they may have gotten a little bit too lost in the sauce, so to speak, but they do regain possession. Very nice tackle over on the side there. Polywanna's coming up again, maybe trying to do a little bit of a repeat here, but defense a little bit stronger here. Remy trying to like isolate them, get one-on-one here. Looking for a pass, and no, not quite.
No, not quite, not yet. They managed to actually make sure that they stop the goalkeeper from having that much space. It was ridiculous that he managed to get all the way on the other side of the pitch with no contest whatsoever. So they're just picking up on that now. They're getting the momentum back on the defense, but it just depends on how much momentum F5 have. And in this case, it doesn't seem to be. It just doesn't seem to be. There's 5 seconds left, and they're gonna have to make something of this attack. A good tackle coming out, which kills everything. But yeah, again, it's just constant. It's battles of standing tackles. But unfortunately, it doesn't go the way of F5 Penguins, and Snowz FC takes game 2 of this best of 5 series.
They definitely tightened it up, I would say, like in the last 2 minutes or so, but it was a little bit too little too late. So they're going to have to keep that in mind, and they're going to have that game ready to go on kickoff for this next one. This is their last shot. They don't want to get shut out here. If Snowz wins this one.
But the run that F5 Penguins have had through qualies and winning that last game, 3 games back to back, I don't think they want to be coming out on this with a 3-0 loss. They're gonna have to try and dig deep and bring something back here. They need to make sure they have that defense locked in, they have the attack locked in, and they don't just have the goalkeeper do all the work. Paulie Walnuts is now on the ball. He's not in net this time, but he is heading back into net. But Kylar's gonna try and find a long pass across to Starly. They're gonna go for a 1-2 play, but the defenders are in the right position. It's just gonna be a battle for the ball, but Rico's retained it. It's already off to a great start.
Yeah, this one's gonna be hot and heavy. Remy already like with the Remy with the ball. Remy and Trico Rico kind of been a lot of the standouts for this match for these teams, but make no mistake, Penguins still trying to like make a case for themselves, make a statement for themselves, and prove that they're still in it.
F5 definitely need to prove that they've got the chops, but unfortunately they are losing the ball to Macoon, who's maintaining possession. He's seen the passes. They've sent 3 defenders onto Macoon. It's overcommitting like that. It's the same in Rocket League. If you double commit, you're losing players on the defense. So they need to have better communication. We don't know what's going on, but the long ball's going to come into Pito, and Trico Rico's there in the position again to just do his job as a goalkeeper. Trico Rico is definitely a standout goalkeeper for me. I've seen him in other games, not just this one, and he's really doing a great job as he's playing his role the way that you're supposed to play your role.
Constantly making sure that they can clear the ball out to as best of a possible attacker as they can. In this case, it seems like Daddy Deeps, they're trying to figure something out around midfield. Stolly been doing a great job in causing them fits in that department, just steady staying between them, making sure that they can get to either one of them and immediately start like challenging for possession.
That's right. But Starly's doing a great job doing high pressure. High pressure makes mistakes, and Ganji's managed to do a great little bit of dribbling, but he's not managed to beat the keeper. Yeah, Starly's doing a great job keeping that high pressure, trying to stay in the lines of passing on the ground. Paulie's yet again been given so much space that has allowed him to get all the way up to the 18-yard box, but it was a wayward pass. A better pass could have led to another goal there. I don't know what Snowz are doing when it comes to just letting their goalkeeper, the opposing goalkeeper, run all the way up the pitch like that. But it seemed to work out for them in that position, in that particular occasion. But they can't let that keep happening.
No, that's just very. No, I agree. That's very scary. That's a very scary situation. Letting the opposite goalkeeper and allowing a little bit too much offense to get rolling here.
There we go.
Yes, with the feed to Stolly, sinks it up upper right corner. Stolly, who was putting on, like we were just mentioning, putting on a game defense, proving they can get it done on offense too.
That's right. You can see they popped the extra effort there just to get that faster ball speed, and Trico was just, he went that 50-50. He's either going left or he's going right, and he just went that wrong way for that one save. But that's put F5 Penguins on 1-0 up. There is still 3 minutes left to play. There's plenty more rematch to play in this particular game, but they really need to start pulling it out of the bag, and they need to start scoring more goals. If they lose this game, that's the whole series gone. So they've got to start, you need to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, and like they need to find a way to like hold these possessions and figure out a way to kind of like push more consistently, I would say, because they have been getting like these opportunities, but they're worrisome.
It's so important that the goalkeeper gets himself in the right position to receive crosses or receive that shot. And Paulie's slowly getting there. He needed to be there in the last game, but he might be there in this game. We just have to see. We have to wait and see. There's 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, and F5 are just trying to find that passing opportunity. We've seen Snowz in this position before, finding the opportunity, sending the pass off, and beating the keeper. So let's see if we can see the same kind of play.
Yeah, McCoon was causing fits much like Stolly on the Penguins, but they did manage to finally get it upfield, managed to push it out. Rico does manage to get the ball, and that was... I like the attempt. I saw the vision there for the offensive attempt, but it wasn't quite there. It wasn't quite airtight.
It's hard against a defense as good as Snowz is. They've managed to get lucky with the last one, sneaking past it on the edge of the 18-yard box, but when they try to find a gap, it's difficult. The defenders are in the right places just to get that priority and just beat the attacker to the ball. The ball's gone inside to Pito here, who's giving it out to Starley, setting it back for a 1-2 play, beats the keeper, but wide.
So close, just a little bit wide, had the keeper done and dusted, but the aim was a little bit off, and we are 1 minute, 30 seconds left into this one. Penguins still got that one score lead. Snowz going to have to start feeling the pressure at this point. They need an equalizer soon so they can comfort it up, and not quite again.
So close, but Paulie's yet again going, he's pushing out as the goalkeeper. He's seen the opportunity for the momentum on the counter-attack. He's got option on the left. He's got an option on the edge of the 18-yard box. He gives it into Starley. He misses, and Trico just gets there in time. He just gets there in time. Starley had the opportunity there just to take them 2 goals ahead, and now he's going for a quick counter-attack on the side of Snowz.
Yeah, less than 1 minute to go. They have to kind of get this counterattack rocking and rolling. Starley doing their best to stall it out. That defense on their part has been incredible, forcing Rico to think about it, consider it. Meanwhile, everybody's kind of like marked with beautiful interception there. And it was that they got. I thought they would take possession of the ball there, but they kind of let it go.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, it's just one of those things. You think the ball's sticking to your feet, and then it just doesn't stick to your feet, and you just lose it. It's yeah, everyone's had that happen to him. It's unfortunate, it really is. Snow's going to get the cross in, and there it is, the equalizer with 14 seconds left. Unbelievable. This is unreal. How many times are we going to have this happen, Pflare? How many times?
I don't know, but I'm excited for it every single time. Like McCoon, ready and waiting. But we are 1-1, 10 seconds left.
Let's see if we can get a quick counter-attack. They've managed to get the ball, but it's unfortunate miss input, I believe. And it's just going to go straight back to a reset into the overtime in the possession of F5. They need to get this goal to be able to take them back get them back into the series. Paulie Walnuts is going to have to try and find the opening. He's not going to. He's going to give it over to Kyler. Kyler's going to do a little bit of a. Oh, he went for a blade shot. Oh! He deflected off the defender. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh,
How does that happen?
I wish I could tell you, but I have no clue. Like, Kyler just bounced it off their head. Nobody was expecting that one, and it just kind of rolled in by the skin of their beaks.
I think that was it. That's clever. I think that was it was a well-timed jump. So the best way to defend against a blade shot like that is to just time your jump at the peak of that ball as the ball is in the air. And he's done that, but unfortunately it was just slightly off and it's deflected instead of going into a different direction. It's just bounced straight into the net, and that is both lucky and unlucky. Unreal. That is unreal. I don't know about you boys in the chat. I don't know about you, Pflare, but I love this game. Stuff like that happening, wild.
That was quite the way to end it. But guess what? We are jumping right back into it. Penguins want to ride that. They're like, we'll take that any day, twice on Sundays. They have one on the board. Snowz suddenly looked probably like a little bit nervous. How could that happen? Nope, gotta shake it off. Let's get going.
I mean, I know about Caster's Curse being a thing, but I mean, a reverse sweep would be mental. If Penguins can lube their feathers up enough to be able to slide down this hill and end in the water with a 3-2, it will be unreal. So let's see if the momentum is continued on into Game 3. It's 2-1 to Snowz in the games. I can't believe the football that we're seeing already. The long ball's going to come out, but Kyler's going to get there and manage to cut that out. I thought Paulie Walnuts was in on goal, but it just seems it was a wayward long ball.
Yeah, very nice one with that lob shot. Just very nearly got that one, but Trico Rico once again in the goal box, keeping their cool, keeping it steady, and making the save.
I mean, we're gonna see plenty of long balls. I don't actually know how many goals we've seen converted from long balls at the halfway line. We've seen a lot of goals come in from the corner, whipped into the edge of the 18-yard box into a volley, beating the goalkeeper, which is just great stuff to see. We're gonna see it again. There it is. I just called it.
Yeah.
I'm a genius. I'm a cleric.
Read the playbook. Beautiful. Passed in from the corner, as stated. Macoon right there ready to receive it, slots it in, and early lead for Snowz. Probably what they were hoping for at the start of this whole like game series.
That's true. They need to win this to win the series, and it's all hands on deck now for F5. They've got to score 2. They have to score 2 in order to be in the lead. When you're 1 goal behind, it can leave your head hanging low, but they just need to find the momentum. There's 4 minutes left. There's plenty of time.
Yeah, they have opportunities. They've definitely had opportunities to make things happen. In particular, I both like and am scared at how Paulie Walnuts is so willing to go up front. Very nice save, nearly got it, but no, Trico Rico's just been putting on a clinic this whole day.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job, and Paulie, he's pushing up there, and he knows that he's given that time because the defensive positioning from Snowz, they're just opening up the entire midfield so Paulie can run up and join the attack. Rami's going to get on the end of the cross though, and he's actually managed to beat the keeper. It's another simple ball. Unfortunately, 2 defenders and a goalkeeper could not win that priority over the ball, and he just sends it into the back of the net.
That was an unfortunate goal for Penguins. I mean, they still have 3 minutes. It's not impossible, but with how the defense has been playing for Snowz, it is going to be difficult at this point in time. Paulie Waffles going up midfield again, trying to look as best as they can for an opportunity. Nearly beats the defender. Passed it out.
Why did he send it wide? He was completely in on goal there. I don't know if that was a misinput with a mouse or what, but unreal. Starley's going to get at the end of it. There we go. They've managed to recover from it anyway. They've managed to recover from it.
Got
it.
It's
2-1. Oh. It's just goals at the moment. It's a little crazy. It's rematch though. It happens out of nowhere. It's 2-1. Yeah. There's 3 minutes left. There's more than opportunity for F5 here to try and bring this back. There's plenty of opportunity. They're doing a great job on the attacks. They've managed to iron some kinks out. They are kind of they're working out the defensive positioning a little bit, but it does seem to me that Snowz are a lot more confident on the ball.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Just a lot more consistencies coming out. Like when Penguins do have like a the offense going, they are scary. Let's make no mistake about it. But it feels like Snowz is ready on the defense. But not enough for that one. They tie it up. Stolly making a name for themselves. Punched it through again, received the ball, and took their shot immediately. One time for the fans out there.
One time. It's unfortunate from the goalkeeper because you'd think that the goalkeeper would win that, but there's some kind of wizardry going on within the rematch stuff. There it is. Oh, I thought that was going to be an immediate return. You see that stuff in ranked. You send the ball up from the halfway line, and somehow they managed to get a kick onto it, and it goes in. But that's just a little unfortunate from Trico Rico on that goal.
And again, Paulie Waffles abandoning backfield, going for the attack, and no sell on it. Trico Rico ready for it. And yeah, full 5-man attack can be very scary, but that is very high risk. That is high risk, high reward play. But so far they've been managing to make it work.
Yeah, you see Starly here. He was actually standing on the halfway line, just letting him know that he's there. So it forces him to try and make a pass, and it doesn't give him enough time. Oh, it was a good interception coming out from whoever that was on the Snowz team. But the ball's come into the feet of Pito. He's not going to win that. Oh, he has won the ball. He's taken the ball off of Daddy. He's going to be able to get an opportunity to get a cross in. Can he get that ball in? He can. He gives it over to Starly. Starly gets on the end of it. Oh, no way!
It was quick. Nom Noms now was the one who took that one, managed to recover it off the wall, started to look a little bit like it was going to be a bit of a scramble for possession, but no, you can see here on the replay, kicked it off the ball. Daddy tried to get it, but no sale.
He won the priority over the ball twice, and I want to know what he's doing with his controller to be able to do that, or with his mouse and keyboard, how he's managing to do that, to beat that many people to the ball, and then it's managed to allow Penguins to come back. It's 3-2 now.
Yeah, I mean, Penguins definitely ran it all the way back. They are looking to take this one, though we still have a minute to go. They do have possession. They want to try and put the dagger and win this one. Goes across the Stolly! Knocks it in. Beautiful shot. Stolly has been on a tear today.
They've woken up. They're out of hibernation. They're ready. They've shedded off that dirty malted skin or whatever it is that they've got on their body, and they've become something new. They've evolved from Penguins. They're doing such a good job now. If they maintain this momentum, we could potentially see a reverse sweep. That would be unreal.
That would be sick, but yeah, no, Penguins trying to make themselves look like Emperor Penguins right here, and like. They're like,
none of those endangered Gen 2 penguins. We want those Emperor penguins, dude. None of those happy feet penguins, dude.
Nah, beautiful deflection, and just about 30 seconds left. They just need to keep possession, and that's wraps. Force it all the way down the pitch. Like, just burn all the time. It is Snowz that need 2 points to tie up, and that is almost patently impossible unless there's like a massive breakdown in defense for Penguins, and it's not looking like that's going to be the case here.
Yeah, it does look like the Penguins being able to get 2 goals ahead with that short amount of time left. It's definitely put the game into bed, I believe, and that's going to be that's 2-2 now game wise, right? That's 2-2. We're going to game 5.
Yes,
am I counting wrong?
No, that's 2-2. We are going to game 5.
Another game 5. What is going on? NA Rematch is unreal. It's unreal, boys.
But we love making a production of it. We got to have them close games. We got to have them close matches. Got to keep that thrill up. Penguins had a bit of a lucky break for that first game, but they rode that momentum. They are riding that momentum all the way to the bank. Now it's Snowz, I feel, that is on the back foot. They have to kind of calm down, take a breath, remember how they got here, and try to like recompose themselves and do what they know they can do.
The thing is, they both know that this is game 5. They both know that this is all to play for now. So every single input they make, it needs to be on point. It needs to be on point. They need to be saving the stamina. They need to make sure that they use their extra effort at the right times to win the priority over the ball and give their team the opportunity to be able to get that shot on goal. And we're kicking off with game 5.
Very fast. Penguins, first possession, immediately going for a shot off the backboard. A little bit off target, but what a way to open it. Just frightening Snowz immediately. Snowz right back, same thing.
The tennis is on right now, and we're watching Rematch, and it almost feels like we're still watching the tennis. It's back and forward. That first goal was so that first shot was almost so close to being a goal, and it would have been an unfortunate one because Trico Rico wasn't in the goalkeeper position. The defender didn't leave the box, so Trico got a goal. But Rami's on the end of it, and he managed to beat the keeper. What a ball! What a great vision coming out from the right wing, sending it into the edge of the 18-yard box, and Rami slotted it.
That was very quick. Both of these teams, they are almost, I don't want to say like they're doing away with defense, but for that first goal, both of them were taking all the shots they could. Very nearly got one, did Penguins, but just a little bit off on the backfield. Tried to beat the keeper off the goalpost. Oh, so close. but so far for Penguins, they are trying, they are pushing hard, and they are getting opportunities, and it's just not falling their way.
It's so unfortunate, but if they keep going, they keep their momentum, they're going to do the right thing and eventually get the ball in. I mean, they've still got plenty of game left to be able to try and get a goal back, an equalizer, and we've seen already the equalizer, it gives you that momentum to be able to get back into that net and just take yourself ahead. And we need to keep seeing some great passes coming out. It's a really good tackle coming out from Pito, giving the possession back. Pito's going to get it on the end of the pass. He's just slightly wide of top bins, just slightly wide.
Just slightly off, just slightly this, just slightly that, and that's got to be a heartbreaker every time. Meanwhile, Ganj on the breakaway tried to challenge the keeper, beat the keeper, juked him out of his shoes. Ganji with the second goal for Snowz.
Well, I mean, it's not wraps yet. I'm not putting my eggs in the basket quite yet. I don't think it's wraps. Penguins are going to have to try and bring this back. They need to try and make some better positioning here on the defense specifically, because Snowz are managing to find the opportunities and find those gaps. Starly's not going to be able to get past Daddy's because Daddy's been doing some great standing tackles and it's been killing all momentum on the attack, and that kind of stuff is what you need to see from the opposing side of F5 Penguins.
Yeah, most definitely. There's been a slight change of tactics, but slight can lead to great dividends out the line. And yeah, basic shot there, but that's more the shots that Penguins will be more than happy to take.
If Paulie didn't react there and just had a minor lapse of judgment, that would have gone straight in, and that would have been it would have been very upsetting to watch that on the VOD review. Ball's going to come straight back into Pito. Pito beats Trico. It's 2-1. They've got a goal in there. They've got a goal in there. There's 3.5 minutes. I'm telling you, it's not over. Rematch is always back and forth.
Oh yeah, it is far from over, and Penguins looking to try and say like, oh, you can do too quick, we can do too quick too, but hopefully they can if they want to kind of like, if they, again, like you said, want to make this competitive, want to put some sweat back on the brows of Snowz. But right now it is Daddy Deeps with possession. They are going to be looking to get that third in. No dice there. Paulie Waffles definitely doing their best in the goal box as well as on the attack, trying to do a little bit of everything. Stolly, who has been doing some great work on the offense, but not quite that time.
That's it. You don't know if whether or not it's a shot on goal or if it's a rebound shot for a pass. There's a lot of blade passes coming out, which is good to see. The pass is going to come straight back into Pito, who tried to give the ball through to Starly. He was in the position to be able to just give a simple pass into the back of the net, but it just got cut out. And it's worth mentioning as well, this is the winners semi-final, and the winners of this game, in particular this game, as this is game 5, will go through to the winners final versus Voidbound, and that's going to be one hell of a game because Voidbound have gone through this with confidence.
Yeah, that one's going to be insane, but right now we are still trying, these two are still trying to gain that lofty position, getting into winners finals. It is Kyler on the attack, kind of went for a bit of like a flick there, shot there, but deflected. Paulie Waffles gaining possession. Penguins
loads
have
of
to find a
time.
spot.
Look how much time he's got. He can be given he can set up a little campsite if he wanted to. He's given the ball across to Kyler. Kyler's going to send that ball into the back post, but Starly's going to receive that. Can he get a tackle in there? Daddy, he's been doing a good job of the tackles, and he did, but it did kill all momentum, but it's just gone straight back to Paulie Waffles, who's not gone all the way back to net. He's adjoining the attack. They know how much they need this goal. They need this equalizer in the next minute. They need it. So Kyler's going to have to try and find that opening. And if Pito seems to be trying to lose his man in the box there, lots of man marking going on. The defense is so strong from Snowz.
Yeah, just like you said, like a lot of marking. Rainbow flick gets it in. Shot on goal. Goalkeeper goes the wrong way, and they do equalize it.
I'll eat my heart. I'll eat my heart. The defense was good. The defense was good, but they just can't seem to be able to defend against these blade shots. The timing of the jump was just slightly off, and was that Paulie again, the goalkeeper going up and scoring a goal? His accuracy is better than the strikers. I think he's in the wrong position.
Quite possibly. Maybe he just decided like I can do both, and just have everybody support him. But I don't know. All I know is Paulie Walnut's really just showing out and showing up, and with them and with Stolly as well, honestly, just a little bit of a different flavor of defense that can like turns into like a great counterattack on offense. The Penguins do have some serious threats on their team, and they're showing them now.
Yeah, this is going to go down to the wire yet again. Rami going to go in with a cross, and he's on the outside of the box. It's Macoon, but his Polywaffles is there. He's definitely picked up his goalkeeping game. Not only that, he's doing a great job on attack as well, and you can see he wants a taste for it. He can feel it. He's pushing up already. He's confident that he's going to lay the passes, and he's not going to give that ball away. Macoon is there giving that high pressure, just so they are forced to make a pass, and Macoon is most likely looking at his map, making sure that he's cutting out any kind of passing lines. He's using his jump and his extra effort to just make sure that he keeps putting pressure, and that is actually doing a whole world of good right now.
Yeah, it's definitely doing a whole world of good, but you see, like, Kyler and Polly Walnuts, we're kind of like walking him down, passing it between each other, and kind of just edging up little by little, giving less room to walk around, giving less room to kind of like defend, and setting themselves up for a possible goal opportunity, but not right now. Overtime.
We're into overtime again in Game 5. I'm sweating like a pig. This needs to be the sickest goal you'll ever see, and it'll just be an unreal game of rematch.
Yeah, for sure. Tries to go off the back wall. Stolly kicks it out. Daddy Deeps, though, with the reception, with the clear, and this one is, I feel like this one's going to come down to, again, a game of like inches, centimeters. Somebody's going to make one tiny mistake, and that's all it takes sometimes.
Yeah, this whole tournament, there's been a few close games. There's been teams that have been stellar in every aspect, but then also just letting through little bits through the cracks, and we've seen that throughout these last games too. But these teams are fully warmed up now. There's a minute over into overtime, and they've got hold of the ball. They need to make sure they can try and get a good pass in there and just claim priority over it. They don't manage to do that. I know it's a counter attack. Starly's there. Daddy Deeps is going to be sprinting now for the defense. He's got an option to the right, gives it to Kyler, but loses the possession because of priority, and it's just gone right back again, getting recycled. Polywaffles yet again coming up for the attack. Ooh. Oh, this is a real play, Pflare. I can't take it. I'm gonna pass out.
Polly Walnuts trying to threaten. You can see like Macoon kind of like throwing back. Rainbow flick off the wall.
Oh,
they do get it in. Stolly with a header, and that is it. Penguins take it.
Forget about Caster's Curse, mate. I said there was going to be a reverse sweep, and there was. No way. I'm a cleric. Unreal.
That was crazy. Polly Walnuts managing to kind of like put a lot of that offensive effort on their back, I have to say. Just pushing up and just... Like you said earlier, they were just wide open, let Paulie just charge straight down the center line and begin an attack that they were just not quite able to defend against, and that allowed Penguins the opportunity to just push ahead and get these goal scoring opportunities.
Some wild rematch, a reverse sweep. I mean, I don't think you'll see any better line of games like that. You love a reverse sweep in Rocket League. You'll love a reverse sweep in rematch. The football coming out from the both of those was really good. Penguins just managed to tip them over the line, and they're going to be going through to the final against Voidbound, and Snowz are going to be heading down into the lower bracket. But honestly, I think it's all to play for. I think these teams all have great individual skill. There's just the slight unfortunate timings that are managing to let the goals slip past. And oh man, it's unreal. Really good run from Snowz there. Really good run. Yeah. But Penguins bringing it back like that. Wow, cinema. And I believe that we'll be heading to a short break now, and we'll be showing one of the lower bracket games. And I believe you'll find the final over on Rematch Esports, so you can go and watch that there. But we'll be seeing you very shortly.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Rematch Esports. It is time for the upper bracket semi-final. It's Hunted and Yoboycue here with you to bring you another fantastic match. We're going to be following Voidbound into their semi-final as there's still Snowz FC and Shadow FC going on the B stream, locked at a Game 5 right now. But Q for us, we just watched Voidbound come off of a Game 5 against Vita FC, Azure as well coming off a Game 5 against Finesse. So everybody kind of coming into this one with some fresh Game 5s under their belt, and we'll see how this one goes in the series.
Yeah, you wonder which of these two teams is going to be able to carry over that momentum, because you would imagine both teams walking away with dubs in that game 5 of that winner bracket. It has to have you feeling good. Your whole goal is to try and progress as quickly as you can to that upper bracket. You're already one step of the way there. I'm really going to be looking to see as far as which of these two teams is going to be able to come out and control the pace of the game. I feel like for me, that's always been the big thing. It's not so much about who's scoring the most, because sometimes you can just get lucky on a couple of counterattacks. But when you talk about in the best of 5, who can come out and really set the tone? That's what I'm looking for in game 1.
Yeah, game 1 it will be important, I think, just for what you're saying, for tone setting, things like that. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Azure FC try to set that pace a little bit earlier. They seem like the more aggressive team between the two, but you know, that can always shift and change over the course of battle. But I do believe the players are filing their way into the lobby. We'll be getting this game 1 on your screens in just a moment. We want to have a quick shout out, big thank you to our sponsor in Grid. Wouldn't be possible to have this tournament without them. So big thank you to Grid. We'll tell you a little bit more about them later on. But Q, here we go. It's game number 1 between these two teams, Azure FC and Voidbound. It's going to be Azure in the white, Voidbound in that black. And we are underway. A long day of rematch ahead of these two teams. They've already come off those 2 best-of-5 series. That was a close, quick start. As again, Azure, the home team, starting with the ball off the kickoff, already getting some nice looks on net, and that one goes just wide by Coltsy.
Silver had the first one off the top post. Then it's Coltsy who has a close opportunity as well. Azure trying to build up a whole bunch of pressure. Center into the box shot. Wow. Bang. Top Binskis. It's too easy. Coltsy bangs it home and only takes 34 seconds.
Yeah, and that's just, again, good, solid early pressure from Azure FC. Nice chip pass there from Silver. And Coltsy able to slot that one in. We'll see how Voidbound respond now. They really haven't had a chance to possess the ball so far here in game number 1. Here is really their first opportunity, as it's going to be Ippy now. Good block there by Yako, and the Voidbound offense trying to get to work. Ippy over to Ty. As Senix waiting in the midfield, was looking back across the way there for Ippy, taken care of by the Azure defense, at least for the moment. Bit of an argument between Silver and Senix happening at the midfield line, but it's Beauty Pie who's going to pick up possession of the ball. So for Azure FC, they get that early one on the board. Their defense has been good so far. They've had a couple of pretty close shots. There was another one there from Coltsy. This is a good start after you come off a Game 5 win.
Yeah, definitely very motivating that every trip down into this half of the pitch, you've been able to find decent looks. It's one thing to just simply be able to maintain possession, but when you're getting threatening looks towards the net, that's even better here. We're getting close to about 2 minutes gone by, and Voidbound only had the one very brief visit into the Azure half. Let's see if they can find something here. It's a quick pass on up. Ty finds the shot, but shut down by Beauty Pie.
Yeah, good play by the keeper there. The keeper, of course, going to be a very important role all day today, as this one's going to be kicked up here towards Senix. Nice little move around. Coltsy has an opportunity, plays it on over to Ty. No, he's just going to take the shot. It looked like the pass was coming, but Beauty Pie able to read the shot. It'll keep it a 1-0 game, at least for the moment. We're nearing halftime here, Q, and still Voidbound struggling to find a little bit of offense. Maybe they'll be able to transition into this one. That's a nice little feed across, but the defense too good again.
It does feel like each visit into this Azure half has developed at least a little bit more presence, but yeah, still haven't really found much towards the net itself. Azure will be able to take control of things here, and well, they'll be trying to set something up down the offensive side, but pocket's going to be picked. Opportunity here for Voidbound. Ty passed one, and with the back pass into the backfield, that's going to be for them to really try and set up a pace in that offensive half, but unfortunately gets shut down. It's a 2-on-1 the opposite way. Coltsy with the possession, not going to be able to maintain. It feels like that was an opportunity you'll want to be able to capitalize on.
Yeah, would have liked to have had that one, especially with Voidbound pressing there. Good shot, better save though from Beauty Pie. But even though Azure couldn't quite find that insurance goal, they're still up by 1 with 2.5 left to go. Here's Silver with a little bit of room. Doesn't have too many options in front of him, so he's going to opt to play it back to Yako. Senix, nice challenge. Has Ty with him. Going to find the feed across. Ty 1-on-1 with the keeper. But Beauty Pie in good position. Doesn't have to move for the shot. Able to make the save. And now Azure, quick counterattack. That's a wonderful pass over to Silver. He collects it. Try to go one-on-one here with the defender and Ippy. Nice chip pass into the box, but it's Dirty Taro able to come up with a save.
I like the patience zone. You're still looking for a way to make a play in the middle, but you didn't need to rush things. You still eventually find a threatening play, but unfortunately, as far as for the side of Azure, it's still just the 1 goal lead. It's a minute 45 left, so not too much more time that your defense has to hold the line. But when we're talking about holding the line, Beauty Pie has been on their game here on that back line.
That's very true. The defense has come up big, but the keepers had to make a couple of big saves as well, as Taro's going to pick that one out of the air here for Voidbound. Keep it a 1-goal game. We are in the final 90 seconds now. Ippy's got the ball, looking for Ty. Nice move, fires near post, and Beauty Pie again comes up with a big save. So Azure once more going to play out of their own zone, but you kind of hit on it earlier as Coltsy has a chance, and he missed it wide. But every time Voidbound seems to be entering the zone, their chances are getting better and better, more and more time on the ball. Another shot saved away. Azure hasn't broken yet, but it seems like it could be a matter of time.
Yeah, every look, it almost feels like surely this is the one that breaks the seal, right? And as much as we can look at Beauty Pie and say, hey, they've been doing a phenomenal job keeping the clean sheet, you figure at some point one gets past. That one fires right by, but will ring off of the post. Ty will be able to keep the possession, however. Pass across. Ooh. That one gets slotted on in, and Ippy ties things up with 33 left to play.
And it was just a matter of time. Ty to Ippy, right at the top of the box, finds that bottom corner. But a save too many was requested. And now it's a 1-1 score. Yako quickly on. Coltsy had a quick shot. That's been Azure's bread and butter pretty much all weekend long. Finding Coltsy in a good position. That was a bit of a giveaway. Norman, great couple of tackles there, though. Able to get the ball over to Ippy. And Voidbound now with a chance to put the game away before overtime. That pass awry. Looks like some signals got crossed there. And now Beauty Pie's got to be careful. He's out of the box. Tries to chip it forward. Needs some help from Yako. Coltsy will retreat and make a nice move around Ippy. Ippy now trying to back check. But Coltsy keeps possession. Now down over to Tipsy, all the way back to the Azure keeper. Here we are in overtime. Game number 1, tied at 1. Back wall, Coltsy into the box. Silver blocked away by Norman in good position.
Great job by Norman to make sure you assist the keeper. The keeper doesn't even have to worry about making a guess as long as you're able to send it back towards the shooter itself. Opportunity from one side of the field to the other, and Scenic says, you know what? I'm going to do it myself, and Voidbound take game number 1.
Good play from Senix. We've seen this work before. It's really tough to read this as a keeper as it comes quickly into the box there, and it's just a pass shot into the back as you see the Voidbound celebration. Gotta love it. And that is a fantastic win for Voidbound here in Game 1Q. They didn't have a goal in this game until the final 30 seconds or so, and then they get the last 2 and take the win in OT. So we'll see how they can use that to try to springboard their way forward through this rest of this bracket here.
We had mentioned early on, it didn't really feel like they were able to establish much offensive presence down on that, offensive third, essentially. And they were able to essentially figure it out as the game went along. And I think the big thing that you can really build on going into Game 2 is those 2 goals were relatively close to one another. So if you can come out here quick and put yourself into the driver's seat in game number 2, it's time to live life in the fast lane, baby.
Yeah, that's going to be the big key. And again, they did Azure in game number 1. We'll see if they can kind of replicate their start here in game 2 as we are underway with game number 2. Voidbound going to be the team to kick us off here with Norman in possession. So Azure FC scored the first of the series, but since then they've been a bit quiet. There's Voidbound with Ty taking a quick shot. I think that ball was going wide, but regardless, it ends up in the hands of Pi as now back down. Coltsy just fires wide, and Taro will pick things up from there. And again, Azure has really relied on Coltsy taking those long balls from pretty much his side of the field and putting them in the back of the net, and it really hasn't worked out for them so far in this one, but it does, again, feel like a matter of time before he connects with one of them.
Yeah, I mean, Norman's been doing a really good job with reading those leaks back doors into the defensive end and helping Toro as far as in those quick transition plays, shutting them down, and, well, it's really helped lead them as far as to that first game win as well. So what I'm really going to be looking for Azure is see if maybe there's just a way that you can almost pull them back away from that net just a little bit, or maybe receive that pass a little sooner, because right now they're not getting much space at all.
Well, it does feel like Voidbound has had the better possession play after the first minute or so. Nice little chip out towards Senix. It was tipsy there defensively. Able to play that one away from the striker, and now Beauty Pie needs to be careful of the timer. He is able to get it off before Ty could take it away, as here comes Yako with some space down the wing. Gonna fire this one right to Colty, but again, Norman reads that well. And you got to wonder now, maybe Azure getting a little bit predictable looking for that play, but here's Colty. One-on-one with Ippy, waiting for some help from Silver. Gonna chip it up, looking for a nice little fake. Finds the pass, but Taro is there again. Able to cover up that near post, and Voidbound keep it a 0-0 game.
I like the fancy footwork, and then you still make the extra pass for an opening. Just unfortunately can't quite find it, but those type of opportunities will eventually help lead to more success on the scoreboard. It will be a quick transition up the field. Silver, unfortunately, just a step too slow, which will mean that Toro will be able to field it here for Voidbound. We're already past 2 minutes gone by here in game number 2, and we're still all knotted up. And for Voidbound, maybe not such an issue, but remember Azure scored relatively early in game number 1. It's been a while since they've seen one hit the back of the lace.
That it has. It's been nearly a game and a half since we've seen an Azure celebration. Colty doing what he can to try to change that. Pass over to Yako. Has a lot of room to work. Was looking for the return pass to Colty. Taken away by Ippy. Now sends it down for Ty. He's got some space. Looks for the corner and finds it. A beauty from Ty. Voidbound on the board.
A beautifully placed shot when you just watch this thing back. I mean, puts it just out of reach. Of course, Beauty Pie has to play that near side post and just puts it top in skis. Just like that, Voidbound will take the lead. Maybe not as quick as I was saying I was expecting them to, with the fact they had those back-to-back goals early, but now for Azure, for the first time, will be playing from behind in the series.
Playing from behind, but not necessarily out of it. They just need to get on the offensive side of the ball. They're going to have to play a little bit more defense here as Norman, one-on-one with Colty. Gets by him, at least for the moment. Colty trying to find the back check, looking for Ty again, and there he was. But once more, it was Beauty Pie able to snatch that one before it could find its way across the line. Yako going to look for Silver up ahead. Here's Tipsy. 2:30 left to go. Turn pass back to Beauty Pie. He's looking for Colty. He's going to try to find the pass across to Silver, but again, the defense from Voidbound has been very, very good and making sure those crosses don't find their mark, and they'll return it back to the midfield line, at least for the moment.
There's two different levels of defense that we've been talking about for the two different teams, right? Because I feel like we've been talking for Beauty Pie about having such great hands on the back line to prevent any sorts of goals. The goalkeeper on the Voidbound side, let's not get it twisted, still doing a great job in their own right, but the defense giving them less chances that they have to worry about defending. Meanwhile, Voidbound have a chance down here on the Azure side, and it felt like should have been able to double down their lead, one they'll definitely be wishing they could have capitalized on.
Well, now Colty again was looking for Silver. And again, it gets rejected there by Ippy. Ty able to bring it back to the midfield line, but only gets so far. It's going to be Tipsy now receiving the feed from his keeper. Sends it right on back to him. 1:25 remaining in game 2. Azure FC looking to equalize the series, but they need to equalize the game first. It's going to be Tipsy with some space. There's Silver again. Fires for the bottom corner and just missed it wide. Taro picks the ball up and plays it onward quickly. Ty, the goal scorer here for Voidbound, has his teammate in Senix. Ippy charging into the bottom of the screen as well. Going to take his time, though, and wastes time. As, again, the ball going to find its way all the way across the field here for Ippy and Azure FC. They've got to start pressing now.
This is the beautiful position that you played yourself into going into this final minute. You can be patient, you stretch the field, you get an opportunity. Ty from the top of the box. That shot will ring just a bit high. Azure will only have a couple more opportunities to set up their offense, and they still need to find a way to add a goal. That one just wide as well from Silver. Toro guessed wrong, but will not be punished for it. And with Voidbound quickly being able to flip the field, surely that means if Azure gets the ball back, they're only going to have one more strike down the other side of the pitch.
Yeah, and Silver's really going to want that back. As you said, the keeper was out of position. He dove the wrong way, but the ball goes wide, and here we go. Final 10 seconds of game 2. Azure need a goal. They're going to wind the time down and get their last offense opportunity. Let's see what they can do with it. PewDiePie got to be playing quarterback from his keeper position. You can see the Voidbound defense spreading out wide. Needs to be careful. Yako does recover. That tie in his face, but it's back to PewDiePie, and again, the Azure offense trying to creep their way forward. There's the feed over to Yako. He's going to move up to the space given to him. Feed across the Coltsy. It's on his boot. Needs to be careful. He's got 3 defense on him. Tries to take a shot. It's blocked. The keeper dives the wrong way. Here's Coltsy again. Now it's going to be back out towards Silver, and the feed is all the way back down to PewDiePie. Still a last attack opportunity if they turn the ball over. Game is over, and Coltsy is nowhere to be found. Norman will pick it up in the corner, and game 2 goes to VB. They're a game away from the winner's final.
That is super unfortunate for Azure, who just went scoreless over a complete game in game number 2. But even when you look back now to how early they scored in game number 1, it's been a while. Voidbound, you mentioned, now just 1 game away from being able to advance into that winner's bracket final. And it just seems like Azure, I don't want to say they feel lost, because they definitely have come in with a game plan, and they've had some shots that are really close, but they just always seem to be, for a lack of better terms, a step behind.
That is very true. It has seemed since the beginning, after that first goal was scored, which is funny enough, it was scored by Azure FC. Voidbound has kind of turned up the pressure a little bit, kept that possession game going, and they have definitely gotten the better of Azure so far in this series. But it is not over. We are about to drop into game number 3, and while we do so, I do just want to remind you that we are partnering with Rematch Scout to bring you the latest and greatest Rematch Esports news, analysis, and rankings. Be sure to check them out on Twitter at Rematch Scout on Twitter to follow tournaments across NA and EU. But here we are, game number 1, already an early opportunity for VB. Rings that off the post as here comes Norman looking to press forward. Good sliding tackle from Coltsy. That's going to be PewDiePie to pick the ball up, as Azure FC can't really afford to give up the first goal here.
Definitely feels like this first one has to be for Azure if you do want to still have a fighting chance. You got to have a little bit of a pick-me-up here in game number 3, because it hasn't necessarily been quite doom and gloom, but there hasn't been very many sunshine or rainbows here over the first 2 games, and now even first minute gone by here in game number 3. Will be a quick pass up into the zone over to Coltsy, looking for a pass to the middle for Silver. Can't quite dial it in, and that gives possession back to Voidbound.
Speaking of, here's Senix. Nice little move, gets around 2. Tipsy going to try to chase him down, looking for Ty. Couldn't quite get there in time. Norman, feed off the outside of the crossbar. The shot goes through and it goes in. Ty, I don't know how he did it, but he stole that from the hands of the keeper, and it's Voidbound on the board.
Yeah, it definitely feels like you stole a goal here, but you know what? Sometimes you got to make your own luck. They've had pressure for a majority of the first 80 seconds of this game. Eventually going to get rewarded for it. They will be playing from the lead once more.
And this is a crucial moment here for Azure. They need to do something. They need to get something on the board. They have been stifled offensively for the last 2.5 games of Rematch. As now Ty looking here for Senix. Nice move into the box right off of his teammate. Almost tried to bounce that one in. Just couldn't quite get it to find the proper angle. And Azure will pick things up and get back on the attack once more. Silver back to Tipsy. Back to PewDiePie. And now Tipsy into the zone. Tries to find Coltsy. Norman shuts that down again. Good play out to Ty as well. And it's going to be Senix trying to pick things up from there, but Azure swarms. And they will get back on the offensive side. So 3:45 to go, still a goal needed.
Only one, though, and that's always a good place to be in when you're trying to play from behind, because one shot is all it takes to kind of change the narrative. And you've got plenty of time here, too. I mean, you're still talking about a half and an additional 30 seconds to play. And Azure, well, they've definitely had their chances. Similar story to what we talked about in both games 1 and 2. The unfortunate thing for Azure at this point is, well, they're starting to run out of time. You can only say that you've been close so many times until you have to find a way to fix it.
It is now or never for Azure FC. As we approach the second half, looking for Coltsy quickly on. Again, shut down by the Voidbound defense. And you've got to wonder if the formula needs to change here for the white side, as now Senix trying to find Ty all the way across. He ends up with possession. End wall pass in. Tipsy the header out. Norman, good keeping of the play there. Here's Ippy with a chance. Trying to find some space. Ty right in front, hits the post. And Voidbound going to chase this one all the way back. Even though that doesn't go in, time continues to tick off the clock.
Yeah, only 2.5 minutes left here, and Azure does have their backs up against the wall. Every possession down on this half continues to take away precious time off of the clock. They're going to look to try and set something up here, but with Voidbound pressed so far up, a quick steal. Ty looks to make a play, not quite going to be able to deliver the shot there.
Ooh.
Picks the ball back, though. We'll pull things back out, settle things down here a little bit. No reason to press the issue. You don't need a rush to give that possession back to Azure here. And with Ippy being able to get past one, oh, that second one maybe just a little bit too far away. Eventually giving that possession on over to Azure.
And I don't think Azure should be rushing the play either. It feels like they're trying to rush it a little bit too much, as here's going to be another play. Looking for Silver off the back wall, and it just gets returned all the way back down. Yako has to make a sliding tackle. He's still not won possession quite yet, but it does wind up in the hands of Beauty Pie, and now he's going to start from his own zone. 90 seconds left now. Still time for a few attacks, but that pass goes awry. Norman will send it all the way down, right into the hands of Tipsy, though, as here's Tipsy looking for Yako across the way. Has some time, looking for Silver. Back wall to Coltsy, but he doesn't get a shot off. And it'll bounce out towards Senix. 70 seconds, game 3. A chance for Azure to try to tie things up here, but it's not going to be too easy considering how well this Voidbound defense has played so far.
All right, Azure, you have to have learned from that last visit, because you're not going to get too many of them. These long entry passes just ain't going to cut it. 50 seconds left. Every time Voidbound clears it down to the opposite side of the pitch, it's 5, 7, 11 seconds off the clock, and there just ain't no more time left. You figure with 40 seconds on the clock, you get what? Maybe 2 really good looks at it, and that's if you don't take too long to set up the offense, as if you don't spend too much time with your keeper in the backfield just to simply pass it on over to Voidbound.
Well, now Yako had possession there for a moment, but good back check from Ty. And Senix gonna walk it forward. Quickly onward, there's Ty. Time ticking off the clock. Not the greatest play, actually gets it around the defense though. Coltsy trying to hustle towards it, has Silver in support, opts to go back, and we are in yet another final attack situation here for Azure. Beauty Pie gonna be the player with possession of the ball, and Azure FC one final chance to keep themselves alive in this series, as this is going to be Tipsy walking on forward. Needs to be careful, can't afford a bad pass, can't afford a turnover. We are done and dusted in 3 games. Beauty Pie back over to Tipsy. Tipsy now, again, surveying the defense. Opts to go back to his keeper. Ty gonna look to challenge. The ball finally making its way up towards Tipsy. Still trying to find a little bit of room for his teammates, and back it goes. Again, the probe. Trying to find at least a little bit of wiggle room. Ty doing what he can to get in between these plays. As this again is gonna be Beauty Pie. Not wanting to make the mistake that ends the series. No runs into the box as of yet. We haven't seen Coltsy or Silver opt for anything, and there you go. The game's done. I didn't even know that was a thing that could happen in Rematch, but you learn new things all the time. I guess the game's just over. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I have not seen that either, but it makes sense, right? You probably only get, I guess, what that's
genuinely, I have casted so much Rematch. I have played so much Rematch, and I did not know that was a thing.
Yeah, I think from what I'm seeing in chat, it's about 60 seconds, which I guess makes sense, right? At some point, you have to at least initiate the offense. And one thing that I was going to say about initiating the offense, it felt like often when they were trying to stretch the field, there was some opportunity for either of those players that were sitting more back, that were sitting back at midfield, to more make a move towards the middle to try to initiate some sort of offense. But instead, sitting back and almost being too patient, which just didn't allow them to initiate any sort of progress towards the net.
Yeah, and ultimately, you know, it's unfortunate. I don't know. Maybe that is something new. I saw somebody saying in chat that they put that in a recent announcement. So maybe that is something new. And hey, you learn something new every day. I'm happy to know that. And now we can at least add, you know, a little bit of suspense to those last attacks when those kind of happen. But either way. It was a fantastic series from Voidbound, right? We talked about how Azure needed that early aggression, and they found it in Game 1. And you thought, okay, maybe Azure's going to start to sort of steamroll this. But after that, Voidbound absolutely locked it down. I mean, completely locked it down. We never saw Azure with a really great opportunity outside of those first couple in Game 1, and Voidbound just walked their way into a winner's final.
Well, I don't believe Voidbound has gone through a lower bracket at all, I don't think, right? I think they went through the upper bracket in their qual. They went through the upper bracket in their group yesterday, and now they're just one series away from the grand final here. I mean, what more can you really ask for? And I don't want to say that it hasn't necessarily been flashy, but it hasn't necessarily been flashy either, right? They're just simply going out and playing ball and getting doing what needs to be done to walk away with the dub. Just simple as that.
So we are going to take a short break. So while we are doing that, go ahead in chat. Let us know. Do you call it soccer? Do you call it football? I'd love to see the conversation around that. It is NAQ, so maybe we can get away with calling it soccer every now and then. But anyway, folks, we are going to be back in just a little while. I believe our next matchup here on the broadcast is going to be that winner's final, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in only a few moments to bring you even more of the Rematch Elite Series North American Final Day. We'll be back in a few.
Welcome back, folks. I'm Jackupnorth. I'm joined back again with Kiki, who ran through the first series. Say hello, brother.
Well, if I have to. Honestly, Jack, it feels like it's just a Snowz watch party right now at this point. It's like a team stream, you know. We're just following their run the whole way through. But we don't know much about Finesse. Do you want to run us through, or should I? Because Finesse had an interesting early run, I'll be honest.
Yeah, go ahead. I've been talking for a while now.
So we got Azure FC, who took out Finesse and instantly sent them into the lower bracket, so they would have the longest potential grand final run ever if they were to make it. They beat out Vita FC, and all of a sudden, they're here up against Snowz FC, who did get knocked down by the F5 Penguins. It was a very tough game, but nonetheless, F5 Penguins have secured the top 3 spot, and you know, there's always cash in those top 3 spots. In this scenario, top 4, but yeah, they've guaranteed themselves at least $125 as a minimum third place award. Fourth place, you got 75. Second place, you got 200, and then the first grand final winner place is $600. Without further ado, we are actually just getting everything sorted with the lobbies, and we want to get underway as soon as possible because, you know, Jack, the last 2 Game 5s has kind of put us behind schedule, you know.
Understandably. Unreal games of Rematch. Never expected them to go for the full whack. So it makes a lot of sense why we're now a little bit behind, but we've had a lot of great watching. Like, I never expected this kind of level with the current state of the game. Like, yeah, there is meta. There's a lot of talk in the chat of like priority and all this kind of stuff, and these teams like long balls and whoever can, you know, use the extra effort first can get to that ball and that kind of thing. I mean, you know that full well, being somebody that plays like at like a relatively high level.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
you can understand
100%.
that.
Yeah, it's an issue that Rematch, they didn't envision the game to be like that. They didn't like want it. Like, it's supposed to be like arcadey, but it's not supposed to be this sort of like, you know, one single meta driving the whole game. So they are definitely trying to change that into like short passing, nerfing priority and stuff like that. But nonetheless, we're happy to get underway. We do have, nonetheless, Snowz FC up against Finesse. Any predictions before we go in, Jack?
Well, we've watched nothing but Snowz, so I'll say, just to be devil's advocate, I'm going to go with Finesse.
Oh, what's the scoreline? What's the scoreline? We gotta get that bang on.
Yeah, 3-0. Let's go for a 3-0. Come on, boys. Let's get a 3-0.
Okay. I'm putting this on the side of Snowz just because I've seen what they're capable of. I think they could have easily been out Penguins. But, like, as Finesse just dropped first round, I'm thinking they're a bit of a weaker side, just they couldn't make that first qualifier. But, you know, you never know because there's no seeding yet. It's still all about, you know, random teams matching up. There's no, like, MMR seeding and stuff like that. So, you never know. But look at this defense. Like, they're leaving them the midfield, but look how deep Macoon is staying as well. He's not even, like, pushing up. He's kind of, like, staying back as well, trying to intercept the first pass with, like, a jump, perhaps.
Yeah, he was doing the same thing against Penguins just to cut out the passing line, force them to make a mistake, or even just like a passing, but he's managed to get on at the end of the ball. Wallaby Panthers going to beat him. Oh, that's pretty confident. I don't know about you, but that's pretty good. That's pretty
100%.
good.
I mean, he was so, like, composed. They made a crucial mistake. Like, an average player just shoots this instantly, but look, composure, Ippy slides away and slots in the bottom right corner with a clean pass into it. I mean, you need that composure as a striker. You can't just be, you know, being able to aim that mouse into the top corner and praying for it. You need to have some composure as a striker in case the enemy does make a mistake.
Yep, and having the confidence to pull out an Ippy slide in front of the goalkeeper like that, it's prime BM, dude. It's prime BM. Get him off the field. That's disgusting. Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's already 1-0 Finesse. So we're going to have to see Snowz use that momentum that they've got from the previous games. They played some really good football, so they need to pull that into here. And they've already made a mistake in the defense, but let's see if they don't make a mistake on the attack. He's hit it wide. He's hit it wide.
You called it. You called it. You absolutely called it. I mean, you were there not making a mistake on the offense, and he just hits it wide. Yep. Yeah, you can't afford that in those scenarios. Like, rarely will you get that prio. And then when you do get that prio, you need to be able to convert it. That's your one job as a sole striker. Right now, Macoon, he has been hitting a lot of woodwork, especially like previous games as well. Game 5s, you know, these guys are experienced under pressure. They played 2 Game 5 overtimes. They know how pressure works. So I'm sure they can come back from this 1-0 very easily.
But those 2 Game 5s that you could say that they're a little bit fatigued, but that's a great little bit of use of mechanical skill. We've not seen that yet. Was that a golden boost that just came out? We just seen a golden boost come out, or was that just really well-timed extra effort? That was unreal.
I believe it was just well-timed extra effort, just extra taps, takes it around everyone and slots in the bottom corner. You know, that's the type of man I kind of enjoy. One player getting some dribbles off. It's not just infield boxes. And we've seen this multiple times already. That one could have been just one right there. I think he didn't need to take that much time, but, you know, he did. And once again, a mistake here. Galabi Gangsta with a great opportunity right now. He has Puffy in the middle. Can he find him in the nick of time? The defense has come back, and it's looking like a bit of a no-goal this early on, but he's making a pass. Ooh. He's doing it on his own. He's trying to take a shot. He doesn't. Remy's on it.
I think the communication might have just caused a little bit of problem there because Sir Grizzly's got involved too, and I think he was going through a bit of an individual play. Who knows where that could have gone if Grizzlies wasn't there, but yeah, I mean, confidence is there. It's so clearly there. Wallaby Gangster seems to be quite the one to look out for. This key striker, this target man, and obviously he's laying the ball across. He wins the priority, gets the ball in the box, but Macoon's there just to send it out. But it's just got to get recycled back. And we're just going to constantly keep seeing this recycling of play. As you can say it's boring. I don't believe it's that boring because you can see a ball come out so quickly like this, going off the backboard. Beats the goalkeeper again. He sends him. Absolutely sends him. Double rebound off the backboard.
You know, sometimes you think that's like intentional, but sometimes I just think he's aiming at the bottom corner. But in the favor of the player, we'll say he meant it. He absolutely meant that. Took the ball back. I think they could have got to the end of that one. I don't know if Remy could have like put a foot in or anything, but you know, 3-0.
Well,
mercy rule.
Mercy rule, dude. I mean, we'll see everything. We're gonna see everything tonight. Reverse sweeps, game 5s, mercy rules. Oh man, it's a roller coaster. It's an absolute roller coaster. And the thing is, what you can say is Snowz have been playing against Penguins for such a long time. They might be used to their play style, and now they're trying to use the same kind of tactics going into this game. But Finesse is a completely different team. They play completely differently. They've got strikers that can
high level of play.
Yeah, no, you don't.
Like dribbling? Like, I mean, it's too risky to pull off, but like if you have Wallaby Gangster trying to pull stuff up like this, go on, he's trying to get a blade shot, easy pass in. My God, now that was a Rainbow Flick Golden Boost. Have a look at it. It just looks way too buggy to keep up with it.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. It's difficult to get off, especially in this level. Oh, here we go. Wallaby Lance is going to be going on 1v1. Nah, he's just pushed the ball a bit too far. But I mean, we've not seen anything like that. This individual prowess, this knowing of mechanics and using them. We've seen a lot of blade shots and stuff come out, but when it comes to like Golden Boost and stuff, you don't see it that often.
I think that's good, because look, I think you also need like an attacker who's actually really good at positioning and like meeting those long balls. Like, you know, Macoon, for example, from the side of, you know, Snowz, but you also need that one extra player. Like, I remember there was Dylan that just couldn't get like a good touch up or anything just because he was so like doing nothing, like, you know, kind of like what was it, Speren, something like Speren basically took his role and he completely, like, there was nothing Dylan could do about it. But if you have like a player that can dribble and a player that can, you know, do the yeah, exactly. Like, you have multiple opportunities to attack. There's not just one way of playing the meta. You have two all of a sudden.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see. It's a nice little switch up.
Yeah.
Being able to see strikers do their job as a striker. I mean, in the last game we saw a goalkeeper become a striker, and that was just wild. We're going to see a lot more coming. Macoon's going to get on the end of it and beat the goalkeeper. God. He's seen the opportunity. He's got great vision there to send it straight onto the penalty box, and he's in the right position to beat the goalkeeper there. I mean, when it comes to priority, I always think play ball side, you'll get to the ball first. But, I mean, all of it just depends on what inputs are put in at what time.
You know, the biggest issue I've seen from Snowz, following them series after series after series, Remy doesn't get utilized as much. He's currently on the defensive side, but it's usually like, you know, Remy the defender. He did put up 2 clinical finishes to equalize the game, and then all of a sudden, you know, win it in overtime. But right now, Wallaby Gangster has the chance, takes it away with a rainbow boost, tries to get past the keeper, but does a bit too much, you know.
What is that? What is that? It looks like something from Apex Legends.
Rainbow boost. Oh, that was a close one. Trico just, you know, is a great keeper, but if you get the rainbow boost off just in time, there's nothing that can keep up with that.
I mean, it just looks crazy. It looks so buggy. It looks like it shouldn't be there. 8 seconds left. It's 3-1. It's a pretty confident win from Finesse. I mean, we're going to have to see if they can continue the momentum into the next game. They're already just taking absolute control. Where are the defenders of Snowz? Where are they? It seems to be a regular question that I keep asking, because they just seem to have given up what they were doing from the games against Penguins. What's happening? Where's it going wrong here?
I think you're on the right track, like, especially the new meta that all of a sudden has popped out from the side of Finesse, like, is completely taken Snowz off guard. You're right, they got used to Emperor Penguin's, like, playstyle, how Cheat and Sheet played the #1 in EU, how the first 5 played the #2 in EU, and all of a sudden, they just got switched up on. Defenders have never had to face this sort of stuff, like, in actual scrims. They just had to worry about priority and marking their man. All of a sudden, now you need to read the defender, catch up to him, and stop him from rainbow boosting over your head. You have to react like an actual defender and not just playing for prio as like a mindless robot.
And it comes into play as well that your positioning as well, like knowing where to put yourself so you are able to react to these mechanics. It's difficult. It really sets apart from the guy that's stuck in plat ranked and playing in high level rematch right now. It's sending me wild. It's making me go, what's going on? Why I'm seeing, I said earlier, keeping things simple and foundational football can win, but then all of a sudden you have this new school tech that's just being pulled out. And nobody can seem to react to it, and I don't think it's even possible to. I feel like you can't do anything when the ball's in the air and their boots are blue and they're darting in a different direction so quickly. Like, what can you actually do there?
Yeah, the only way to kind of defend pryos is how we practice at EU, which worked really well. It's kind of like actually staying between the keeper and the player, and then watching both the player and the ball, like an actual defender, keeping an eye on that pass. And when that pass is coming, you kind of want to see it, but more about passes. Macoon is in the end of that one, and it's a classic corner to middle, you know? They just keep executing it, it keeps working, but I'm wondering if that gets figured out, if Finesse figures out how to prio and how to actually cancel that one out, what does Snowz have in their store for that?
I can't help but laugh when the ball comes in and they try to get that. They hit the pass button clearly. They hit the pass button and their bodies just stay in this one position and they just float on the ground with Healy's. Ball comes into Wallaby Gangster. He's not managed to get on the end of it. But yeah, man. Oh god, it's wild. Some of the things that you see in Rematch coming out, it makes you think like, how I can't play at this level. I can't play at this level. It's not possible. I don't know this kind of stuff.
the thing is, the level is still so basic. New stuff is being discovered every day. Like, remember when AP Slide first came out, when like the blade shot, it was like a massive breakthrough for one-on-ones. And it's the same kind of way Rocket League started out. Like, it was just like not people just not knowing how to play the game. And then all of a sudden, tradition, it like transitioned into everyone needing to know everything and play like every position. That way you get faster rotations, get the ball up faster. But I think Rematch is going to do a very good job with like keeping positions here, and in terms of like having a defender, having an offensive player who knows how to dribble. And I genuinely think like modern day teams, when Rematch actually becomes a like insane esport, we will have people like Grizzles be on every team, and then you have like a Macoon on like every team. Because look at those dribbles, they're so deadly.
Unreal football coming out from, like, it all begins with the solo play, running past all the defenders in the middle and then just getting the pass across and just beating every defender with a simple pass. Finesse are coming into this. We didn't really know what they were doing or who they were, but then all of a sudden they've really let us know who they are.
They lost the first game like 3-2. It was a very close one. And then they also won the second game 3-2. So I was expecting like, oh, this team is a bit, struggling, but okay, I see your game, Finesse. I see how you're running it. So, yeah, I mean, all pressure's on Snowz right now. And we know it's even, but the series is not. And this one might just find the target. Ganj! Looking to find a potential goal-leading, like, kind of strike that. It really needs to be more clinical. You can't shoot at the keeper every single time. Like, you need to know how to shoot if you're in those positions.
It's a valid tactic shooting at the keeper because you're expecting the keeper to dive out of the way, but then he's managing to read it in time. And we've seen that from the last games as well, coming out from Snowz. Is these balls coming in from the wing, and then they're managing to get on the ball, winning the priority, and then just sending it into the right corner. It's just about accuracy now. They need to actually get the accuracy down, and it's not beating the keeper. Grizzlies again. He's got to be winning the ball constantly. He completely controls the outside of the 18-yard box. The ball gets whipped in. Wallaby's going to do a great standing tackle double time, but he's not going to maintain possession. They're still under pressure. No. In the hands of the keeper, it's safe. It's been turned back over. Man, it's constant. It's constant.
I'm excited. I need to see more of this Finesse team because they're honestly just giving a show to watch. It's not just, classical passing and see who gets proud. It's actually him taking people on.
Yeah, and you see that kind of stuff in ranked play, but I mean, it's managing to work in this high-level environment because the players around them, they know where to position themselves just in case he either loses the ball or he maintains the ball and they can play the pass. And we saw that with that goal. They had the right positions played from their attackers, from his teammates, and Grizzly's there to intercept. He's giving it to Gangster. He's 1v1 with the keeper. That's so unfortunate. The wrong time. He still won the ball though. They've won the ball back. Set the ball into. He's in the right spot. He's in the right spot for it, but he doesn't beat Trico. He doesn't beat him. Man, this team's
I like
good,
that from Gangster. Yeah, I like that from Gangster, but he did just a little bit too much. He should have simplified it. Just go for an early blade shot. Those are kind of unstoppable if you're in a 1v1 situation where the keeper can't make it to you. But I mean, I'm liking it. I'm liking the way that he's trying to outsmart the keeper, and that mistake could go punished. Well, Biazza gets a good shot on target, just a bit too low, and Trico is able to get to it, preventing his team to go behind.
Oh, all they had to do was send in a chicken dipper just to get it over that keeper, but it's just too low. But the ball's going to come straight back in, and Grizzly's there. He's not only is he a prevalent attacker, but he seems to know his positioning. He's man marking pretty well on Rami here. Yeah, you were saying earlier that Rami's not getting much of the ball, and I recognise Rami. I've seen these guys play before, and they give the ball to Rami, but massive mistake in the defense. Go! He's gonna. Oh, no way. Oh,
I like the reaction. We're kind of becoming spectators rather than casters, because it is very entertaining. Look at the way they kind of control this, like, gegenpress type of style play. They're even pressuring the keeper, but look at the defense as well. They're pushing up to these offensive players to cut out the pass, and they're kind of predicting that. Macoon needs to get something off here, just because it feels like the game will go in the way of Finesse if this sort of, like, mistakes, like, if they don't stop happening, because Trico, look, he takes to the side, would just play, and Puff was thinking about cutting that one out, but he stays back this time. Maybe he's gonna come back to punish Macoon in the field now. That's that corner mid. They're trying to pull it off, but Puff, yes. Beautiful read from it.
Great defense. They know that. Oh, he's still going though. He's still going. Keeper's managed to pick it up. They know that Snowz love banging it right into the corner and then getting that whip into the box and then just winning that bicycle kick or winning that volley. So they're cutting it out now and they're reading ahead of time. There's 10 seconds left. We're almost going to go into overtime, but there's going to be another attack coming out from Finesse if we can see something happen quite quickly, because they seem to have a very fast way of playing. They don't take too long on the ball. Ball comes in already, but Daddy is managing to read that. And it's about speed. It's a game of speed and catching your opponent off guard. You almost saw. Oh man, I don't want to see an own goal. Please don't.
Nah. Yeah, that would be a shambles way to actually finish a game, but nonetheless, we're lucky enough not to see that right now. Macoon trying to get some early press on the keeper, but they're looking for an infield, maybe corner to mid. They're looking for Puffy. Puffy saved by Trico. He's been such a outstanding player for the side of Snowz, especially in that game against Shadow. I mean, it's just been a battle of keepers. It was like Dupe up against Trico, basically, in those types of scenarios, and then, you know, Macoon, he's their main striker. Everything needs to go to him if they want to get him. If they mark him good enough, you know, they could get something. But look at him. He went for Remy there instead, trying to catch the defense off guard. It didn't work, but, you know, it's a good thing to keep in mind. The more options you have, the kind of more flexible offense you have.
Yeah, and it's almost like they're just sending it in, Hail Mary, hoping for the best, hoping that if they send it somewhere above their attacking player in the box, they're going to win it. And it seems to be there's a lot of that. There's a lot of just send the ball in, hope, pray, get it in the back of the net. But they need to find more options here. The defense is a little bit all over the place. Puffy is actually managing to get a clear out, and Gangster's there again. This fast style of play is a quick counter attack. He's got options in the box. He's laid it in with a blade shot cross. Oh, it's just gone slightly wide, man. Oh, it's the passing. Every now and again, you'll see one of these passes into the rebound area. It's too far. Is this like a mouse and keyboard thing? Like just missing the passes, because it seems much easier on a controller to do that.
It is much easier on a controller. There has been some speculation in the community, like the higher tier teams were debating whether some positions are going to require you to play different types of, you know, well, not platform, well, controller, or like the option you use, input. Yeah, absolutely. Because, you know, for attacking, you genuinely just want a mouse so you can actually aim, quickly snap to corners and stuff like that. But for passing and defending, you'd want especially like a controller to get those accurate clearing headers from those prior games and stuff like that. Yeah. It depends everything how the master, because as the game goes on, there will be like teams that will stand out, and then there will be metas that will stand out. As right now, this is the only one. Trico, you scared me, that Trico, I'll be honest.
I thought that went in, dude. I thought that went in. Yeah, I understand that completely. It makes a lot of sense. In defense, you need to get these accurate standing tackles, and if you're using WASD, you can't really get that like slightly off angle, like, you know, that 20% jump. You can do that with a controller, so that makes total sense. But Wallaby Gangster's going to be getting on the counter-attack straight away immediately. Can Daddy get up there and get a standing tackle off? Ippy Slide coming out from Wallaby Gangster. He's got options. He's giving his teammates some time to get into the box. Doesn't manage to fully beat Daddy. Daddy's actually done a good job there, positioning himself to be able to reclaim reclaim the ball, sending it back to Trico and sending it back over into the possession of them. It's 3 minutes into overtime. There's some adaptive plays coming out from Snowz now.
100%, but those passes are worrying me. That shot could have been intercepted by Wallaby. Here again comes it. Corner to mid, save! And that sort of save is actually the one you just need to predict it. Barcode had none of it, and he absolutely delivered with that save. It's something he'd do, and he's looking for an assist here. He finds Sir Grizzlies, but he's trying to get this one away. He's trying to dribble past the attacker and defender. Ganj, he's kind of that midfield player right now. A bit of a dangerous back pass, but Trico does get cleared. Daddy Deeps. Yeah, taking it upfield. They're looking once again for that infield pass. Bakun is ready for it. Just wait for the call. He's going instantly. Denied. Who gets in the way with a lovely jumping header?
There's a lot of momentum going on now for the side of Snowz. They need to be able to get these passes into the right spots. They are getting close. They're getting very close. They're testing the defense quite badly. But it's the high pressure that we're seeing coming out from, I always call them F5, coming out from Finesse. We're seeing some nice passes coming out already. Rami's going to manage to get a goal off, a shot off, but there's my God! I can't believe it. I can't speak. I mean,
he just absolutely comes out nowhere. You're expecting him to send that to the side, you know, distribute the play. He takes it all on his own and absolutely delivers with a blade shot of dreams. I didn't expect Snowz to come out kicking like that. They were tired of the same play. They were tired of the corner to mid. And, you know, Macoon just comes in and he's like, hey, I can do more than that, and just slams it in the right corner.
That's 1-1 now, isn't it, on matches?
Yep.
that match was a lot more confident coming out from Snowz. At the beginning, we thought it was all finesses to play for. But Snowz managed to make a few reads. They've kind of fixed up the defense a bit. There was a lot of mistakes being made. I did mention that, like, that high pressure, it forces a pass. And if that pass is forced, then it can be a bad pass. And we saw that on occasion where the positioning was just off and the pass lands to them. But then already, you know, you've got Wallaby there or you've got Grizzlies there, and they're managing to take that ball and send it into the back of the net. But they've fixed things up a little bit. So going into game 3, I think it's all to play for now.
It's always that, you know, sort of win that you want to have in your back, being able to lose a game. Well, if you lose this one, you're going to have that win anymore. It's going to be your tournament life on the line here. Losers quarterfinals, it's underway again. I think Finesse had a lot of, like, chances they could have abused, but they did a bit too much with them, especially with dribbling right now. But a blade pass into a shot saved by Barcode. That was an early one from Snowz, and that was be a god.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's about time that we saw Snowz have a little bit of confidence, and they've managed to get that confidence from winning the last game, and they need to continue it. They need to make sure that they hold these men, and they need to make sure they cut these passes out. Macoun does this really well, this high pressure. It seemed to be a little bit lacking in the last game, but he needs to be picking it up a bit more now to force these bad passes. Great rainbow flick from Grizzlies. He's taking him into a 1v1. He takes the keeper. Oh, he doesn't take the keeper. Oh, I thought he did it all the way there.
Yeah, the delay is still there. I'm sure we'll be getting a good server revamp eventually, so we can actually get VSync on this stuff and actually figure out what's going on instead of, like, players glitching to the ball. But nonetheless, it still works. Rico makes it work in the end. He's trying to take it past the defender. What's he doing?
There it is. The mistake.
What has he done?
Oh, absolute choke. You can't be seeing that. You can't. Oh, Trico is having such a good day, and then he just sprints into Wallaby and goes, "Here, take the ball off me and just send it into the net. If you wouldn't mind doing that, please, mate. Cheers." Mental. Oh my God. 1-0 and Finesse, and it was down to a mistake. I mentioned it before the start of the match, and unfortunately, we've seen it happen.
I don't even know what he expected to get out of that play. Like, was he expecting to beat him by going through him?
I think he might have been trying to send a far ball with the extra effort, but the ball's going to come in, but he saved it easily. I think he was expecting to have a bit more distance, I think. Maybe he thought he was further away from him than he actually was, and he was going for that extra effort smash ball down the line, but, you know, he just completely misread it. It might be fatigue. He's been playing for a while now. Like, they've been playing a lot of games, but they're going to be playing a lot more games if they're going to come out the other end of this.
100%, and you know, this is the only losers quarterfinal. There's so much action left to be played, and if we're getting this kind of matches at the loser quarterfinal, what more can we see? Puffy puts it over. Daddy is just fast enough to get the end of that one. I don't think Wallaby was expecting it, but he gets dispossessed right now as Macoun is trying to put it to the other end right now. He does recycle it, and once again, it's the classic old reset.
Yeah, they're going to go for that wide ball. They're going to go for that cross into the box, and they're going to have a volley. Let's see if Ganji gets on the end of it. No, Puffy actually reads that, giving it out to Wallaby, and Wallaby's got a little bit of time. He's going to. He loves it. He's just showing off now. He's just showing off. Calm it down. He's losing the ball, unfortunately. But oh no, he's got it back. And he's seen the pass through to Puffy. Puffy's taken that with confidence. He's laying that ball back into Grizzlies. And Grizzlies is there. Grizzlies is there. Great rematch play. Great positioning coming out from Finesse.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just. Honestly, it wasn't about precision or accuracy. It was just about speed. This ball was delivered so perfectly that Daddy Deeps couldn't even react to it. It was in his way. He could have absolutely blocked that pass that way, but he just didn't have the reaction speed because he didn't expect it to be that quick.
Oh man, there's just some nice football coming out from both teams. There's clearly different attacking strategies from both teams, and one of them is working more than the other in the side of Finesse. Ball's going to go out to Rami. He's going to cross it into the standard spot, but who's there reading it? I think Finesse have worked it out. And Grizzly's going to be sending it straight into the edge of the 18-yard box. Daddy's going to be there to try and shut him down as quick as he can. See if he can actually react to Grizzlies, and he does. Grizzlies doesn't manage to get any kind of mechanic off. I think he was out of stamina, and that's a key thing in the rematch. It's stamina control that really sets people apart.
100%, especially in defense. You need to have that effort up, you know, ready for that kind of pass, battle for that prio, get to the ball first. But so far, it has been just absolute domination from Finesse. Their plays seem to have such color to their plays. It's not monotone. It's not the same thing over and over again and just hoping. They actually switch it up. And look at that. Dragged out 2 defenders. Wallaby's free. He's looking for a center, maybe even a shot of his own. Flicks it away.
Oh,
that's a Puffy!
Oh, wow. I
The
love
team
that.
play is there, the chemistry is on point, and the goals keep coming in.
Play by play of this. Look at this. He sends it on the edge. He sends it back with one of the the touch ball, push balls, headers. What is it? The rainbow flick push ball, and he gives it into the center. He's waiting for it. I feel like that was like a practice set piece. It's almost like a practice free kick in football. They've rehearsed this kind of thing, and it's working out for them. I'm surprised that they're in the lower bracket because this team is quite confident and they're quite good.
You have to wonder, who the hell is Azure FC then, the guys who knocked them down? You need to check those out, but they might just get mercied here. But Wallaby gets absolutely clattered by Macoon. He's dropped back to defend, but right now, I don't know how you get back into this one. You're on the edge of getting mercy ruled. Macoon is the one leading the attack from defense. He's not even the target man right now. I think it's a bit falling apart here for the side of Snowz.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have they need a goal to try and boost up their motivation a little bit. This fatigue could be a legitimate thing here. Like the longevity of play, he can get tired pretty easily mentally. Wallaby's here, and we've already seen that he can actually take him on. He's gonna go for another one of those rainbow flick. Oh man, he loves this rainbow flick. Is this a rainbow flick golden boost? Is this actually what the mechanic that he's doing?
Yeah, it's considered that. It looks a lot weirder when you're actually the defender in front of it, but yes, it is. Like, your speed will look very choppy. It's kind of like the Blade Shroud animations, but it's risky to pull off, but he's been so consistent with it. A failed one kind of just looks like a failed Ippy slide, but look at that. Big Gangster effort boosts away right there from his man. He gets it back, and the thing is, yes, you do need to conserve your effort boost, but you also need to use it. Some teams just don't use enough, and Grizzles, apologies, you just needed to get that mark.
He smashed that wide. How did he hit it so wide? He wasn't passing it to anybody, and there was nobody really there to receive it, but that's just a wayward pass. Oh, it's a good reactive slide tackle, but it was pretty close. The ball's going to come straight out, and it's going to go straight back to Wallaby. He's going to try and catch him off the guard. Oh, unfortunate.
I'm surprised he didn't take it and try to dribble with it, but right now, we do have Ganj who's trying to set up Remy here. Remy not being able to find the end of that one, and have you realized that Macoon has just stepped down and he's kind of playing defense right now?
Yeah. They're parking the bus. It's game over already. They're not going to get 3 goals in 10 seconds.
They don't want to get mercied.
No, they really don't, but it might happen.
But they might.
Oh, man. We need a mercy rule, at least one.
Yeah. It was close game 1. Absolutely ended up 3-1, but right now Ganj is looking to get that consolation goal. Wallaby Gangster. Oh, last shot might get Puffy there. It just gets pointed away by Trico, and man, Finesse are actually finessing them.
Clever choice of words there, my friend Kiki. Very choice
I'm
words.
taking off the suit. It's too hot. It's actually too much action for me. It's actually getting insane right now.
Take it off. Take it.
Okay, whoa. Yeah, for this potential last game, we do have Finesse on series point and potential end of an era here for Snowz. Well, end of a run, but we call it an era apparently here. Yeah.
Azure FC actually sent Finesse down from the quarterfinal and the winners into the losers bracket, and we could potentially see a rematch here in the losers semi-final of Azure versus Finesse again. This could be a new reformed Finesse, unless this is how they played and Azure are just like crazy. I don't know. We'll find out. But going into game 3, it's all to play for.
100%. Voidbound is looking like a scary team. That grand final will be over at Rematch Esports, but they have 3-0'd both Azure and the F5 Penguins. They barely made it by Finesse, so I don't know. I'm thinking Voidbound here is a very clinical team that are going to have a great chance at getting that over the line, and right now we are underway. Tournament life on the line. Snowz, what have you got for us?
They need to have had like a little bit of a pep talk in between the 2 games just to try and fix things. It's not easy because it's very quickly into the games, but already we're seeing mistakes come out. They're going for the same passes every time. They're getting cut out, and then it's an easy counter attack from Finesse, and they're just going to take their time with it now. I think they're just going to try and burn time a little bit more, just so they can try and find some gaps, see if there's anything that's changed.
It's just the issue with Snowz is they have this one sort of attacking and that's it. Well, the arsenal of Finesse is much more fruitful. They have so much more to offer with those dribbles and those kind of like dangerous short passing plays, but this one's a bit dangerous. If Ganji can get this one off right in time, he has a player in the midfield. Can he find them? It will be Macoon that just hits over the bar. Those
It's
need
too
to
often.
Be, those need to be. Yeah,
It happens too often. They don't set. They're not on target. They're not on target. And I don't know if it's on purpose. If they're going for a rebound to send the goalkeeper to then be able to do a simple pass into the net. But the defense is too deep. They're too there, ready for it. If they are actually going for rebounds, or is it just bad aim? Bad aim. We'll find out. I had to rip it off. I had to. Who is going to be doing a little bit of a trickery on the right hand side. He's going to send it in, but it's just a bit too far for Wallaby. But he's still going to maintain possession. And see, Makoun is there again. He's really putting in the effort with the high pressure.
Yeah, but did you expect Finesse to come out, turn their life on the line, and all of a sudden they're just dribbling past their opponents, leaving their men in the dust, and then absolutely just composing themselves before goal and finishing it in style? Remy almost cut that one out. It could have been a great opportunity there, but will be Puffy on the wing here, looking for an infield pass here, potentially to one-up Gangsta. He is opening himself up, but a mistake there could lead to a bit of a fatal error, but thankfully, for the side of Finesse, it has been reset.
Yeah, what's sending the defenders here is the rainbow flick passes. They're coming close for the pass, and then they're rainbow flicking it to each other and giving the priority over to their attacking teammate. And that was a great interception from Grizzlies. These Gangsters now in a 1v1 with Makoun, but he's going to have the option to send it into Puffy. He does. He's hit the post. Oh man, the accuracy is much better coming out from Finesse. Much more finesse shots. They're not sending them into the back of the net, but they're getting really close, and it's a lot more confident than we're seeing from Snowz.
The thing is, the reason I like Finesse a lot more in this scenario than Snowz is just they have just a lot more confidence going into this game. It's like Snowz are doing that one potentially safe play where you can't get punished for it, whilst you can see Sir Grizzlies just go up and start dribbling past their men. Even if they lose the ball, they don't care. They're trusting the team in the back to sort it out and, you know, trusting themselves to get back. But what I've seen is that, don't get this wrong, but Finesse is using their extra effort a lot more. Like, by the time they use it 3 times,
oh, he's setting it into the net.
Snowz use it 1, but Wallaby Gangsta, my son, he's finally made up for his error.
Wow, I mean, they've took one out of Snow's playbook here. They've sent it into the corner and they've just whipped it in, and the defense wasn't able to get there. They made the right choice with the jump, but the timing was just slightly off. Oh man, it's 1-0 Finesse. There's 2 minutes left. It's taken nearly 3-4 minutes to get that goal. It's obviously a lot more of a fight here coming in. This is game 3, right? I mean, It's a difficult one to actually tell who's actually going to go out the other end of it, but based on what we're seeing, Finesse are doing such a good job, and what the argument you can make is the lower bracket, they've got nothing to lose. One of the Gangsters is going to be one-on-one with the keeper. He goes for the rebound, wins it, heads it into the net. Cleanest rematch goal that you'll see. You've seen this all the way in the closed beta with the rebound shots, sending the keeper like completely off and just giving you the opportunity just to send it just with a simple touch with the forehead in the back of the net. Man.
The thing is, like, you wouldn't expect it because, like, it came from a blade shot. If the attacker is just running at you, you'd be like, okay, yeah, fine, we can easily save that one. But it came from a blade shot into the backboard, which made the keeper think twice about it because the blade shot is quite dangerous in those scenarios. It's almost unsaleable if you don't predict it. So you just have to gamble there. And right now, it will be Wallaby Gangsta who's gambling right now with the defense. Oh my God, Grizzlies on the end of that one. The rainbow flick golden boost into a blade shot. It's as clean as you get.
The set piece, I'm seeing that this is called a finesse flick, where they go for the rainbow flick. They have an attacker there waiting, and as soon as the ball's in the air from the rainbow flick, you send it into the back of the net. It's happened so many times, but the Snowz can't read it. They can't seem to read it, and it's working every time.
Yeah, Snowz is 1 goal off of elimination, and Wallaby Gangsta might just be the one to kill them off, but Trico will get to the end of that one. Ganj gets the interception just
surely, ref.
Oh no, Trico.
That's a yellow card, ref. He's sliding into the back of his legs there. Surely, come on.
And then picks it back up. Absolutely, but right now, imagine 1 goal dealing you apart to an end of your journey here. Snowz came in as one of the favorites with that upper bracket run. Right now, their tournament life could be ended here. Wallaby Gangster on the end tries to recycle it, but Trico gets the end of that one. They definitely don't want to get Mercy to get knocked out here. You definitely don't want that. At least go out with dignity.
That's right. I mean, there's only 40 seconds left. There's not going to be a chance here. There's not going to be a chance, I don't think. It's too confident. The ball's going to go straight across the Gangster, who's got no competition whatsoever. This simple rainbow flick boost, it's not managed to score from it, but it's just the fact that they're managing to reproduce it every time. It's great to watch.
Snowz almost the end of that one, but yeah, Finesse definitely a team to watch out for. Definitely a team to watch during this tournament, because honestly, I see them making that grand final run from the lower bracket. Honestly, that rematch is gonna go crazy, and you can catch that on Rematch Esports right now. But Puffy is looking to end it all right here with a mercy rule. Thoughts it to Grizzles, back to Puffy, back to Wallaby,
No!
If that was a shot, that would have been a way to put the dagger in the heart of Snowz, but nonetheless, their tournament life is over. It will be Finesse moving on to that lowers semi-final.
That's right, and it's going to be a rematch against Azure FC, who knocked them out in the winners' quarter-final. And it didn't seem to be. It seemed to be a pretty close one. It was 3-2 to Azure. So we'll see how this match plays out. They're getting a second chance. They're coming in fresh. You know, fresh on the back of a win. This momentum that they've got, this feeling of like it's all or nothing now. It's like the lowest bracket can give you that sense of if we lose, we're out, so we'll just go and give it as much as we can. And maybe that's where we saw this individual play, this confidence. Like, I'm just going to start doing crazy mechanical skill just because who cares what happens. And it's ended up working out for them.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we don't want to delay you any longer. It's honestly been a pleasure for the B stream. Catch all of the action on the A stream. Thank to all the casters today, from Jack, of course, lovely guy, lovely legend, Pflare, of course, or Pflare, if you want to call it like that, and myself, Kiki, Observer in Heracles, and also you have the producer in the back, Char. The stream was brought to you by Grid, the Valhalla Order, and Rematch Esports. Thank you all for watching. Be sure to tune in to Rematch Esports for the A stream, and we'll see you all next time. Goodbye from us for now.
Cheers, guys.
Welcome out, everybody. We are here. We find ourselves getting closer to that lower finals months. This is two teams that a lot of people had on their list as potentially being one of the best, but they find themselves in this moment trying to continue on their lives here on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, look, losers semi-final, a lower bracket semi-final, if you're feeling a little bit kinda. It's a tough place to be. You might, for example, be up against a team that knocked you down to the lower bracket. You might, for example, be coming fresh off a sweep from the team that just made the grand final. And those two listed scenarios, would you believe, are correct in this situation. Azure, fresh off being swept by Voidbound, and Finesse, would you believe, have been in the lower bracket since round one, where they were knocked down by one team called Finesse.
Yeah, and you know, this is where I'm thinking the grudge match for themselves is going to be here. Finesse having to take the long way, been battling all day long and saying, hey, you're the reason that we're here. And we finally get to face you again. Let's put a whooping on you right now. I want to be able to say we're the ones that knocked you out. You knocked us down, but we got up and we rose to the occasion.
And look, it was a very close matchup as well. Back in winners quarterfinal, which was round one of the day, it was a 3-2 matchup that sent Finesse down to that lower bracket. So when the series is so close, you know it can go either way on this particular occasion. I think Finesse are very well set up to make a run and to get their revenge on Azure, and we'll see if they can do just that. Again, Azure have just been slapped around by already grand finalist Voidbound not too long ago. They've got a lot to prove, but they're on the end of a fresh beating, and they'll have to get that out of their heads.
And, you know, one thing for Finesse, though, I feel they went through the lower bracket of death. They have to go against Vita FC, who many felt was one of the best teams coming into this event. Then they have to go against Snowz FC. So those are two teams with such high pivotal players that they just have to say, hey, we went 3-1 against both of them, but we understand what it means to be able to play at our best. Azure got us at the very start of it. We're warmed up, we're angry, and we're ready to go out here and come out here for a huge rematch.
Yeah, and look, Finesse, while they were knocked down what feels like so long ago, they've looked comfortable. Okay, they only beat Vita FC 3-2, but that's a strong Vita team that I think were pretty unlucky to go out so early. So they're going to look confident coming into this matchup, and into this matchup we go. The lower bracket semi-final between Azure FC and Finesse is underway.
Well, in this first 6 minutes, this is where you're going to see these two teams. We talk about getting accustomed, but no, they know how they want to operate. They know what they need to do. As Grizzlies, captain of the squad, going to really look to really set this team up for success.
First opportunity is looking to be Finesse's, but it's shut down immediately. No opportunity to be had, although they might have worked something else here at the top of the box, though. Tipsy will move it away. Can't really get a clean possession on it. The Wallaby Gangster will not relinquish it without a fight, but relinquish it he does. And now it's Silver looking to find a player on the penalty spot, but no pass coming through. And Hugh, I guess Barcode will look to combine, even if it's just to pull Silver out of line. And Sir Grizzles is going to make a run. He might even take a shot too. No, it's a pass to the line. The pop, the pass, the top shelf shot is denied.
Well, and a great shot here, and this is where this team is just showing off their great finesse, and this is where you're looking for this offense to continue on, and unfortunately for Puffy, just unable to slot in the first shot.
Tipsy can't get hold of this ball. Wallaby Gangster just creeps up on him. Unfortunately for him, though, Tipsy gets it immediately back and has space. The early pass in will be caught by Barcode after the shot. It was a little bit dangerous there as Coltsy had that free ball, a free shot, but it was well read by the keeper, who's come a long way. He'll be looking to scramble back after making the pass. I don't believe anyone's looked to cover him just yet. So quick clear on net could spell disaster, but it doesn't. The offense denied an opportunity, but Silver is going to make his way out without a direct shot. It's a pass to Tipsy. He's going to look for someone in the box. Coltsy's been dangerous. He's found space already in these opening moments of the series. He's been pushed out to the corner. It's to the penalty spot. That ball is wide, and Barcode will collect.
Well, Barcode just scanning that one. Item found. And he says, I'm going to take this for myself. But, you know, getting close to halftime here, both these two offenses have had some chances, but no one able to take the most out of it. But Azure FC need to get off this side. This one going right back. The stolen pass there puts a great shot on, but won't be able to come away.
Ooh, that was close. Barcode was scrambling across the face of his own net there. The ball was wide, but he didn't realize immediately. Really hard to see that indicator on the ground when it's come from the other side of the field. He's kind of stressing me out here, pushing very wide before he releases, which means that he could be hit with a counter shot if he doesn't get back quickly, but gets back in time on this particular occasion. There's no opportunity to shoot, but Wallaby Gangster, a pass to himself off the backboard, and I think he's just choked a little bit at the last. Maybe wasn't expecting that to come all the way through with the keeper around it, but no touch made, and he just looked a little bit silly there as that passed shot goes wide.
I really think that's one of the tougher passes to go for a shot there. It's you know, moving that stick around. It's one where it's easy to get away from you, and we've seen a couple misses today with that type of shot, unfortunately for those players, but this is where you're saying, hey, I had an opportunity early. Let's see if I can get right back in there and not just say a miss, but be able to get through. But a beautiful move there to beat his man.
Yeah, so Grizzles is set up well, but so much space in front of him, and he opted to pass early. He needed to wait just an extra second or two to make a defender peel off his player that he was aiming for. His passing recipient, so instead looks to thought shoot himself, but it's Wallaby Gangster on the other side, and I'm liking the almost vaguely animalistic themes between Sir Grizzles and Wallaby Gangster. I'm particularly partial to Wallaby Gangster as an Australian. I think that's, you know, how I should be. It's my heritage, of course. But I also like Grizzles.
Well, there's two players that you really see take most of the lead of this team. When I asked which two players would want to get an interview, they said us two. We want to be able to talk for this squad. And they said, we're not all talk, we're all skill, as Wallaby Gangsta hops himself into the first goal.
Yeah, he did hop indeed. The backboard play here was sick. After the initial flick to go over the top of two, he managed to get it to himself off the backboard at the near post, and that gave him the angle for the shot. Sent the goalkeeper the wrong way as well. Just a wonderfully worked opening goal in this series. Finesse really true to their name there.
Well, and this is where Finesse is the reason that they had to get here with all that skill. It's not easy to be able to take the long run through, and they're saying, hey, we took the long run. Let's not stop here. We didn't get this far just to get this far, and we want to push ourselves even farther. But final 60 seconds here. Wallaby Gangsta going to be tasked with trying to get something going, but this one will just be set on backwards as possession staying on here for Finesse.
Yeah, I think Finesse wisely didn't opt for that pass infield. They didn't want the cross that was well enough close enough to a 50-50. They want to keep hold of it. So it was Wallaby Gangsta just a little bit of finesse of his own in that corner to keep the ball away, to keep possession rolling, and to keep that clock ticking, and tick it does. Right now, Azure just seemingly unwilling to push forward and try to dispossess the Finesse side, and they look very comfortable here as the clock ticks down.
And this is always a tough part, is closing games out. It's very tough to be able to come out and play some amazing rematch throughout it, but this team's showing that they can lock down a full 6 minutes. Heck of a job there for them. That's going to end things here as Finesse take game number 1 of this best of 5. Looking good here early, saying we waited a bit, but it didn't matter as the rematch in game number 1 go to the team in black and white.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit surprised at Azure at the end there. I felt like there wasn't so much urgency in trying to get that ball back and trying to win this game, or at least bring the game back to level and force an OT. It seemed like they were pretty happy to just send a player forward to try to get the dispossession, to try to make the intercept. But as soon as that player was beaten, they all just backed off. And I feel like at that point, you've sort of got to give the pass option up and hope that a mistake is made, rather than just being like, all right, mate, you've got the ball. You can just keep it for now. There's only 10 seconds left, but it's okay. I guess hopefully you'll just opt to lump it into the net so our goalkeeper can pick it up and launch a counterattack. It didn't seem like they had a plan there into those final seconds. It didn't seem like they had any intent to get that ball back in any sort of calculated way.
Well, with this being the first main event, experience is something all these players getting a hefty dose of. And I think after they be getting put into these positions a bit more, the more we see more main events, more bigger tournaments coming in, you might see just that switch get turned on. Do you feel just the lack of experience is a reason you may be seeing some of this here in this main event?
I think for sure experience is always going to help. I'm not sure if that's necessarily the reason behind that final play. Yes, experience. Always a good factor, and sometimes a determining factor, but maybe just a lack of communication there, a lack of urgency. But right now, Wallaby Gangsta has got another chance. He's looked at some wonderful opportunities from this exact position, but on this particular occasion, Yako is not going to allow him any space or any opportunity. So it's up to Grizzles, who's cut inside. The flick will be intercepted, but it's only as far as Wallaby Gangster, who again has an opportunity, but Silver has his number.
Well, that was a good touch, just take it away, but Yako, not knowing that Wallaby Gangster just by himself, kind of give him a little reset. But for Yako, that's a person on the defensive side who, I believe I mentioned yesterday, has said, I want to shut down your favorite offensive player. I'm here to hold the back line, and that's why he wants people to come and watch him. He wants to be known as that lockdown artist.
Yeah, that's such a sick attitude to have, is especially from a player that obviously enjoys playing defense, to get that real satisfaction out of just shutting down the opponent, the attacker, when they're probably the player with the best dribbles or with the best offense, and having the ability to just nullify them is a very satisfying thing as a defender. So got to take enjoyment when you can, when you're on that back line, as long as these guys are, and when you're playing against the players that they are. Because you don't always get the W against the attacker, against the Pflare players, so you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Oh, well, this one, seeing if he can get it in bunches here today. Beautiful cross off the crossbar. That's what's going to get put right back up to midfield. The back pass going to reset things here for the boys in white. Azure looking for someone down the field to start getting connected.
And for a second there, Silver was going to get an opportunity, but it was just out of his reach. So Puffy on the ball, and Grizzles all alone for now. But Tipsy Comes from off screen. He was covering the wing play. Wallaby Gangster out there getting a touch on it. He's dropping back for Hugh. I think won't look for him. He's going to look for himself. And the pass to Puffy, they look to link up at the penalty spot. But nothing doing for now. The direct ball back in. And the flick allowing Coltsy to get past one. Gangster won't catch up unless Coltsy takes his time. A bottom corner shot. No! The top right. Good enough to beat the keeper and to find Azure's opening goal.
They get themselves the first lead for themselves here in game number 2. And at the keeper, thinking he was going to use the width of that net coming in the short side. Heck of a job here for the striker. But more importantly, past halftime, you get the lead. Now you can try to find your way to find your brand of rematch on this pitch.
Yeah, you might have heard me speculate for that lower corner shot, that bottom corner shot incoming before the shot came in. And that's because so often you see that far post bottom corner shot. It's so difficult to read from the goalkeeper as well as going near post bottom corner. So for him to go top corner, very satisfying and a little bit of confidence there, which I love to see. Those top corner shots obviously a bit easier for the keeper to save, which doesn't always feel intuitive in a game like this, but it's so hard to get down quickly and react quickly to the bottom corner. So I rate that he's gone top corner, is the point I'm trying to make as my ramble does come to an end. Not a whole lot happening on the pitch just yet, as Azure just look to pass it between themselves, find some space. That's what they do, but promptly give it away to the defense.
And this defense right now, you don't really see them give too much opportunities, but coming down to the final 2 minutes, Barcode just going to take this up for himself, and I always get a little nervous here. You have to be so quick on your reactions to get back in case of an interception so that ball does not see itself just going hazardly into your net.
Well, I was going to say a little bit awkward, though. Tipsy seemed well tuned to it. He has given the ball away. Gangster with the slide. I guess a bounce in this situation, but right now Grizzles trying to stop Tipsy from passing it up the line. Did momentarily delay the attack, but somehow Coltsy's blown by Hugh. And he's got a chance to find the open pass. A little bit too much pace on it. He drilled that at Silver, trying to catch Barcode out at the near post, but the keeper was coming across, and it didn't matter in the end because that ball ended up in the corner.
Well, and that's one where Barcode just was able to stick onto the wall so perfectly. It felt that pass, if hit, may have had a chance, but I think his eyes were on it. They're going to look for that once again, but it's going to be a race to this one. Silver deciding to go, but Barcode staying back. Will have a cross opportunity, but just deciding to go backwards.
Azure with another chance here off the backboard, but Silva a little bit underneath it. Can't get hold of it and can't put the ball inside. Coltsy will need to turn on Grizzles. He's going to opt to run back, and I would guess, yeah, okay, sweet. Switch it up. I thought he was going to go to the keeper then. It would have been a bit risky, but he's got it back on the far side. Interesting work there, but it does work. This feels wrong, but it is right. There's not much time left, and they are taking time off the clock, but this is the risk you run. The far post is open. The header was there, but Puffy couldn't make significant contact. They will get a final opportunity, a last chance, if you will, a last attack. It's a flick to a flick pass. Grizzles denied. He was blocked away, and Azure will take game number 2 and level the series.
Oh, we're all tied up, and these two teams have been fighting tooth and nail, and it's the one from Azure getting this one, but it was the most pivotal one. They could not have gone down 2-0. Yes, we have seen one reverse sweep here today, but they're so rare. The fact that it happened today is one we might not see for quite a while, so they shouldn't be in a position to be, we went down 2-0, it's whatever. Thankfully, that's not the narrative. 1-1, but we're down to best of 3, basically. Yeah,
and let's not forget that this matchup went to 5 earlier in the tournament, so really cool that we're seeing another even matchup. Neither one of these teams has really been able to gain the form necessary or the momentum necessary to make a gap between them, to really extend their ceiling beyond the other. And so that ends up with a really entertaining ball game from our perspective. I'm sure it adds some stress to the players. But game 3, the winner of this one, moving on to match point. But for now, all square in this series.
It just seems that matchups really come in here. The play styles of everyone has been top notch, and for these two squads, might be giving us another blockbuster one tonight as Wallaby trying to take this one. Beautiful play with the ball on his feet.
Ooh, Puffy thought for a second had fluffed his lines there with the back pass, but in the end it was perfect. This pass not quite on the pixel. Will be Gangster, well, he got the animation, did not get the ball. Holtzy here needs to take on Hugh. There wasn't a whole lot of passing options, and in the end he couldn't get past the lone defender. So Barcode will take over to move forward. Puffy was calling for it at the very far post on the edge of the box. Instead, it's Hugh. The two defenders combining to keep possession, to work some space, try to find a rhythm. Gangster goes past with the slide. Grizzles was on the far post. That ball, though, to the knee, and Puffy couldn't get hold of it.
And Puffy right now, you've seen him been trying to get onto that score sheet so far. Been looking for some crosses, has had a couple of headers that nothing really coming away from. I'm looking for him to really take that next step, to really see Finesse right now continue taking leaps and bounds. But it's been the dribble moves here by Grizzles that's been so impressive, been able to beat his man, but can't get a goal. This one still having a chance, will they? But no, it will not.
See those back heels find their way into the net, whether it's a deflection or just keep catching the keeper by surprise. This particular occasion, the deflection took it wide. Coltsy had the free shot. Hugh was missing. He looked like he would have been first to the ball, but it squeezed and squirmed through. That shot saved. Barcode called into action. He does persevere.
And right now for Azure, the MO for them is we have to score first. We've been able to put some good pressure on, and the question is going to be for Finesse. You've had a great job of having ice in your veins, but can you still do it in a stage like this, down a goal? You weren't able to in game 2, but the same can be said here in game 1 here for Azure.
Puffy a free cross. He can pick his spot. Gangster had the shot. Not sure if it was wide or the pass, but oh, look to fake that almost. It almost looks so convincing to me. My brain saw the backlift, but no shot coming in. And the Wallaby Gangster was dispossessed. We head down the other end. A chance to shoot. Shoot he does, but a little bit readable. A little bit too telegraphed. And Barcode, who's been so good at these reads, these early understandings of the variables, is able to make the save again.
Well, we said it, just an automatic scanner right there when it comes to some of these balls in the net. Very confident for himself, and I asked him why should fans really watch you play. Like, I'm a keeper, but I want to make sure I give my team the best opportunities to take W's, and he's doing that so far.
Yeah, both of these keepers, I think, giving their teams a platform, a really solid foundation to build from. Not just with their saves, but with the balls out, with the ball at their feet sometimes as well. So we'll see Pi look to make a play here. Wallaby Gangster lurking. Pi finds the pass, and it's Silver all the time in the world. Looks for the blade or the pop into the header instead. Doesn't catch Barcode out. It's going to need something a little special to break this deadlock.
And, the keeper position in Rematch is so underutilized. I feel when you look at players, they always want to be on the pitch with just some significant with the ball at their feet. To be able to be here, you know what their MO is, and that's saying, I'm here for the team. Most team players out there, and, the chat's going crazy, saying these could be one of the best 2 keepers in all of North America right now.
You love that from the chat. Chat that right now is 1,000 people strong. You love to see a landmark like that. What is a growing scene and a growing channel. And as long as this ball doesn't go in, we do want to extend our thanks to all the support. It has grown beyond expectations so quickly. And so much of that is down to viewers, is down to the players who are so embedded in the community as well. And what a community it's turned out to be. It's a wonderful thing to see something grow.
Well, growing is the anticipation right now from all the fans. Who will find a way to get this deadlock in regulation, or will overtime come in? And I think you can see these teams right now not trying to do too much. The risk management for themselves and the patience is great to see. We saw a lot of tournaments throughout the beta, and it seemed everyone was so hungry for goals, but it seems that now everyone's kind of calmed down under the bright lights, and they're just saying, hey, we know they're brights, but we got the sunnies on, and we're going to come out here laser focused.
Oh, how has Barco gotten across to that? If he's had his camera on the ball carrier Coltsy at all, he's had to swing it all the way left and make the read. I'm sure he had it well positioned to start with, but regardless, that ball fizzed across the box and looked certain. The shot well placed as well, but somehow Barcode got across and not only made the save, but look, it looked to be not a pre-jump, if you will. It looked like he made the read, he waited for the shot to come in, and then found the save, found that reaction. What a save it was. This late on may have kept his team in the game, may have kept them in the series, and now they go down the other end, and they find what is surely the winner.
And Wallaby Gangsta saw himself unmarked there at the top of the box. Beautiful position here. Chip pass into a big opportunity. 9 seconds remaining. One team leads, and Finesse trying to get themselves 2-1 in this series.
Off the kickoff, it's close, but not to be. They will have one final opportunity. A bare 60 seconds to get this ball up the other end. And no, they might have thrown it all away there, but the post coming in clutch for them. The time is ticking. Not everyone is aware, but they do only have a minute to find this final attack. This will be it, and again, Barcode called upon, and Barcode comes up equal.
There's a reason this team has just relied heavily on him. Got the MVP or 5K point for himself, and a masterclass. You see how everyone else is doing, and still leading the charge there for themselves. And you know the way Finesse has been playing. The confidence is on their side, the momentum is on their side, and now they're one game away from moving on to a lower finals.
Yeah, wonderful stuff from them. Just incredible the way they've been able to switch the gears after dropping down again way back in the very first round of today. And again, remember, it was Azure that knocked them down to the lower bracket, so they're looking for revenge. I wonder if Azure can respond and send us to a decider, or will Finesse continue their rampage? Because they have been so solid at the back, especially Barcode. While they've not been so dominant going forward, they've taken their opportunities when they needed it. Wallaby Gangster and Grizzles have been a wonderful combination. Puffy's been getting involved as well, and they do find a way through eventually.
Well, and that's it here. We're talking a lot about Puffy in that last game, who has had opportunity but hasn't been able to connect with much. He could be that missing piece to really set this team from winning to dominating. And right now for Finesse, trying to get it here at 5.5 minutes, do not want to see themselves in a game 5. The last thing you want to do is give Azure any terms of confidence, saying we've seen you in that position and we know we can beat you there.
I think we need to temper our expectations just a little bit. I feel myself getting on the Finesse bandwagon a little too readily. At the end of the day, it took a wonderful game by Barcode to eke out that victory. You don't really want your best player to be your goalkeeper. It does sort of mean something, right? It means that you're capitulating further up the field, that you are allowing the opposition to have opportunities, to have open shots on net. I think Finesse will have to lock things down if they want to be confident, because let's not forget, it took one solitary late goal to get that victory, which those margins are very fine.
Oh, exactly. And you know, you can get caught up with stats as well. And you know, sometimes if you're marking your man well and not giving him any opportunities, you might not even be a stat leader, you know, for the most part. You can be one of those where you're saying, I might have low stats, but I'm keeping my man out the game and allowing my teammates to kind of do their job as well. And you know, I feel this is one where each one of these 5 so far has been playing a very crucial part, and everyone's been stepping up in a big way, but it's just going to be what that difference maker is going to be. It's a great job by Wallaby Gangsta telling Silver to go away, keeping it in the box, but missing it slightly. A congested alleyway, nowhere to park, and that's going to continue rolling through.
I think a deflection from the defender just pushed that wide just slightly. Either way, Grizzles will probably want that chance back. In the meantime, it's Tipsy, can't find Coltsy there. With that pass flashed across the penalty box, Barcode will take over and just slow things down a little bit. Been good from this position. Barcode doesn't want to get caught out, so he will lay it off to Grizzles, who's been left alone, but the marker comes in. Grizzles gets the footwork on the far post. Pass is returned back to him, and he'll reset.
And a great job there. Just, you know, most people would say, oh, he missed that one. No, his defender gave him a tough angle to try to fit that and slot that goal into there. Great defense and a great job by the keeper, able to take that blade shot for himself.
See now. Yako, he could shake. Wallaby. The defense pressing. I like this. Pressing without giving up an option. Upfield, but that option has crept away from Hugh regardless, and Coltsy did have a chance, though. Pass went a little bit too deep, allowed Barcode to come out, and again, Barcode, I don't want to get too far into just one player on what has been a team performance, but I feel like he's played just about a perfect game over the last sort of 5.5 or 7 minutes or so in this series. He's been absolutely wonderful. You could even probably say the entirety of that last game was pretty perfect. Same with this one. He's played so well, but going to be put under pressure again here. Coltsy has a chance, but no, a little bit too slow on that ball. Barcode needing to just about make a save from his own teammates, but make it he does, and he'll take the ball away again.
And, you know, right now, Muntz, this is a game where you really need to see yourself not put too much risk on yourself, and Barcode has done that. You still see him creep up, and, you know, as much as I start panicking in these positions, he just seems so calm. It's Grizzles showing off his skills there with the ball at his feet, and he's been so impressive as a one-on-one merchant. And even with a one-on-one, two-on-one, he's saying, I'm getting by you.
He is getting by people more often than not. Right now, irrelevant upfield. Well, the ball heads down into his defensive end, but Barcode again equal to the challenge. I think the shot was slightly off, but his hands to it regardless. Maybe Gangster is an option on the dead ball line. The flick over one, but he can't get the shot off. Tipsy comes in to support as well. He's going to outrun Wallaby Gangster, who's all out of stamina. Early ball in, and again, I'd like them to hold on just a little longer. Draw another defender out, get the numerical advantage, and then release it. A little bit premature in the shot means they're under pressure once more, and it's Wallaby Gangster, the ball at his feet, but this time, Tipsy equal to it. It was him that dispossessed Wallaby Gangster last opportunity, and he does dispossess him again for the second time running.
Well, you see them now. The final 45 seconds, and we're still knotted up. Who will take it? Good shot off the backboard! And Silver striking goal. That's going to go for the first goal here in game number 4.
We said it'd take something special to beat Barcode, who's been playing so well. Unfortunately, the players won't allow us to get a second look at it, but it was wonderful stuff by Silver, who gets that late lead for his side, looks to send us to a game 5, but for now, perhaps 1 or 2 last attacks for Finesse. They've looked dangerous, but yet to score in this game. Gangster shut down again by Tipsy. He does get the ball back, but the time is ticking. No stamina means he has to pass it, but he passes it away. Hugh on the ball. Gangster can't get back to it, and this ball out might just end it. No, Barcode, another fantastic read to give his team one last chance at game number 3, but they're looking nervous, they're looking rushed, and Hugh has to restart.
And a good touch there, just takes it right away. And, you know, are you not entertained, ladies and gentlemen? We find ourselves in a similar situation. 2 teams trying to put themselves in the lower bracket finals have seen it go the distance.
Wonderful stuff from both of them. We did ask, did Azure have what it takes to halt the Finesse momentum? But there was that tempered expectation of, okay, while Finesse looked great, while Barcode looked exemplary, almost perfect, it was only a 1-goal difference in that previous game. And here they are, taking game number 4 by a single goal. A solitary goal for Azure was enough to beat Finesse. And at this point, game 5 just feels like a coin flip.
Oh, this can go any way. And, you know, the way these 2 teams have been playing, the patience from them, the willingness to not try to beat yourself and make the mistake. And, you know, that's the one thing that's been so impressive to me is just the willingness to wait their turn. Not saying we have to get it now. We can work throughout the entire 6 minutes to find our key opportunity. But all you have is 6 minutes left. The winner moves on. The loser goes home as this one finds itself at the wire.
Feels like it's keeper versus keeper. Both of them have excelled. Both of them have capitulated late on in games. But I don't think really at any fault of their own. I will say, while Barcode's name has been said more, again, I reiterate, I don't necessarily think that's a great sign for Finesse, because while he's equal to so many of these opportunities that are coming his way, it does feel like he's had more work to do. And while even Finesse has had probably more possession in the offensive end, it feels like their opportunities haven't quite been as distinct. They'll have these sort of chances, but again, they take something special. There needs to be some magic, whereas Azure are just getting direct shots on net. And I think that's scary for Finesse. They need to figure out their defense, and they don't have much time to do it. As I've been waffling, a minute has gone by, and there is only 5 remaining.
You know, there's not much difference between these two teams, but the difference that they're fighting for between 3rd and 4th place in terms of the prize pool. 3rd place, the winner of this one, guarantees themselves at least $125. The loser of this one, I wouldn't even call them a loser. They're still walking away with 75 big ones months. So, you know, they're just saying there's 50 extra bucks on the line here, 10 for each player, and we want to be able to go home with an extra cash in our pocket for some more rematch skins. And this one will just be kept out there by Pi.
I think beyond the prize pool, it'll be a bit of a pride factor
100%.
At this point. Early on, these players looking to make names for themselves, looking to set a foundation for what we hope is a long career in what we hope is an illustrious esport. Yet to be developed, yet to be seen are a lot of these players, are a lot of these names, and whether or not esport has what it takes to push forward as a really significant thing in the space. But right now, these players, they want to be at the top of these early games. They want to be the players with mechanics getting named after them. We've got a couple of them in the tournament. We've got a couple wonderful passes coming in, but the final one from Gangster to Puffy, a little too heavy.
And you know, this is where the weight on the shoulders start to make legs break, and who will be able to hold it up here. And you know, the longer this goes, the superstar will emerge. Who's going to take that for themselves on the offensive side? Barcode going to do what he's known to do throughout this series and try to see himself get closer to that midfield to try to bring that ball into the box. We've seen Puffy FPS kind of get things going for himself, but I'm looking for him to really break this tiebreaker here.
Barcode moving up to the halfway line, but all of it was for a huge double flick. We'll see if he's got what it takes, but he doesn't. Can't quite find Gangster. To be fair to him, it was a decent pass, but 2 defenders well positioned to cut it away. Let's look to start from the back once more. Nothing doing right now. Neither team really looking to press, really looking to throw numbers forward. No one looking to overcommit just yet, despite just 2.5 minutes remaining. They're happy to play their game, to roll the dice or flip the coin as it feels. Right now, Grizzles beaten. Coltsy looking for a shot, but he can't get hold of the ball, and Grizzles was out of stamina. I don't know what he's doing. He's chopping here, but it's just, he just needed to pump that ball upfield, release it, because that was dangerous. He's gotten away with murder.
And, you know, this is where he's saying detectives are on the case, but they're not going to find out what we were able to come up with. But you know, right now, for Azure, on a good budding attack, gets taken away, and the defense took it off before it got dangerous. And I felt that was one of those attacks that may have had some legs to it, but never had a chance to get running there, as it will just go right back here to the boys in black. Finesse have looked good, but they just haven't had that difference in this game. It just seems that they've been stalling out a bit.
Maybe another opportunity here. Puffy across the box. They'll retain possession. Will Finesse, but Azure doing their best. The slide tackle almost enough to get that ball by Grizzles. But Hugh again, who's been the quarterback of this team, unable to find any opportunity forward. No one open. Barcode making me nervous out here on the wide halfway line. Yako won't have a chance to turn and get it to a player who can pull the trigger quickly. So Barcode not punished, but does feel like risky business at times. He knows what he's doing better than anyone, though. And Gangster again, the ball on the wing, but he can't find an open player, and he can't find the beating of his defender. After a couple early dribbles with success, he's sort of been bogged down in that dribble state. And they might counterattack down the other end, but Azure denied. It's Hugh again. He'll look to combine with Barcode. No, a direct clear out.
Well, this is where these teams, I hope they're not playing for overtime. I would want to win it right now in regulation. We'll see who decides to put that extra effort in, as Grizzles trying to work in, finds his reliable target in Wallaby Gangsta, as he's trying to see himself do something in that corner, but can't find it away too far. But we'll continue on the feet for Finesse.
almost a chance. Grizzles had made a run, but it was a difficult pass to find. The pullback here gives Grizzles space. Fluffy's made work on the far post. He almost gets on the receiving end of a pass across the box, but again, he's been so close so many times, and this latest occasion he's denied again, but so much pressure here for Finesse. They'll be devastated if they can't walk away with a goal, and they may have, but no. Pi gets up early and finds a save on the very precipice of overtime.
You know, everyone can say, what is that Pi stuff with? It's clutchness, and that was one of those say you need it! Colty gets it! Azure take down Finesse in game number 5. They repeat what they got in the first round, but this different moves them to the lower finals.
It's so difficult for the keeper, but what a shot. Azure looked like they were on the back foot for what felt like the final 2 minutes, but they just took one attack down the other end and slammed in that winner, and they've booked their spot in the lower bracket final, and they've given themselves a chance to make it to the grand final. And what a way to do it. What a way to clutch up and show that you are the better team, that result earlier in the tournament against Finesse was not a fluke, and you do indeed have what it takes to dominate this matchup.
You know, that one was a great match there for Azure. Finesse felt that they may have had it in their grasp throughout most of this series. They felt that they were the most dangerous team. Azure came up, played to the competition, and says, hey, we beat them earlier. We're going to beat them again. This is not a rivalry. We're just going to keep beating them.
We talked a lot about the keepers. We talked a lot about Wallaby Gangster, Coltsy, Tipsy as well. And Silver had a wonderful goal to get us where we were. But I got to shout out Yako. So many interceptions. He wasn't playing the prestigious game. He wasn't playing the pretty one, but he was playing such a valuable role for his side. And he was such a huge part of that victory. And what a victory it was. Again, a 3-2. We've had so many game 5s, which is such a contrast from EU just a week ago, which was all 3-1s. But now it seems like NA has come to play and really give us some entertainment. And I love to see it. It's so fun to watch.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, when I have a chance to talk to Yako, he says, hey, I give everything to God. Everything I do is for him. I make sure that I wake up every day. I grind for that moment. So a man of faith and a man that his team can put his faith into. So, you know, congratulations for them. But they have to keep telling themselves, job's not done. We still need at least one more game to the grand finals. And, you know, unfortunately, we're not going to be there once. But we have some legends in Yoboycue and Hunted coming in, though.
Yeah, can't wait to see what they've got in store. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that lower bracket final. A spot in the grand final awaits. And we'll just have to wait a little bit of time to find out who fills it. Back one and all to the Rematch Elite Series North American Open. We have reached the upper bracket final. We have been whittling away at the teams today. Only the best remain, and actually a couple that aren't so good, or at least haven't had success so far yet today, down in the lower bracket, or the losers bracket, some might say. I don't know what you say, Wolfie, but our attention is up here with the winners to find out who is going to be playing in the grand final.
This is, in my opinion, one of my top 2 squads, and I think it's 1 and 2 right here. I think we're going to see a rematch of this in the grand finals, but we made it, months. We finally got here to the upper bracket final.
Yeah, not too long to go yet. It's been a long road and just a little bit longer until we find out who will be the champion of North America in this Open. But F5, a reverse sweep, a massive one in their last match, coming straight into a Voidbound team that have looked very confident to this point. They've looked consistent, they've looked dangerous, whereas F5 perhaps a little bit shaky coming in.
Well, you know, the one thing for Voidbound is, you know, they've also seen a best of 5. They saw it earlier on in the day on stream to really get ourselves going. And, you know, that one was one where they almost lost it there at the end, where Vita was making an amazing comeback. But, you know, how are they going to come against F5 Penguins? You know, when we saw the rematch count, this is where F5 Penguins came in here, I believe, with a 35% chance to win it all. Voidbound was at 5% here, months. So, you know, the underdogs to many, but they are showing that they should have not been counted out. This is a team I think has a lot to prove today.
Yeah, and something that I think is really important to them just being really difficult to beat in a full series is their defense. Look, we could talk about Ty scoring really important goals. We could talk about their ability to get space in the wings. But for me, their ability to deny goals has been so important. Vita FC in that epic comeback only managed to score more than one goal once in that series, and that was in Game 5, and they lost anyway. And then Azure, they couldn't find a single goal in the series as a whole, so they got swept out of Voidbound's arena. And now we are entering the arena for game number 1 here in the upper bracket final. The winner heads to the grand final, a best of 5 to secure your spot and an attempt to make history.
You know, I'm expecting this first game to be a bit slow paced. I don't think these two teams are going to try to put out too much. More poke and prod, see what you can get away with, and see if you can get anything in for free. But you know, this is where these two offenses trying to unite early. But can the sphere of this team for F5 playing to take down the shield of Voidbound?
Rapid pass there. Pings past the recipient. Now, Voidbound, they have a shot down the other end. It's shut down by Paulie, the goalkeeper, coming out, running out, shutting the angle down. Starly has a chance. He's got space, but the defender was bearing down, but no opportunity to tackle means the shot comes in. And the save likewise, and straight up the other end. Time and space. A far post cover. The shot looked like, I'm not sure if it was meant to be direct. It was a little bit in between the shot and the pass. Not quite the angle for the rebound off the backboard, but I think that was what he was going for in the end. But in the end, not a whole lot to show for it. We look to restart. F5 with the ball, trying to play it out from the back.
Well, we've talked a lot about Ty and what he kind of brings to this offense. And, you know, we talk about the clutch factor for him. He's going to be a person that we have to look for when things get tough. The beautiful pass gets cut out there. The defense for Voidbound doing what it knows how to do best, and that's ward away good offenses. But a quick break, a one-on-one with the keeper. Quick dive there will take it away.
Senex have been so dangerous from that position all day long, but denied the extra touch there that would have given him the space. We've seen that infield cut from him, and then a finish into the near post bottom corner, but no chance to shoot there. And Voidbound are going to bring this out. Senex again with the ball, but he's given it away. Starly with a chance, one player to beat, but the player behind gets the slide tackle. And that ball will fall to Dirty Toro.
You know, I've had a chance to talk to the boys here from Voidbound, and you know, during the interview that I had with them, they felt very confident. They feel this team can really get and go the distance for one that really plays well together. This is an event that they felt that they could be the best after what they look like in scrims. And you know, I think if you ask anyone, if you ask them, they knew they would be in this position, but it's where you're saying job's not done. You find yourself here in game 1 of the upper bracket final, but these two teams trying to find their way for a bigger piece of that $1,000 grand prize.
A chance here for Ty, who's been venomous from these spots. A shot direct, and might seem simplistic, but he's been rewarded for those speculative efforts more often than not, it seems. We've seen a lot of Voidbound today. This is the 3rd time they've been on the stream, and Ty has been a massive part of their success because, oh my goodness, while we talked about the defense, which has just capitulated here, you do have to score goals to win games, and that's exactly what the Penguins have done here.
Well, and this is where F5 Penguins, they needed to come in and start hot. No need to be on that iceberg the entire time. And now for Voidbound, you see yourself looking down the barrel of a goal. Your offense is going to have to step up. We said it, F5 Penguins, one thing they know how to do, that's score the ball.
Voidbound have been tough to take out of games and out of series all day long, but put on the back foot immediately here in game 1. And Toro will get that pass off to the wing. And Senex has found some space. He's carved out an opportunity. Ty, it is blocked. And Senex back on the ball, but Starly should safely get this away, but instead, Senex has pipped him to it. He's cut inside. He does have a player waiting on the penalty box, but 2 defenders make it so hard. Make that 3 defenders able to shut him down. It took the whole team. It took the tribe, but in the end, F5 do manage to find the defensive stop, and they look to restart from the back left.
Doesn't matter how you do it. If it gets ugly, just know that you're willing to get dirty in for them. That's where F5 Penguins, they fought hard, and You know, this sort of Voidbound's trying to see if they can get themselves a quick counter, have a lot of room here, 2-man up. We've seen this tandem work all day, but Ty leaving that one alone may have not liked the opportunity and elected to retry the offense.
I think Ty thought he was going to get hold of that ball and was looked to pull back for a little bit of space, but it didn't quite lock in. It didn't quite get the animation he wanted. Instead, it just blew by him. He's got another chance here to start something. Norman's helping out, and he's driving into space. It's a pass to Ty, who looks for an extra little bit off the backboard. The angle was tight, and Paulie had every inch covered.
Oh, Paulie Walnut's just been a tough nut to crack throughout the entire day. And, you know, for a F5 Penguin team, this is where you're trying to give him just a bit more of insurance. Get him 2 goals. See what he can do, because he's just been doing a masterclass there. But, you know, Dirty Toro has also been one of the key players here for this squad. Both keepers having a tough day, but this is where these 2 offenses need to start getting going.
A little bit too cute there. From the Penguins striker, the chip not finding any power, and that's going to not need power at all. It's going to dribble, it's going to bounce, but it will find its way into the back of the net. And Ty's been scoring these strange goals all day long. I'm not sure what it is. The replay can't figure it out either, but he somehow just manages to bundle the ball over the line in some weird and wondrous way every single series. And he's gotten so many goals from these strange positions, and with less than a minute left, it was so important to score there, and he's done exactly that. Another really clutch goal from Ty, but it's the defense that need to show up, and they do.
Well, and this is now where you're saying, hey, we got 1, we need 2, and a good touch, can't get the last one. Great there by Paulie Walnuts. Felt that was going to go behind the net, but staying firm.
Tyler, space in front of him, the blade shot. The go-to move there, but it's well and truly shut down. Senix very wide, draws the defender. Ty will look to get this back, but the ball too direct. I think was a little bit premature with the pass to Senix in the first place. Needed to draw the defender a little bit more, but perhaps wanted it back quickly. But this could be the final play of the game. If it goes in, it doesn't. Starley will get the ball back, and he'll look to turn. They're down on Ippy. It's unimpeded at the top of the box, but it's saved away. And a big clear through to Senix, who's through on net. Ty with the far post run. He gets ahead to it, and the top post, or the top corner, is calling, and that's exactly where Ty puts the ball.
Well, he's a player that has just clutched up day in and day out, and during main event, that's another one for him. That right there, gonna go and end it. Are they bound for the finals? Well, after game number 1, they get themselves 1 step closer there, but the MVP going to the keeper.
Yeah, I don't think that's harsh either to someone like Ty, who scored those 2 goals, but I do think while I've been quick to sort of say, okay, we talk a lot about Ty, but let's look at the defense. I don't know if the defense was Voidbound's strongest strength in this particular matchup. I think Ty is just so good at finding goals from seemingly anywhere on the pitch, and he really won that game with that finishing. Look, there's a lot to build up. He was found with good passes as well, but at the end of the day, you need to put that ball in the back of the net, and whether it's far post or these weird near post bundled goals through the goalkeeper, he just finds a way. And that's the second time today that I can recall where he's forced an OT and then secured the win immediately.
Well, the one thing I think it's so important about his game that I feel we haven't touched on a bit is how good he is without the ball on his feet. He knows how to be able to find open space, get off of his man, and just be able to just get a sliver to make some big portions happen. But the way these two players have been communicating up front, I think we're seeing a tandem we might see for a very long time.
Good header there to get that clear, but I won't be able to catch up to it. Should be and is. Routine pass back to Paulie. Tyler gets it back and has time to spare. Look to drive, Starley waiting. Ippy with a bit of a fake challenge, and Norman does get in the way and allows Toro to collect the ball and release Ty for another opportunity. And it's finished on the far post. Senix, the one to capitalize this time. Ty, the provider.
Well, sometimes you also have to give it if you take it, and this is where Senix said, thank you so much. I'm going to be able to capitalize. That's going to go on for another big goal coming out here. Voidbound coming in with the second man who's been seeing a lot of assists, but gets himself a goal.
Now Voidbound on a bit of a roll offensively.
Yeah.
3 quick goals over the end of the last game and the start of this one. And 3 goals unanswered as well. High looking to make it 4, but it's all covered by Paulie, who's decided to take matters into his own hands, or onto his own feet, I suppose. Someone will be back covering for him. We'll see if he looks to take Norman on. He does, but Norman well aware of the danger. Now they might have an opportunity here. A second string keeper tested, but Kyler up to the task, level with the challenge, and he'll look to take the ball out himself.
And, you know, looking at this series, the way it's been, I just feel a little bad here for F5 Penguins. Their stamina may be low after going to the wire against Snowz FC and having only a couple of minutes of a break. So, you know, for themselves, hopefully they're not just running on fumes here. But, you know, Voidbound, fresh, did have a quick sit after their sweep, but they did not look like they needed to warm up. They looked ready.
Penguins are really worrying me. They're opting to throw numbers forward, but then they're just leaving Ty or Senex alone at the back to pick up a free ball, and it's a pressure-relieving ball as well, because they're so free. You just have to lay it up to them. They can make the com. I'm free in the top right corner. Just hit it to me, and I'm open. And the defenders don't even have to look for it, right? They just know that they're there and they're open. They know the space is there, and they can just lump it up to them. But Hyler's looking for a little bit of payback. No one picking him up. He's got the ball. Starley looking to give him space, but he's going to opt to go himself, and it might have taken a lesser goalkeeper by surprise, but Toro level to it. And again, Senex wide open at the back. He's shut down quickly with a bit of a heavy touch in the defense's favor, but I mean, it's worrying to me for Penguins. You can't be risking this much this early and not expect to lose another goal.
I agree, and you know, on that last attack, I felt Kyler could have gone Stanley there and been able to get the ball right back. I really feel right now for NA and just Rematch in general, the trust that your teammate is going to hit you right back after you just go off the little 1-2 is the most crucial. I feel there's a lot of space that they can be taken advantage of, but they're so nearsighted for that goal. They need to look to maybe get an extra pass to try to keep the keeper's eyes away.
Chance here for Starley. Looks to combine, and oh, that shot looked like it was dangerous. I couldn't actually spot if Toro got the touch or if it was wide. I blinked at the wrong time. At the end of the day, it's not a goal. Voidbound retain their lead. Ty continues to threaten. A good bit of footwork takes him past one, but the angle not quite there.
Well, and this is where you're just starting to sleeve them, just slowly but surely, but you know, time's running out here. F5 Penguins cannot go down 2 games. You saw yourself be the first team to ever get a reverse sweep, and they said, Wolfie, calm down. Dom-Doms able to eat that one up and put it behind the net.
Yeah, that was fantastic there. Nom-Doms just looking to shut them down. Ippy trying to get in the way as well. It wasn't to be. And that equalizer going in. Voidbound getting rocked there.
And this is where you just have to be careful now for Voidbound. I still feel the momentum on your side. F5 Penguins is the one having to prove themselves that they can come and play on your level. But you know, with the 2 best offensive players in Senex and Ty on the side of Voidbound, they have to still feel they're in this. But this is where this offense looking to really make a big statement here. But some good defensive pressure will be able to take it away.
With the ball now from the back. Senex with the run, but can't quite get any space from Nom-Doms. Oh, they're just going to look to lump it onto the penalty spot and hope for a prio. Wasn't the case. Kyle looked to shut down Paul. He's not done this so much. He's got a couple little clips on the keeper's clear. The worry is that does leave someone alone downfield, and they have managed to find the extra man. Nom-Doms was the one to get the ball, but he couldn't find the pass. And now Senex will look to shoot himself surely here. He does, but he can't find a way around Paulie.
Well, in that last attack, they had Kyler there sitting mid with nobody marking him. It just seemed they tried to go for the cross, but you know, allow yourself to go ABC. Don't stop trying to skip that, and they might see some open space. That one just off the side will just get picked up by the keeper. But 40 seconds remaining. We're all equaled up. Will we see OT? Ty with the shot on, won't be able to get it. This one still find itself all knotted up.
Tyler a chance to put things to bed here, but we'll need a teammate to help out. Nom-Doms back to the goal. Or a little bit of a wayward pass there, a lot of a wayward pass there, but Kyler Manages to clean things up. Paulie will release quickly. Good touch from Starly infield. He's going to turn onto Norman, who does rush him quickly. He's been so big, so staunch on defense, has Norman. So difficult to get around cleanly. He's managed to stop the attack that was brewing. See if he can stop this one. He is beaten momentarily, but gets back, recovers quickly, and looks to launch a teammate himself. He's surely out of stamina. The ball into Ty, a little bit short, and Kyler cuts it away.
On a good chance here, but you know, OT, this is where F5 Penguins have to show they can get it done against Voidbound. Voidbound's been able to do it in this position all day long, but can the Penguins find a way to swim through? But this is where I'm looking for them to take each possession carefully. We know how well that tandem for Voidbound can get. Is that one just nodded off without any real action there?
Xenix has got space. He's got the pop. Shot blocked. Again, defense been the name of the game, but I don't even know if it's good defense at this point. If you're having to make last gasp challenges to shut down shots, you want to be stopping that ball before it gets to the edge of the box. Norman's been good at it. The F5 backline not so proficient. But look, they've let in the same amount of goals, so who am I to criticize either one of these teams? Right now, got an opening on the right side. Norman decides not to rush just yet. He's looking to get the fake challenges. He's looking to make the player bite. Whitey does, but it was a good find. And Starly, a shot to the lower left, or the lower right, defended and saved away. The chip pass, the lower corner, lower side, right side of that net. Beautifully picked out by, once again, the clutch scorer himself, Ty, to win game 2.
Oh, Ty coming in saying, I'm back in your city tonight, walking around my head high. The TY in his name stand for thank you, because that's all his teams are saying to him from his offensive prowess. But Voidbound, once they get the ball on their feet, it just seems that anything and everything can happen for them.
Again, it feels like the Penguins are just giving them so much space to clear the ball into and have a free attack, basically. There's something to be said about a press, but if you're leaving someone open every time and it's so easy to find them on that pressure release valve of a clear, you're just going to be conceding chance after chance. And it felt like Ty and Xenix did so well at finding that space off of their defensive clearances and threatening, causing players to have to scramble back. And while I talked about how the defense was the name of the game, it really felt like it was that scramble defense that was making the difference for the Penguins. But in the end, it wasn't enough. So I want to see some change from them. I want to see them be a little less aggressive with the ball and maybe look to lock it down a bit more on the defense. And I think they'll be able to find... No way. This has gone in, I think, off the back of the keeper. Again, Ty with just a miraculous, weird goal.
Well, let's give this a look here. And, you know, looking at the replay, no one in net saw Paulie walk all the way back and just seemed to have just been in a blender. That's unfortunate there. Voidbound now just taking big strides towards a guaranteed portion, at least $200 there in the grand finals. And think about that. First place, $600. Second place, $200. And Voidbound trying to get there for just say, hey, at least we have $200 in our back pocket for a guarantee.
Oh, that was shenanigans. Hopefully, Paulie can recover from that. Because, I mean, there's no other way to put it. It was pretty embarrassing watching that one go over his head. At first, I thought it had come off the crossbar and hit him in the back or bounced off him to go in, but it was just straight on target. A wonderful opportunity taken by Ty, who again has just managed to find goals from seemingly nowhere. And he's going to look to get on the end of a ball here, maybe from Xenix, but no, he'll be shut down. And we'll look to head the other way.
Well, and this is right now where we'll see how Voidbound decides to play this last couple 5 minutes. And, you know, with so much game up, you know, this is a team, we've been talking a lot about their defense earlier in the series. I know this series, it's been all offensive for themselves, but, you know, one more goal, you could potentially just say we're playing keep away, trying to find open space and not letting the side of F5 Penguins have any chance at the goal.
Xenix has been dangerous from these positions, but he can't quite find the ball to Ty, who'd crept a little too close to the goalkeeper. Oh, a rainbow flick. Good old-fashioned from Paulie, who's up from his own goal line, looking for the assist, maybe looking for a goal of his own, and he just is denied, just a pixel short of the line. His opposition keeper coming out on top in that exchange.
Wow, that's one where you're saying you just didn't hit it hard enough. And you know, for a player who's used to be in the net, saw himself with a prime position to kind of go back the other way, that's one where he's saying almost, but for not. But that would have been one of the best clips tonight.
I'm just thinking Paulie's got to be encouraged by that. He might be making a few more runs like that before today is done. We'll have to see. But he looked pretty decent there. Almost had an assist and almost got on the end of something himself. But right now, Starley looking to weave some magic. Can't get anyone onto that ball at the far post, and they'll look to retreat, look to play the possession game. And I don't hate this from them. Playing things a little more considered. Yes, they are down by 1 on match point. They do have time, and they've got space here, and they can almost find the option. But Nomdom's on the far post just needed to make a little bit of a run more to feet there and see if he could get that ball earlier in front of the defense.
Well, don't forget, the first team to ever get a reverse sweep in tournament history are the F5 Penguins. They did it last round. Let's see if they can go and double dip it. But, you know, if this team gets that narrative and gets that reverse sweep, this is going to be the most clutch team to ever step onto the pitch. But that narrative still to come. Cortex looking for a teammate, will not be able to find him. Good job there by Kyler, able to ward that one away.
I thought for sure that was over the top of Kyler's head, but managed to get his hair to it. Chip here, a little pop. Nomdoms, though, couldn't get on the end of his own setup. So Kyler alone here. He's going to look for a keeper, a pass to it, but Ty is looking to shut it down, and he might get on the end of this, but all a little too close to goal. Out of stamina is Ty, so he'll just lay that off. Look to play this one around the dump there, but no swing, and it's just direct. The keeper's gone the wrong way. I don't think this took a deflection. I think he's just gone early. Would you believe Senex has found one?
Well, you know, we've been talking a lot about his counterpart in Ty and how well of an offensive threat he is, but look at that. Bicycle kick, gets it the entire way. Voidbound now, looking like they're bound for a grand finals run through the upper bracket. What a day coming in. We talked about it. 5%. What were their odds? But they said it was 5 too many. We know how to get ourselves to that position. And you know, every team that I interviewed says we're going to be the best in the world. We want to be able to be the top of the ranks. And Voidbound, with that confidence, they're stepping up and not just saying it, they're proving it.
Yeah, they've come out and they're looking to put together a bit of a wonder run. I don't think anyone looked at this team, at least outside of probably other players, I think, who are getting to scrim them and play against them regularly. But no one on the outside looked at this team and went, they're the ones that are going to, you know, knock these giants down. And oh no, a little bit of a deflection. I suspected one down the other end and it wasn't, but this is very clearly a defender getting a touch onto this ball as the keeper dived away. And this is just the harsh reality of defending in Rematch and defending in general. As you make what feels like a good block, that old RNG just hits a little different.
Well, I think for the Penguins right now, this is where you're saying, hey, we got one. We've been struggling to get this in any way possible. If it was off the defender, if it was off our own foot, we got one on the scoreboard. So, you know, I don't talk about consolation prizes too much, but at the very least, you're not going to have a goose egg there. But this is where a team can absolutely tie this up and try to see themselves go to at least an OT.
Time here, Nomdoms. Line up his options, not so much on, but the defense does compartmentalize, and in the end, quite compact, and there's plenty of room on the wings, but it doesn't matter. Down the other end, Senex and Ty looking to link up again, but Senex doesn't need no help. Ty scored a whole bunch, but Senex looking to catch up, make his mark on this series.
Hey, that's the ego we're talking about. I love it. Striker. And that one seeing itself with an all too crucial goal. Back to 2, back to leading. Is it 2 too many goals with 54 seconds remaining?
Still time here for the Penguins. See if they can make good on it. This is awkward for the keeper to read, but in the end, falls to the wayside. Senex is going to look for a pass here, tied to the backboard, but Kyler, I was going to say aware of the danger, but he did well in the initial capture of that ball, but just let himself almost be dispossessed. Little hard in mouth moment, but right now F5 need to score, and they don't.
Well, and this is where they're we're looking where they're potentially going to be at, and that's in that lower bracket finals. And we've seen a lot of great teams kind of go into that point. As one more goal for the road here. That's going to give Centix, I believe, his hat trick here.
Senex and Ty have just been so dangerous. Both of them, while they've been willing to get on the end of each other's passes, they've also been willing to enable the other with just getting space, making runs, and forcing the defense to be, at best, one-on-one, but at worst, completely absent to the play. And Senex especially has been so good at taking advantage of that absence or of those one-on-ones. Ty has been finishing everything, but Senex has been absolutely wonderful with the ball at his feet. And we will see a mercy rule just to get this one shut down. And we will see Voidbound in the grand final. They've swept their way there in this winners final, in this upper bracket final. And they will be the team to beat if you want to become North American champions.
The first team to ever punch their ticket into it, and securing themselves at a minimum $200. But this team worked extremely hard here today. The fact they've only lost 2 games, and that was to Vita, who unfortunately did go out here in the lower bracket round number 1 to Finesse 3-1. But that's kind of just showing you how hard this team has been able to get through this. And it's been a struggle, it's been a fight, but they grinded it and they deserve it.
Absolutely. I think they've been wonderful to watch. We've talked about their defense, and we've talked about Ty and Senex as well, especially in that last game, both just sort of sharing the load, so to speak. And it's just wonderful to watch when a team is feeling this good all over the park. Norman's been wonderful at the back as well. He's been so difficult to beat. His fake challenges have been forcing sort of snapshots or premature passes that are being dispossessed quickly. And they're switching it up to they're switching it, and they're finding transitions so fast. It's so difficult to defend, and it's so difficult to attack. And I just don't know if there's a team that we've seen in this tournament that can beat this side. Voidbound are looking good to be the champions, but we still do have a whole bunch of lower bracket games left.
Yeah, we do right now. The first team to punch their ticket into that lower bracket semifinals currently Azure FC off a sweep against Shadow FC 3-0. But right now, Snowz FC currently against Finesse 2-0 in that one. The winner will go on to play the boys in purple in Azure FC. Who will get there? We'll find out. Make sure to smash that heart button to keep up to date with all the rematch action. We'll be right back with some more Rematch Main Event Championship Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. It's Rematch Esports, the Rematch Elite Series North America, and it's Hunted and Q here on the broadcast with you. And Q, we've got 2 final series left. There's 3 total teams. 8 of them came into today, and we have 3 remaining. It's F5 Penguins up against Azure FC. The winner of this one gets a chance to get some revenge on Voidbound.
If you would have told me these two were playing against one another, I would have said maybe in the upper bracket final, maybe the grand final. But the lower bracket final is definitely a little bit of a strange place to be setting what at least what we had seen over from Rematch. Scout had projected as our 2 favorites when it came to taking home the whole event. One of them isn't going to be making grand finals. I expect this to be kind of a banger at the sort of pace that things have been going lately. I mean, that last series definitely can be added to that list, but it's kind of a shame that we are at that point here, Hunted, that we, unfortunately, every series are sending people home.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the nature, of course, of the beast here. We can only have one victor, and we are down to the 3 best teams in North America right now. Again, Voidbound awaits the winner of both F5 Penguins and Azure FC. And for both of these teams, we can kind of give an overview of how we even got to this position. Both teams got dropped into the lower bracket by Voidbound, and they both suffered sweeps in the process. And I would say, I don't know, I know you and I cast Voidbound versus Azure FC. That one was a little one-sided. F5 Penguins kind of suffered a similar fate. They had a decent start, but kind of petered out a little bit against Voidbound. And now, as Azure FC comes off a Game 5 banger against Finesse, you've got to imagine Azure FC has at least a little bit more momentum than F5 Penguins does.
This is always that weird part of the tournament, right? Because technically F5 Penguins advanced further into the upper bracket, but now when we've gotten to this point, you're coming into this matchup here off the back of a loss, like you said, whereas Azure should at least be feeling better about their where they're at in their game right now. They were able to bounce back after their loss, but if there's anything that we do know about the best teams in Rematch right now, the bounce back potential is always there. I think what's going to be really important is game number 1 here for the F5 Penguin squad.
Yeah, game 1, I mean, just the first minute, I think, where you can kind of set the tone, get yourself back on track, and who knows what the conversations were between the team members. Maybe they have a coach or somebody else who can kind of help them step back a little bit and take a bigger picture look at what they were doing in that series against Voidbound. And we'll have to see. And, you know, we kind of talked about that with Azure FC last series as well, where they are a team that needed to bounce back after a tough loss. They were able to do that against another very good team, a team that a lot of people expected to be in the grand finals in Finesse, who drop out in 4th place. But I mean, this is quite literally where you can make your name in North American Rematch, right? If you win this series, you are in the grand finals, you have that opportunity, and this is where you can show kind of what your team is made of here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you've already made a name for yourself somewhat being in that top 3. I mean, you place within the money at this point, even considering our last team that we just sent home, but every step forward definitely helps. Add to the resume just a little bit, but ain't no more time to talk about it. It's time to be about it. Let's go ahead and get down to game number 1. Really looking forward to see which of these two teams is going to be able to really establish the offense down the opposite side of the field. Not just being able to maintain possession, but actually get active looks towards the net.
And it is worth noting in this tournament, $100 to first place, $600 to first place, $200 to second, $125 to third, and $75 to fourth is how the money shakes out. So a decent bit of cash on the line and a chance to play for the lion's share of that $1,000 prize pool for one of these two teams. But here we are underway with game number 1, as we haven't really had too much of a chance to take a look at F5 other than that series that they lost here on our primary broadcast. As Stali's going to find Pito for a quick shot. Could stop there. It was blocked before it could get to the keeper there by Yako. But I'd love to see F5 bounce back and show us what that offense can do, what they've been doing all tournament long.
Well, they've been able to at least establish some confidence in possession. They've been able to keep, even when Azure has had possession once when they were trying to exit the zone, they were unsuccessful in that regard. And, well, at least this time around, might be able to set it at least towards the midfield line. But even there, Coltsy, I thought was going to have the pockets picked. Instead, a little bit of a fancy-dancy footwork pass to themselves, pass across the box, but will be denied. F5 now has a chance to be able to flip the pitch, but stalled right around the midfield line. Azure trying to find more pressure towards the net.
We'll see what F5 can do as time continues to tick on. We are getting close to that 4-minute mark here in game number 1. As that's a nice little move from Colts. He gets around the defense. Has to stop up, though, as Kyler able to hustle back and make a play. Here's Stali with possession. He ends up playing it downfield over to Pito. Now Kyler has Namdoms down the wing. Yako looking to put some pressure on him on this one-on-one. Nice pass to Kyler and a beautiful save. It's Beauty Pie in the back of the net there for his team, making a good save on the goal line. Keeps Azure FC leveled at 0. Still a quick play, and Silver gets his first look. There's Paulie Walnuts. First time we've said his name so far, as he will have to make a stop, so the keeper's getting involved now.
I think sometimes a newer viewer might look at those longer passes where you're trying to set up that quick 1-2 upfield. It's like that should be easily fielded. Why are you doing that? But you have to at least show the confidence of the other team that if you get caught sleeping in that back line, one simple look away, one kind of lean back might be what allows a goal into the back of the net. So I always love seeing those heat checks as long as it's not a consistent thing. I think the other thing we're seeing is Silver's doing a great job of finding those pockets where they are able to receive those deep passes.
And interesting, we saw Kyler there having to take up the gloves for a moment. Was able to do so quite nicely, and now he's got Namdoms and Stali working the possession on the offensive side of the ball. Here's Stali with a nice move around Coltsy. Going to run into Yako, has to be deflected back, as now Silver and Coltsy steal possession and work down the pitch themselves. 2.5 minutes remaining in game one. Still no score. Kyler, good defensive play. Nomdoms will slide down from that winger position. Help out as well. So now Polly Walnuts, an underrated part of the keeper position, is just how good you can be offensively. He gives the ball away, but able to get back there. And as I sing his praises, Polly Walnuts. He is one of the best offensive keepers we've seen. That was nearly a disaster, but he's able to get back to it. Let's see what he's got here from the midfield line. Quick pass over to Kyler. Kyler going to take some space, looking for the blade shot. Blocked down by Yako. It'll be all the way back to Polly Walnuts. And again, Polly will do what he can to try to open up some space. You can see the bigger picture here. Polly off the back wall. Stolly not going to be able to get up to it. That's a good defensive play by Silver. Pito trying to take the ball away and does. As now it's going to be Nomdoms out of the wing position yet again. And F5 more than happy to play patient possession rematch right now, as they are still trying to poke and prod this defense. There's Nomdoms in the box, and PewDiePie's in perfect position.
I like the confidence and the discipline by F5. Not really worried about forcing the issue, just continuing to poke and prod and see where they might be able to force Azure into that overcommittal. Unfortunately for them, Azure has been pretty disciplined in their own right on the defensive end. Now on the offense, was looking for a 1-2-3 combo. Unfortunately, the pass across the box over to Silver, just a little bit too far out of the reach, as it will now be F5 Penguins looking to try and reset up their offense. We're talking about a minute left here in game number one, and we could very well only see one lone goal. It could be the decider. Who knows? We could even see some extra time here in game number one, because both defenses really doing a great job of stepping up.
Need to be careful. Kyler floating back, able to cover up for Polly Walnuts there, and that's an important part of this aggressive keeper sort of style. You got to make sure you have good communication with your defenders so they can cover up when needed. Here's Kyler with space, trying to blade shot. Almost found Stolly on the near post. But it bounces out for Tipsy, who's going to send Azure on their way. Coltsy now with a lot of room on the wing. Has Silver making a run into the box, trying to find him. It's off of the boot of Kyler, though, and he can't quite get it clear. Polly Walnuts wanted to help, but a nice little angle pass there to Nomdoms, and F5 have found themselves out of the zone now. Stolly with some nice moves around Silver. Overtime game one, no score yet. There's Nomdoms, and he just missed it wide. Pito's got the rebound. Trying to get around Tipsy, can't quite do it yet. Good cut of the pass from Coltsy, but he can't hang on to the ball. The pass back to Kyler, a bit errant, and out Coltsy with some space to run. He's got to hustle, though. Stolly in retreat. Just able to get there in time. Polly Walnuts will take possession, and Penguins going to try to start the offense again.
Definitely a little bit of a sigh of relief from the defense from F5. Almost looked like he got burned on the back end and gave a freebie away to decide game number one. Now you're trying to set up your offense. Down on the opposite side. One look, and that's all you get. I do got to give F5's offense a little bit of credit. They have had some really threatening looks, especially crossing the box that ends up to some wide shots, but they definitely feel like they're on the verge of getting there first.
It feels like one mistake could be the very end of this game, and a lot of pressure going to be on the keepers to come up with big saves. As PewDiePie looking for Silver. That's rejected. I believe that was Stolly who got ahead on that one. Quick pass back. PewDiePie will set up yet again from his own zone. Actually, two players being baited in there by F5, as now Silver looking for Coltsy, but it's too far afield. And Pito needs some help from Stolly. That's a nice controlling touch. He's going to get the pass across over here now. And Nomdoms with a lot of grass in front of him. Quickly on, but Silver, good cut of the pass there. Pito going to challenge PewDiePie and actually decides to try to flick it back, maybe thinking PewDiePie was going to retreat. And now he's going to steal the ball away. The net's open. What a slide tackle from Tipsy. Incredible reflexes to get back in time. That was nearly disaster for Azure. And now they're going to start on the offensive. Here's Coltsy. Nice move. Silver's there, but Nomdoms gets in the way, and the defense is coming up big.
You know what? You might be okay with surrendering over the possession there, because it was almost a big mistake, not even 10 seconds prior to that. But now it will be back to the defensive side. It was Pito or Stolly. Neither one of them quite able to get a foot onto that one there. We're seeing the F5 Penguin squad doing a great job of keeping the pressure forward. The only problem is you don't want to overextend and get caught with an easy attack down on the other side. Shot off the ceiling there, but I can't quite find the rebound. There was almost a second there for a follow-up shot.
Yeah, it looked like, I think maybe if he would have taken the shot, he had a better opportunity. Didn't have anybody in support, did Silver, on that attack, but ultimately, Azure FC, and you can tell how conservative these teams are playing. Nobody wanting to make that big mistake right now. Here's Yako looking for Coltsy. Knocked away there by Namdoms, and Stolly with some room. He's got Yako beat, takes the shot, but PewDiePie comes out aggressively, makes the save, and he'll put Azure back on the attack. There's Coltsy. Nice little quick pass to Silver. Knocked away by the head of Kyler. Namdoms gets in the way and will break that play up. Paulie Walnuts now picking things up for F5 and Q. It really, really feels like as soon as one of these teams gets a good chance, this game's going to end.
It's definitely sitting on knife's edge, and you can only imagine the little bit of extra pressure that these players are feeling. Speaking of pressure, though, Paulie Walnuts all the way up the pitch, trying to put extra pressure towards the net, some confidence and not overextending here as Coltsy push pressures out. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get a foot onto it. You do have Kyler that's been doing a great job of making sure every time Paulie Walnuts extends forward, they're recovering on the backside. And at this point, just simply playing keep away, trying to see if Azure makes a mistake. Shot rings off the post, and it will be Yako who at least feels the rebound, prevents any sort of follow-up shot.
Namdoms off the crossbar, a beautiful opportunity. And F5 back to the drawing board with Kyler. Hovering, trying to find Namdoms again, but it's PewDiePie this time, able to make the save. Reads that one perfectly. That was labeled to go posted in from Namdoms, and Azure keep themselves alive in game one. Coltsy all the way across. Here's Tipsy with some room. Pass across, and it's Paulie Walnuts in return. The keeper's coming up large here in overtime, game one.
We had talked about at the start of the game how these two keepers were going to be tested, and that has most certainly been the case for an additional 4.5 minutes here in game number one, and neither team has really been able to find a way to crack the code. Sure, they're finding a way to lob shots at the net, and yeah, a couple of them have looked good, a couple of them even finding the post, but the lace has still yet to be touched. Paulie Walnuts being able to secure that one away, and we are about to officially cross over that 5 minutes played of extra time.
Yeah, this is an insane series already, and we haven't even had a goal scored yet. That's how deep we are into game one overtime. Still 0-0, 5 minutes. We've played nearly 2 games of rematch. Kyler now moving forward. Good move, fires, but right into the chest of PewDiePie, who's trying to send Coltsy on his way. But ultimately, it'll bounce into the hands of the opposing keeper in Paulie Walnuts, who's going to use his time to find some space. Coltsy on the challenge. Plays it on over to Kyler. Kyler now has Pito lurking at the top of the box. That's not a pass he was looking for there. But it'll be back to Paulie Walnuts, and F5 will begin again. Back wall. Quickly in. Good read there from Yako. And that'll be a chip back to PewDiePie. Let's see what Azure can do now as we approach that 6-minute mark here in overtime. They really have not had too much of an opportunity to play the possession game, to really be on the ball. You see Tipsy and Yako crossing each other there as Coltsy wanted to find Silver, but again, it's just the F5 defense coming up big. It feels like any moment now F5's going to break through, but they still need to beat the keeper. That's been the big thing right now. Pito with some room. Nice move. There's another one, but he can't get the third. And Coltsy will clear, making a good move himself. He's got a lot of space. I don't know how much stamina he's got. Is it going to be enough to get a shot off? It is. But Paulie Walnuts able to make the play yet again.
Had to find a way to fire that shot off sooner rather than later, realizing they are running out of that stamina. You never know also who gets that last little bit of effort to be able to find that slide tackle. So unfortunately, shot easily saved, but man, look at the time we're talking about, almost creeping up on 7 extra minutes. Azure continues to get some quick attacks off of some great defense. The only problem is it hasn't really led to longer possessions. It's definitely been F5 Penguins who have been leading in that regard, and for a squad like Azure, when you've been sitting back into your defensive half for so long. That starts to kind of build up on you. Goalie able to recover here. Tipsy making a huge play.
What a great save, and now the shot's going to come in. Oh, BeautyPie doesn't catch it. Stolly's got him there. Pito, but BeautyPie right in the way, and my goodness, F5 have had incredible chances, but shots going wide, posts hit, crossbars rung, and we play on 0-0. 7:35 into overtime as Kyler chip on. Nomdoms with some room. Into the box. Pito fires. Again, it's BeautyPie to slam the door. And at this point, maybe we give the series to whoever can score a goal. I think that might just be all it takes. Obviously, that's going to be all it takes to win game number 1. It's incredible. We were just talking about it in the green room there, Q. How exciting 1-goal games can be, and we're in another one right now. It hasn't been for lack of trying by these offenses as Nomdoms finds Pito, and they finally find the back of the net. It seemed like a matter of time, and it was. The Penguins able to take game 1 in over 7 minutes of OT.
That's got to feel so rewarding for the Penguins, who had so much pressure in that extra time of play in game number 1. During the course of regulation, it felt like definitely a back and forth affair, but when we looked at the actual overtime itself, it felt like F5 Penguins hit almost a little bit of an extra stride. So for them to be able to walk away with a dub is most certainly huge, especially too, we had talked about kind of heading into this point here, you know, as far as for the Penguins coming in off of the loss to be able to overcome such a long game in game 1 with a dub. I mean, we can't ask for much more.
Yeah, that's an important one. That could have been a heartbreaker for F5 Penguins, and ultimately they were able to make it work in overtime, and you've got to give them credit. I mean, it felt like we played however long that game was. I mean, over 2 matches worth of rematch, and we spent probably 80% of it in the Azure FC zone. BeautyPie, the man with the ball right now, he had an incredible game, Q. I mean, both keepers did, of course. But BeautyPie had an incredible game, but can't come up with the one final save that he needed. And ultimately, F5 Penguins up by a game here.
I know we had had discussions earlier about whether people call it football, soccer, call it what you want, but what you've seen in Rematch as of lately very much mimics that real sport where there are a lot of lower scoring games. It's always going to be the better defense. That is most often than not going to be able to come up when it comes to the highest level of play, or when you're talking about top 3 here in our Elite Series. It does not surprise me to see low scoring affairs, but man, talk about to be able to keep a clean sheet on either side for, what is that, essentially 13 minutes of play almost. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's been fantastic so far for both of the defenses, and we're already starting things off quickly here with F5 getting a majority of the possession. Instead, though, Colty finds a little bit of room to run. Polywalnut's actually deferring to Kyler here. Polywalnut's going to play some defense, and Silver finds the back of the net. What a pass! The delay from Colty is just enough to send Silver on a run, and it's 1-0 for Azure.
What happened to where Kyler got the gloves? I don't remember Polywalnuts being forced out of keep to cause that exchange, but you had definitely just pointed out the fact that it's a different keep on the back line, and as much as we had seen the F5 Penguins be able to have that stone wall to be able to hold them at 0 for so long, one simple mistake and it will be Azure with their first lead.
And now Colty, another chance. He just missed it wide. No grab there from Polywalnut, so Silver's going to grab the rebound. And now play it all the way down to BeautyPie, and Azure can afford to play this long possession game now, as they have snatched themselves their first lead of the series on the first goal they've scored in this series. As now Colty wanted to find Silver again. He actually gets the ball right back to him. Kyler, good header away. Yako getting chased down there by Stolly. The slide tackle delays him for a moment, but it will eventually find its way back to Tipsy. The chip on. Let's see if Azure can maybe put up some insurance here. There's Coltsy again. He missed it high. Had Polly Walnuts dead to rights there, but Coltsy couldn't get it on goal. And now it's Stolly with some space, and the chip can't get over Beauty Pie. It looked like he had him beat, but Beauty Pie in good enough position to make the save.
It's huge to be able to keep things as far as the score line for now, and Beauty Pie going to be able to secure another here as well. The one thing I wanted to point out was I like as far as for the F5 Penguins, you see their defense doing a great job of being able to kind of force the start of the offense so deep back in this Azure side. Unfortunately for them, it hasn't resulted in anything beyond one early pass. They haven't really been able to find a way to kind of rotate things over to at least enforce it more engaging into the offense. But it feels like for me, the small little extra spacing for Azure is something they need to capitalize on.
I would tend to agree. I think Azure's had some good offense when they've been able to generate a little bit of possession in the offensive half. That's a nice header down there by Silver. Everybody rallying back on the defensive side. Yaku gets a touch on it. He actually gets the block on the follow-up as well, as Pito had an opportunity there. Is now Stolly trying to take the shot, going to bounce wide. Pito, very much a slow play, almost found Nom-Toms across the way. And Yako up to Coltsy. Here's Silver, back to Coltsy, actually able to beat out the defense there, but Nom-Toms sliding down again from that winger position. Able to block the play, and F5 will take possession. Minute 58. Game 2, Azure up by a goal. Nom-Toms across to Stolly, shut down by Tipsy.
There's definitely time for F5 to cook, but they are starting to run out of opportunities here. It's felt like Azure has kicked things up just a little extra notch. We had talked about how much time F5 had spent down here on this half of the pitch in game 1. Hasn't quite been the same story, and almost feels like F5 hasn't quite been able to find the read on what changes have been made. And as far as for them, I had mentioned running out of time. The good news is they do have a longer possession here. It looks like Polly Walnuts will try to push just a little further forward. Pass off the back ball, was looking for Nom-Toms. Unfortunately, not quite able to dial it in. They'll give possession over to Azure here, who does simply get to be able to burn more of that clock hunting.
Yeah, and I do think Azure has battened down the hatches a little bit more, as here's Coltsy with some room to run. Takes a shot near post. Polly Walnuts able to snag that one out of the air, and he's going to send Kyler on his way. Looking for Pito. That's going to be blocked there by Tipsy. Now all the way across. Nom-Toms. He will be able to find the possession around Yako as well. Quickly into the box, but Silver's there to knock it away, as now Stolly and Pito. There's, oh no, almost found Stolly on a good pass, but it was just a bit too far. Nom-Toms with a nice steal. Pito was there, but it just flies over his head, and F5 need to find a bit of possession. That slide tackle works to good effect there from Stolly. It's a nice little chip pass over to Nom-Toms. Pito off the sidewall and in. Stolly with the follow-up. What a beautiful play from F5. We're tied.
What a huge play here by F5 to be able to find that elusive goal with just 15 seconds to go, and fakes the header shot. Instead, just finds the pass, finds the teammate, and delivers it home. Extra time, one more time it does look like here in game number 2. And remember, we had, almost 8 minutes of extra time in game number 1. Literally let you know just how close things are at the top here in North America in our Elite Series.
Yeah, this has been fantastic, fantastic rematch all series long. And we're going to get a bit more of it here in game number 2, as Tipsy wanted to go off the end wall. The ball will be played all the way back to the midfield line. Pito. Good possession there around a couple of defenders. Quickly over to the sidewall. Here's Nom-Toms. Nice move. Chip in. Good rally there defensively. Finding Stolly, though, across the way. F5 keeps possession. Challenged by Yako. He's trying to find the full challenge. Actually gets a bit errant on the pass there. Tipsy wants the chip back to Beauty Pie, and it just ends up in his hands. Needs to be careful with that shortened timer. We'll find it out to Tipsy. Here it is, on to Coltsy, quickly to Silver, score! Azure FC get their first chance in OT, and we are heading to game 3 tied at 1.
Nice spacing as far as on the counterattack. You put Coltsy up into the corner that has Silver by themselves right along that PK dot, which means easily able to bury home a shot off of a dime of a pass. So we will be off to the rubber match, all tied up at 1. And when we talk about for a end of a lower bracket here for our event, you can't ask for much more. I mean, these two teams are neck and neck.
Yeah, we couldn't ask for a better couple of series, this last one and now this one, and I'm hoping that the grand final will be just as good. I mean, these have been so much fun, so much great rematch. I'm glad they were able to bring it to you here live on our feed. And not only is it a chance to play into the grand finals, but it's a chance to get back and have an opportunity again at Voidbound, right? Both teams are looking for a little bit of revenge on VB, who awaits the winner here. I don't think either of them are thinking about that right now, though, Q. I think both of these teams, as Beto takes a quick shot early, I think both of these teams are very much going game by game, perhaps minute by minute, and right in the first minute of game 3, it's Coltsy who finds the back of the net for Azure.
For Azure now, remember, they were not able to find a goal in the entirety of that long first period, that first game, but now they put themselves in the lead, not only in game number 2, but with an even quicker goal. Here in game number 3, they are letting the Penguins know that they have showed up. They're here to play. You mentioned not looking forward to the grand finals just quite yet. Blinders on, just worried about the next 5.5 minutes.
I think they might just be concerned about who gets the next goal right here. It's a very, very important next goal, as Azure FC striking early, getting a bit of their mojo back after a tough game number 1. And a little bit of a miscommunication there. Paulie Walnuts nearly had that one find the way to the back of his goal, but he's able to take it away from Coltsy. Here's Stolly with some room to run down the wing. Coltsy wants the challenge, not going to be able to get there in time. Good pass across off the back wall. The rebound out to the top of the box. Good chip over, but Stolly has that one taken from him by Coltsy. And it's been fast-paced rematch, as Coltsy doing a little dance there. Stolly's not going to have any of it, though. Takes it away. And Tipsy, though, will come in support of his teammate, sending Coltsy again back on a run. Silver sprinting towards the net, getting a shot off the cross, or off the top of the wall, and it's going to be Namdoms who's able to play it away. That was a great defensive effort from Namdoms, not giving up on the play after the keeper was out of it.
Great defensive effort, but I'm surprised that they continue to give Silver as much room as they have on a couple of these possessions. They're in the middle of the box. Coltsy barely fires that one off of the foot before Paulie Walnuts is able to secure it. Tries to find a way past the midfield line, but that's about as far as she roads. It will be Coltsy pass two. It's a wide open net. Has the ball on a stream. You thought you had it. Ain't no way. That's 2 here in the opening 2 minutes.
Man, that's just some fantastic play from Coltsy. He recognizes Kyler's not the primary keeper for his team. We saw Paulie Walnuts get himself into trouble and sprint down the pitch. Kyler had to rotate back to play goalie, and he's unable to make the stop. Coltsy goes 1-on-4 and scores to make it Azure FC up by 2. It's going to be on F5 Penguins now to try to find a response. They don't have a ton of time. 3:45 left to go in the game. And normally I'd say they have plenty of time, but with how these defenses have been playing, it seems like a slog to try to find enough room, and that's just in from Silver. The early dive from Paulie Walnuts bites him, and Azure FC, they've scored the last 4 straight goals now, up 3-0 here in game 3.
The wheels, they're falling off. It felt like they were doing so well trying to live life in the fast lane, even when trying to keep up with the pace of Azure. They're in game number 2, but in game 3, things have not gone in their favor, that's for sure. In a dangerous situation for a sort of dismantling of a team like this. In game number 3 is huge. It's not only putting Azure up onto series point, they're going to be feeling so much confidence, especially if they're going to be able to pull off a mercy rule here.
Wow.
Ask and you shall receive. Coltsy punches it home, and it's going to be a mercy rule in game 3.
And let's not forget here, Q. Let's not forget. I said they scored the last 4 of the series. With that one, I was actually mistaken. They scored the last 6 now of the series because they tied game number 2 with like 10 seconds left, okay? Azure FC has not scored through a majority of game 1 and game 2. They come back with 6 straight now, 2 to win game 2 in overtime and 4 to blank F5 Penguins in game 3. They are on a roll, and now if there's any moment for F5 Penguins to show that they are a top contender and are a true put-together team, now is the time to do it. You have to somehow bounce back after getting mercy ruled in game 3.
And you can tell that Polly Walnuts is feeling that need to push the pace and try and move with a sense of urgency. It's been part of the reason why we've seen him overextending and pushing up the field, which ironically in itself has led to a couple of extra goals, which makes that big change from Azure feel that much worse. So you've got to lock in and buckle up because it's now or never if you're the F5 Penguins.
Yeah, there's no more room for errors here for the team in white. F5 down to their last game in the tournament. I'm sure they'll be satisfied with a top 3 finish, but I know they want to play for the gold. But they've got to take down Azure in 2 straight games to do it. Colty found Silver. He tries to play it high. Polly Walnuts reads it well, though. Able to take it off the back wall. And that was nearly a good start there for Azure. As that one's going to be played up towards Nomdoms. Has a little bit of room. Tipsy shadowing him there. There's a feed across. Yako, good positioning. Bit of an argument in the corner between Stolly and Yako. Stolly comes away with it. He wanted to find Pito, but Silver was in the way. As now F5 press the attack. Nomdoms one-on-one with Silver. Tries to get by, and he does. He's got a lot of room here. Flick on. Stolly scores, and F5 back on the board.
You know, I was about to say the importance of this first goal going in favor of the F5 Penguins, and before I even get a chance to talk about it, Nomdom serves up a dimer across to Stolly, who drills things home. A much-needed goal for the offense from the F5 Penguins. Now the question becomes, can you double things down? Stolly picks the pockets with that ball. Would have been left a little bit closer. Might have had a potential to follow it up with the shot. Unfortunately, though, ends up into the hands of Beauty Pie, who tries to send it all the way down towards the other side of the pitch, but to no avail.
We are quickly moving through game 4 now. Nice play from Kyler, blocked there by Tipsy. Pito will send it all the way back as F5 try to press their advantage, looking for a bit of insurance here in game 4. That's a nice feed into the box, but Yako was there. Actually, the whole team rallied to that ball as they scatter now. Looking for some room to run off the boot of Beauty Pie. It's going to be Coltsy. Nomdoms and Stolly trying to swarm him. That ball out of reach of Silver. We are playing on this beautiful new stadium. I personally love this new one on the screen. Wow, Kyler just finds room between the defense, and they let him take the shot and score. That's a beauty from Kyler.
Almost feels like the gas has been let off just a little bit. Maybe easy to say that from the booth just because we've simply seen 2 goals in the opening half of play, but Azure just doesn't seem to quite be clicking in the same way, more particularly down the defensive side. It just feels like they've allowed for a little bit of extra space to the Penguins, and they have most certainly capitalized in that regard. I would always prefer to go into the game number 5 off the back of a dub than a loss. That puts the pressure right now onto Azure to try and close things here in game 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I don't know why so much space was given to Kyler. He's trying to find a little bit more of it there. But maybe just a miscommunication defensively, nobody wanting to move from their post. Ultimately, it leads to an F5 2-goal lead. Here's Colty trying to cut that in half. Nice pass to Silver. He needs to put a shot on goal. Paulie Walnuts was out of the play, but he couldn't quite get to the ball. And it's going to be Kyler who will walk it to safety for now. The pass over to Pito. Tipsy, good play. Will send Coltsy on a bit of a run. Has Stolly by a couple of steps. Stolly gets back quickly. Coltsy tries to make a move. Paulie's not going to bite on it. And Stolly able to get in the way. Beautifully done by the F5 defense. Nice move from Coltsy, though. Still looking for Silver. Going to take the shot himself, and it's Paulie Walnuts just going to snatch that out of the air before we get a highlight reel goal.
It just feels so forced. I mean, don't get me wrong, you were able to create space and find an opportunity, but you got teammates, and it feels like, unfortunately, just kind of had the blinders on, feeling the pressure of being down by 2. And F5 right now continuing with presence down on the side. Kyler looking to re-secure this ball here for F5 as it will now be sent back to Paulie Walnuts all the way back deep inside their half, which inevitably is just going to turn into more time. That'll dwindle off the clock. Back and forth, the passes go, but Silver actually doing a great job of stepping up, picks the pockets. Now all of a sudden trying to turn defense into offense. Pass across, header sent on target, but Paulie Walnuts finds a save.
Yeah, great play from Azure, but Paulie Walnuts comes up huge for F5 there. Really needed that save to keep his team up by 2. And time dwindling now for Azure. It's 90 seconds left on the clock here in Game 4. We are so very close to a Game 5, but you know the team in black would love to see it end. Now as Silver finds the back of the net, that's a very similar play to the one that they connected on in overtime in Game 2, and it's the first of the game for them here in Game 4.
Just a great pass from Coltsy. You can see the defender tries to put a head onto it, just can't quite get there. Shot so quick off the top of the foot, which just finds its way to hit the lace. You asked for a goal, Hunted, and there it is. But that's only half the battle. You now have 70 seconds to try and find another. You're able to find possession here. Pass, looking for Coltsy. The shot is a little delayed, inevitably ends up being wide, but with the pressure being up from Azure, they're making sure that the Penguins don't get a free flip of the pitch for free.
Well, they're going to have to be careful here again. Azure finds a little bit of possession, and with 45 seconds left, oh no, Beauty Pie, a massive mistake!
Not like this. You mention a mistake, you drop the ball, you think you have space. Stolly says, not today. Sticks a foot up on in there, and when there's nobody in the net, all you got to do is simply tap it in. Now, of course, if Azure ends up not finding a second goal, it's kind of for naught anyways, right? You already had the lead, but that is something that almost sits in the back of the mind a little bit, especially as we do get prepared for a best of 1 here in Game 5.
I wouldn't even go as far as to say it's sitting in the back of their minds. You just got to wonder how deflating that has to feel. You get a goal on the board, you have some hope that potentially you can tie it up and send us to another overtime. And then a big mistake like that from your keeper, not one you expect. As game number 4 will come to a close, it's F5 Penguins. Final score of 3-1. We have a Game 5, folks. I hope that you've been enjoying the broadcast. I know that I certainly have been, Q, and I have a feeling Game 5 is going to be a banger, but Azure FC now backs against the wall after having that one-game advantage. Again, it's crazy how the momentum has shifted in this series, right? You had Game 1, very sort of back and forth. I mean, it took however long in overtime, 10 minutes of overtime almost, and we had, one team come out of that with a lot of momentum, and then all of a sudden, another overtime, momentum shifts, and then there's a huge shutout performance in Game 3 by Azure, and now it's like, well, Game 4 just happened, big mistake, Azure's now on the back foot. It's just crazy how that shift happened so quickly.
You would have expected anybody to make the mistake in game number 4. It was the team that was under the most pressure, right? It's funny how sometimes pressure can create those diamonds. So let's go ahead and take to the pitch one more time, one final time. Here in our losers bracket final, F5 Penguins were able to force it here.
No way!
And the F5 Penguins will be able to strike first. It's 15 seconds in, and Nomdoms finds the lace.
There's no way. This one has to feel horrible as well. It goes off the defender. and dribbles straight into the back of the net. And that is a disaster of a start for Azure, who have struggled to find the back of the goal at times. They're going to have to do so now as F5 take the first goal of the series, or rather of Game 5, in less than 30 seconds as Yako gets shut down. Stali with a little bit of room. Tipsy is back, though. Yako shadowing Pito as well. And now Stali off the defender. Yako, little bit of space. That's going to be a bit of a giveaway, and Coltsy will have plenty of room to clear the zone. So now Azure, maybe their first offensive opportunity. Coltsy wanted some kind of blade pass. Didn't quite get it to work that time for him. As now Azure, first minute gone, down by a goal. Game number 5. All of the cards have to be on the table here, Q, by the end of the game. There's no more second chances now.
It's kind of crazy what a quick goal in a series like this will do to you. I had almost forgot that we had just started game number 5, just due to the fact that we had the quick goal, that we're kind of back to that same sort of defensive back and forth. I felt like there should have been less time on the clock, but yeah, still 4.5 minutes left here. Plenty of time for Azure, as they've shown at least at a couple of moments here that they've still got that dog in them, but it's all about being able to find the results on the scoreboard, looking for a way to try and turn defense into offense, and to be unsuccessful in that regard there, as there will be Beauty Pie who will be able to at least secure things. A pass out towards their defender, not going to be able to find any additional space. I mean, right now, the F5 Penguins doing a great job, pressured up, pass off the back wall. Pito tries for the shot, but will be denied.
Yeah, so a giveaway by Beauty Pie, but he makes up for it with a good read off that back wall play. Keeps his team in it. Nice feed, but Coltsy gets shut down by Paulie Walnuts, as that was the best look Azure's had so far here in game number 5. Good play from Kyler to keep possession. And F5, 3.5 minutes away from a grand final appearance here in the Rematch Elite Series. This North American tournament has absolutely delivered on the drama, on the spectacle. And we still have a game 5 to decide here. Nice feed over to Pito. Chip in. Nom-Doms right into the waiting arms of Beauty Pie, who's now going to try to play it down. Good read from Coltsy. He can't quite get there. The defense, though, maybe a little overzealous, but Stali with a nice sliding tackle. Silver gets back up, able to make the play. Coltsy and Silver try to do what they can, cutting off that back pass. It's going to be a turnover now in hands of Silver, and he's played it all the way back. So after some great work in the corners by the Azure strikers, they've got the ball with a chance. That pass is awry, though, and Stali will be able to take possession and work F5 out of the zone. So 2:35 now. The team in black, Azure FC, still need 1 to try to equalize this game.
So as time, of course, that 1 goal, 1 shot's all it takes, and we've seen them being able to try and start up their offense down the other side.
Oh.
It's going to have to be defense, though, that steps up huge. Nom-Doms says, you know what? I'm not comfortable with just a 1-goal lead. Let's go ahead and make it 2. And it starts with just a little bit of space. Tipsy tries to close the gap, can't quite get there in time. It's 2-0 with 2:19 left.
And that's such a nice placement there from Nom-Doms, too. It's a hard read for the keeper. Nom-Dom goes near post and beats Beauty Pie. And now Azure in a definite hole, a bit of a mountain to climb. 2 goals in 2 minutes required. Stali, nice move, trying to make it 3. Chip across, but it's too far. Silver plays it out. Coltsy's there. He's got Kyler in front of him, Stali behind him, and ultimately F5 walks away with it. Here's Stali again, back wall, out to Pito, but it's Beauty Pie on the read this time. Azure FC, they need 2 goals, and they need at least the first one very quickly. Coltsy trying to play it over to Silver. That play's worked for them, but it doesn't quite connect this time. As unfortunately for Tipsy, he actually does get the ball back, but the play into the box shut down by the defense yet again of F5 Penguins.
Figure with 80 seconds left, you need that first one in the next 20 or 30 seconds or so, because you know kickoff will go over to the Penguins. They'll be able to burn some time, and I would imagine the F5 Penguins will look to do just that here with possession. Pauly Walnut's getting dangerous as we do see Coltsy able to get a body on it, but of course Coltsy, the only one pushed that far down the pitch. You'll hear the change in the music. It lets us know that we are officially into our final minute of play. And if you are Azure, you need to find a way to get the possession here and now, and instead you surrender a third goal.
And it's a beautiful play again by F5, spreading the defense, knowing they have to push forward to try to find the possession. And it's just a nice 1-2-3 passing play in the box, and it's a 3-0 lead now. F5 Penguins have all but secured themselves an opportunity to face down Voidbound in the grand finals. Azure has had a fantastic tournament, a great run. They took out Finesse in that last series in a Game 5, but their luck, unfortunately, has run out. And for F5 Penguins, Q, I said, this is the moment for them. This is where they can show themselves to be a top team in North America, and a team that can show resilience and that can show the making of greatness. They were shut out in Game 3, 4-0, mercy ruled in Game 3. They were down 2-1 in the series after that. They never stopped battling. Game number 5 goes in their favor, a shutout of their own, and we will have a Voidbound F5 Penguins final.
Get to run things back from that winner's bracket final, and I'm sure the F5 Penguins definitely have the thought of being able to serve up a little bit of redemption on the back of their mind. I think the big thing for me is being able to overcome the adversity in the lower bracket final. It would have been easy after dropping game number 1 and winning game number 1 and then dropping back-to-back games in 2 or 3 to kind of allow for things to slip away. Instead, they locked in, and now they're in the grand final. At the end of the day, no one talks about how you got there if you're still able to pull off the dub. So at the end of the day, this lower bracket final, just a little bit of extra practice, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of extra practice, some very high effort, high intensity, very tense match of extra practice there. But, yeah, I mean, that's going to be, I think, a bit of the narrative. F5 Penguins coming off of a decisive Game 5 victory to punch their ticket into the grand final. Folks, we are going to take a short break to give us a bit of a rest, let the players take a short break, but we will be back momentarily. Make sure you're following the channel. Make sure you keep it right here. We have one final best of 7 to bring you. Don't go anywhere. This is the Rematch Elite Series here on Rematch Esports.
This is the main event of the evening. A best of 7 showdown to determine supremacy, legacy, and the right to be called champions of the North American region in this Elite Series. Dribbling out of the primary bracket, they came in cold, calculated, and absolutely dominant. A perfect record, just clean rotations and total control. They're not here for a comeback because they never left the top. Backed by precision, pressure, and pristine plays, they are the Void-born Titan of the series, Voidbound. And their opponents, knocked down, counted out, but never conquered. They clawed their way through elimination with ice in their veins. Match after match, opponent after opponent, victory after victory. They defied the odds, rewritten the bracket, and fought their way back to this moment. They are the unyielding forces of resurgence. F5 Penguins! One stands undominable, the other stands undeniable. Both stand on the edge of rematch history. Rematch Nation! Are you ready? Because it's time!
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for one final time this evening. We have the grand finals set up and ready for you here. It's Hunted and Q back in the booth with you. And Q, we have had a long couple of days. It's been a lot of rematch played. I mean, it's been a long couple of weeks, right? I mean, our qualifiers started 4 weeks ago. And it's been a long time coming. We are finally here in the finals. We know who the final two teams will be to compete for this, the lion's share of this $1,000 prize.
Down to Voidbound and F5 Penguins, and it should be a banger. You know, we saw this end up being a sweep in the winners bracket finals here, and I feel like we just didn't get enough rematch. I feel like this is a series that deserves to truly go the distance. Now, we are heading into the grand final, which is that best of 7. Of course, Voidbound will start with that game advantage thanks to the fact that they did advance through that upper bracket. But I got a feeling that on the run back here, surely we get more than 3 more games, right?
I would certainly hope so, yeah. And it is worth mentioning this is a best of 7 that we're playing for the grand finals, and for Voidbound, since they were the team to come in through the upper bracket, they will get a game advantage. So they get game 1 is essentially a victory for Voidbound. We'll be technically jumping into game 2 of this best of 7. F5, we talked about them in that last series, coming in off of a game 5 loss. They come back, they play a fantastic series, find a game 5 win of their own, and now they're up back here against Voidbound to try to take a little bit of revenge. So you got to imagine there might be some fatigue setting in, but there's definitely got to be some hype building here for F5.
Yeah, I was going to ask, would you rather, after a longer day like we've had, or even a longer weekend of rematch, even when you look back to yesterday, would you rather be the team who is, while still tired, didn't have to cool down, or would you rather be the team that had that break? Because I feel like after kind of going at it for a while, sometimes that break almost works inversely and to your disadvantage more than your advantage, you know?
Yeah, oh no, absolutely, and we'll see how these two teams start. We'll see if Voidbound can get out to that quick start that they're certainly hoping for. Again, they do have a 1-game advantage, so no need to really panic too much. But here we go. It's game number 1 on your screens now. Voidbound going to be playing in that black and pink. F5 Penguins will be in the white. As we are underway, and Voidbound again with that 1-0 lead here in this best of 7. It's a lot of work to be done here for the F5 Penguins, Q, but if there's any team that can turn around a series like this one, it would certainly, you'd imagine, have to be the Penguins, as that's a quick shot by Ty, taken care of by Polly Walnuts, and he'll play out of his own box now.
Well, while I'm sure you didn't forget, in case any of our viewers who haven't maybe been keeping up with the numbers and everything in the background, we cannot overlook the fact that F5 Penguins were seen as our favorites going into this event here, and kind of their run through has definitely led you to believe and see why. So the fact that they had been sent down, not so much that they got sent down to the lower bracket, but was more how they got sent down in sweeping fashion that had me concerned. Thus far, when you talk about the first minute and 15 seconds, Voidbound has had a couple of looks towards F5's net. I think F5 has looked pretty decent in their own right. I would really like to see them find more presence in the middle of the field, though.
Yeah, that was a nice save from Polly Walnuts early there on Senix. Had to be Johnny on the spot to make the save, and it keeps the game level at 0, as here comes Ippy. Opts for Senix on the wing. He's going to try to play it out of the corner. Kyler shadowing in there, quickly into the box, though. It's Pito able to play it onwards, as Senix will play it back. Now Norman challenged there by Stolly, but it gets around. Quickly down, and there were 2 Voidbound players there. Neither one of them could get the header. The defense coming up big for F5, as now Ippy down to Ty. Senix again floating in the top of the box, and Voidbound don't really seem to have lost too much of a step here waiting for this series, as they have dominated the early possessions of game number 2. Tom's able to take that away. Polly Walnuts will pick it up, and now F5 can maybe try to get back on the attack.
And to find some way to start establishing some sort of presence down on that black half of the pitch, because they have been caught back in their defensive half for a while. Ball movement shot over to Pito, but Pito, unfortunately, will be denied even before it makes its way into the keeper half of the box. Iffy doing a great job of shutting it down. Follow-up shot also will be grabbed there by Dirty Toro. Nice job by the Voidbound defense to step up.
Dirty Toro there kind of got left on his lonesome. Had to come up with a big save after Stolly won the ball in the corner, and now Stolly wins another challenge over Ippy. We'll be back to Polly Walnuts. Quickly moving forward. Here's Kyler. Looking for the blade. Takes it off the back wall. And Ippy in a great position, able to cut that one down. And now here's Senix on a bit of a run. Has a lot of space to work with. Blade shot himself. And Polly Walnuts jumps up to make that play. Well done by both keepers on either end. And they've kept us level at 0 here in game 2. Nice play from Ty over to Senix. Senix, nice move. Quickly on, but Polly Walnuts able to guard that near post well. Not going to be caught out of position that time. And Voidbound have had some good possessions here, but they just haven't been able to break through as of yet.
And a couple of looks. Definitely feels like longer possessions for the F5 Penguins, which I was about to say feels like they're on the verge of finding that first goal. And it was Pito, who we had seen deliver a couple of tough shots towards the net. This time around, drilling it to the lace, and it will be the F5 Penguins with the lead. Great work to get open there out in front, as this is going to be Norman. Looking for Senix and won't be able to connect with it. So F5 Penguins in a position to potentially level the series. Good cut of the pass though from Norman. He's got a lot of room to work. Back wall play, Ty, quick shot. But Polly Walnuts again comes up big on the near post. Snatching that one away before we could have a level series, or rather a level game now, as Kyler. Quickly into the corner here, Stolly as Pito. Lurking around in the box. Stolly, quick shot, opts for the back wall. Norman plays it away, but it's right on to Kyler. Kyler over to Pito. Now not going to be able to find the pass back to Kyler, and Ty has a lot of time and space ahead of him. Looks for the blade. What a move from Ty, and we are tied at 1. A header to the side to knock it down to the right foot. You find the off angle because the keeper has to be able to commit to try and shut down that lane, and instead leaves the back end wide open for an easy shot. Tying things up with just a little bit over a minute left, and that's exactly what you're looking for Voidbound. Able to find a way to buy just a little bit more time, but Stolly has other things in mind. A quick return to the other side of the pitch, and the F5 Penguins retake the lead. What I was just about to say, F5 maybe the wind out of the sails a little bit there, but they get one back immediately. A perfect response from F5 Penguins. And now they've given themselves a 1-goal lead here in game number 2. With only 50 seconds left to go, it's going to be Senix, though, running down the wing. Nom Doms is there trying to shadow him. Good keep, though, from Senix, and he's back to Ippy now. Ippy scanning the defense, looking for any kind of area that they can exploit on this F5 half. Norman opts to play it back to Dirty Toro. Now down, looking for a tie. Kyler keeps the header away. And that's actually a bit of an air pass. Both players don't go for it, so it's going to be Senix who picks up the ball in the corner, but the pass gets cut there by Pito. And again, Senix have to do some work in the corner. He gets some help from Norman. Both players come out of the corner with the ball. And ultimately, it's going to be Ippy to play it back over to Ty. That was dangerous from Voidbound. I thought maybe that might have been the mistake that ends the game, but they do get one more opportunity. Here's Ippy on the wing. Good play from Stolly. And F5 Penguins survive game 2 and equalize the series at 1. They did exactly what you look to do as the team coming in from the lower bracket. You take away that upper bracket advantage, essentially turning this best of 7 into a best of 5, and they looked pretty darn good while doing it too. Kind of a slow cooker. It wasn't really about turning up the pace too much. It was just about kind of picking and choosing their moments and eventually being able to find their opportunities and capitalizing and walking away with a dub.
Really fantastic stuff from F5. And again, we mentioned after that goal goes in from Voidbound that maybe, you know, it's a little bit of some wind out of the sails of F5 Penguins, but you know, they come right back. They get that strike immediately back off of the ensuing kickoff. And that's what you want to see. That's the resilience of this team that you want to see. And now we talked about the sweep that led F5 into the lower bracket. It has not occurred this time around. We will not have a sweep in the grand finals. We are all tied up at 1 here in this best of 7. So essentially here, Q, if you really want to think about it, we are starting a fresh best of 5 here in the grand finals.
Let's get down to it and see which of these two teams is able to give themselves the first lead in game number 3. And it's Ty for Voidbound, who says, you know what, put ourselves into the driver's seat. We can hold that one right there.
Yeah, I mean, Ty has had a couple of great goals already in this series, and certainly some fantastic goals all tournament long. And he connects with one there to put his team up by a goal 30 seconds into game 3. This is Stolly creating a bit of space for himself. Kyler has a lot of room to work with. Blade shot on! Back of the net found, and it's 1-1.
Should have been able to secure that one. We'll have to watch it back one more time to see exactly how things broke down. Kyler just says, if you're going to sit back, I'm going to make you pay. Not quite on target. Were the hands from the keeper, and just like that, we'll be tied up at 1. We thought that maybe Voidbound was bouncing back in a big way. F5 Penguins say no way.
Now, you got to wonder, Voidbound, maybe they weren't watching that last series. We saw Kyler with a very similar play in that lower bracket final where he was just given a lot of space. He takes a blade shot, finds the back of the net, and Voidbound unable to defend against the Kyler blade in similar fashion. And here we are, tied at 1 with 4:45 to go. Good play from Ippy. Let's play back to Dirty Taro. As that Senix has Ty beautifully in the box. What a block from Stolly. Just able to get back in time. Finds that dive to keep Ty off the board yet again. Kyler now. Feed back over to Stolly from defense to offense. Here comes Stolly. Blade shot on. That's an easy one for Dirty Taro. Reads it well. Snatches away that bottom post. Here's Ty with some room to work. Back wall. Senix was there. But the defense from Kyler in the rebound nearly beats Paulie Walnuts, but he makes the save on the goal line. And we're going to stay 1-1 with 4 minutes to go.
I've been trying to figure out which of the two nicknames in chat I've been enjoying the most. Paul Wall seems too easy. I do think Paulie the Wally has to definitely be my favorite. Earning the name here today for sure, and it's going to be Namdoms who earns the lead for the F5 Penguins with a nice double header here down deep inside the Voidbound territory.
Oh, such a great read from Namdoms. Baits out the dive from the keeper and puts F5 back in the driver's seat in game number 3. Let's see if Voidbound can find one. That was on to the head of Kyler, right back to Ippy. Here's Ty. Over to Norman. Norman with some room. Right onto the boot of Ty, but Paulie Walnuts stands tall. Takes away that near post yet again. He's been very good on those shots at the near post. Here's Kyler with some more space. Are they going to give it to him again? He tries to find a pass across, but that time Norman steps up into him, and here's a feed. Zenix is free. Blade shot back wall, but he doesn't get the rebound and bounces over him. Had Paulie Walnuts beat, but he couldn't find the back of the goal.
Couldn't quite recover in time, and Ty, unfortunately, just a step or two behind. Also would have had a free look at it if they were just a little bit closer and engaged in that play. Now F5 Penguins looking to try and find themselves another look towards the net. Kept inside the zone for now. Stolly, you reach, I teach, he says to Norman. Looks for a relatively light shot. Makes that really easy to save for Dirty Toro.
Yeah, that was a good read of the play there by the keeper for Voidbound. Senix wanted the feed in the corner, but he couldn't beat the defender. So it's into the hands of Paulie the Wally for F5. He's been a wall so far in this series. They'll have to try to keep this 1-goal lead. Here's Pito. Over to Stali. Option actually defers to Namdams, who gets beat on the play. Senix has a lot of room to run. He's running out of stamina, though. Takes a quick shot off the back wall. Ty wasn't ready for it. And it'll be deflected into the corner there by Stali. Back over to Paulie Walnuts. And they've loved this back wall play, have Voidbound. It just hasn't quite worked out for them.
Tough spot to be in if you're Ty, right? Because you want to run with your teammate and be in a nice cross spot, but sometimes when that shot rings too hard off of that backboard, it ends up being more of a detriment. That just ends up being one of those cases there. The good news for Voidbound is they do still have another 90 seconds for themselves to be able to find a way to tie up this series. Otherwise, they do risk falling behind by a series count of 2-1. They're finding some good looks here, but they've got to find a way past the goal line.
That we most certainly do. As let's see what Kyler has. Looking for Senix. Or getting through Senix, I should say. As here's Namdams. Nice feed onto Stali. Norman rejects that one. Ippy all the way back down. Here's Senix with a little bit of space. Namdams, a great sliding tackle. Ty beats the keeper to the ball. Plays it into the corner to try to play a little bit of possession. Has the possession away from Namdams and will feed it back over to Ippy, who plays it back to Norman. 35 seconds left. Voidbound with maybe another opportunity. There's a feed to Ty. It's rejected by the defense. Good move from Norman. Stali, though, quickly across the pitch, able to take that one away. Chips it across to his teammate in Namdams. And Namdams has some space to walk through. 15 seconds to go. Good read. Oh, no. Norman gave it away, though. And now Stali over to Namdams. Time is going to tick by. No more time left for Voidbound, but the giveaway over to Norman. They're going to have one final opportunity. Need to make sure they keep possession. It is going to be over to Ippy. And here we are. Final attack. Voidbound, one more chance to try to tie us up here in game number 3. It's going to be Dirty Toro with the possession at the top. Down to Senix, score!
What?
It's 2-2 in game 3.
In what world does this pass find its way past all of the defenders? Now, I was about to say I don't like the idea of the long entry pass, but the proof's in the pudding, I suppose. We're all tied up at 2 when we go to overtime here in game number 3. Voidbound have a little bit of an extra life here.
A beautiful extra life for Voidbound. Tying things up with no time remaining, but now it's going to be Stali. Looking for Pito, fires. Great save from Dirty Toro. Needs to be careful. He finds his man, though, in Ty. Quickly across. Senix has Ty streaking. Back wall play. Read well by Kyler. But Ippy with possession. Good play from Namdams, though, to steal that one away. As Paulie Walnuts had to get rid of that ball quickly. And now Kyler with a little bit of room to work with here in overtime. Game number 3. The winner of this one will be given that 1-game advantage. And there's Namdams. Just missed it wide. Had the bottom corner labeled, but he couldn't quite pick it, as now it's going to be Stali. Nice couple of moves. Makes it be back off. Header pass. Namdams scores, and F5 Penguins a minute into overtime survive the Voidbound comeback, and they'll take game 3.
The heartbreaker, a slower play here that develops. Unfortunately, the dive forward just a little too far forward, leaves the net wide open, and when the biscuit's in front of the basket, it's going to be good eats each and every time. Game number 2 was about the F5 Penguins being able to take away that upper bracket advantage. Now they have been able to successfully put themselves halfway to being able to call themselves champion, and they've been looking pretty darn good out there on the pitch.
And this is one of the things that we haven't really talked about too much coming into this series, but for Voidbound, this is really their first chance on this big of a stage. They haven't made a grand final in Rematch yet. This is their first grand final that they have made, Q, and it couldn't be a bigger one, right? You're playing for a $1,000 prize pool. You're playing in front of a ton of different viewers and a lot of pressure on. They've had a fantastic tournament, but how are they going to respond now as we head into game number 4? Voidbound dropping the last 2 straight. They find themselves now down in the series, but it is a best of 7 for anybody just joining us, so we have at least 2 more games of Rematch to go. I'm sure Voidbound would love to extend it to 6 if possible. As here's Ty, has Senix on a run with him, uses the back wall, but again it's Kyler, who has been very good defensively all tournament long for F5. You got to wonder, maybe Voidbound need to mix it up if Kyler's going to be playing defense as well as he has been.
Definitely might want to be able to consider that one for sure. First attacking opportunity here for the F5 Penguins, and Stali almost able to bang that thing home off of that pass from the back wall. Pita will be able to secure it, looks for Nomdoms, one touch, sets up a potential shot opportunity, denies themselves that opportunity. That looked not enough, and Nomdoms says, you know what, I'm going to take this one, and the F5 Penguins take the lead.
And yeah, this is, again, just some fantastic play by F5, working the ball around. A lovely pass from Stali, finds Nomdoms, and the keeper, Dirty Toro, just couldn't quite reach out fast enough. And that makes it a 1-0 lead now for F5 Penguins. And for Voidbound, you just got to wonder, is the moment too big? Is the pressure too much? As again, they swept this team when they met last time. They swept F5 Penguins 3-0 in the upper bracket earlier on. As Senix looking for Ty, but the rally by the defense, and it was Stali ultimately who takes that away. And it just doesn't look like Voidbound have that confidence that they had earlier on in the tournament here, Q.
I think it's almost like the culmination of a perfect storm, right? You had mentioned first time that we've seen Voidbound in a grand finals as far as for a rematch event. And then you walk into that grand finals and you almost have like that false sense of security. Oh, we beat these guys in a sweep last time. Then they come out and punch in the mouth, not only take game number 2, but now they've taken game number 3 and they've scored quickly in game number 4 as well. All of a sudden you start questioning, well, everything you know about Rematch, every sort of part of your game plan that you came in with, and they've got to find some way to regain, because as you can see, relentless towards the net. Here were the F5 Penguins. They looked to double down their lead, not going to be successful that trip down.
Well, here's Senix with a chance, blade shot, score. 1-1, game 4, 3:38, and it's Senix who finds some space behind the F5 defense and makes it count.
Making it count indeed. Sometimes it's just about finding that one opportunity. The defender sprinting towards back post instead of trying to cut over towards where the ball was at. Can't help but wonder if maybe an extra body in the vicinity might have caused just enough of a nuisance. It will be now Voidbound over the kickoff. Let's try to seize the control. Ty can't quite do that, as it will be sent back to Paulie the Wally. And now they're going to look to try and start up the offense from deep in their territory.
Paulie the Wally, I love it. He's going to have to turn himself into a Wally here as Senix. Oh, he almost found that bottom corner. It was a beautiful feed into the box. As now Kyler looks to clear the zone. Good read of the play there from Norman, though. Moving down from the defensive position. Senix over to Ippy. Has some space. Blade shot. Chance off the back wall. Goes off the top of the crossbar, all the way into the air. Ippy going to fight for it in the corner, but ultimately it's the combo of Pito and Kyler able to play it away, as now Kyler with a lot of room, trying to find Stali with it, ultimately a bit too far, but a good sliding tackle there from Nomdoms gives Stali back possession. Senix again, so very good on that possession. He's going to run down the wing. He has Ty with him. Chips it out, takes a shot off the defender. Rebound is there, but Senix couldn't control it. And we're going to stay 1-1 with 2:15 to go.
See, they tried tapping that L2 or that left trigger if you're kind of running your standard controls to try and turn into the stance to get the control of it. Just couldn't quite gather it in time. Now it will be Voidbound. Quick
What
pass up the field here for Ty. You've got some space. Hold on. Past one. But Paul on the wall stands tall.
And it's interesting how much space Voidbound has been given behind the enemy lines. As Namdom's just going to blade it across to Stolly, and that's a big save from Dirty Toro. That's a tricky shot to read. As Stolly got that one off quick, but he makes the save. Keeps Voidbound in this game. Play it over to Ty. It's rejected there. I don't know if it went off a defender or the keeper. Either way, it doesn't wind up in the net. Norman, nice little move, but he gets stopped in his tracks. Stolly still able to get the ball through, though. Senix plays it back towards Ippy. Blade shot potential. No, it's Namdoms. And now Senix. One-on-one with Pito. Nice slide around. It's going to be Stolly with the slide tackle, though. And we are going to continue on. Game number 4. A minute left to go. Still equalized at 1.
Starting to get really worried for Voidbound here. I'm not going to lie to you, Hunted. You know, desperate for a win here. If this goes to extra time and they end up dropping this thing and allowing F5 Penguins put themselves onto championship points, that would be quite a mountain to climb after coming in with a bit of a lead. Possession shot opportunity, and there it is. Voidbound able to find a lead to their name with just 35 seconds left to play.
And look at this couple of nice moves from Ty. Baits out Kyler just a little bit, and it's a wonderful pass to Senix. And that puts Voidbound in a position to equalize the series here in game number 4. And give us, I think, all what we'd love to see. More rematch between these two squads. As Namdoms now has some room down the wing, looking for the equalizer. Tries to bait out Ty. Ty, what a wonderful read defensively. He's going to bomb it all the way down. Paulie Walnuts has to scramble back, but he does get up to make the play. And we're going to have one final attack here for F5. We saw Voidbound convert on this in the last game. They weren't able to win it in overtime, but I'm sure F5 would love an opportunity to play in OT here. Nice pass over to Pito. Namdom's there. Fires. Save made on the goal line, and it's going to be Voidbound who take a game 4. We're headed to game 5, all tied up at 2.
It's now a best of 3 as we've gone back and forth a little bit here. And a very important game for Voidbound. I had talked about it going into that overtime. I feared that if they dropped that, it could have just kind of been the beginning of the end. Instead, it's almost like a new beginning, a breath of fresh air, a fresh little life over on that half of the pitch. Definitely wasn't easy, but hey, you know what? They got the job done there, Hunted.
No, it's been a tough series for both teams. I mean, it's been back and forth, but now Voidbound, now that they found their first real win of the series, right? They were given that first game for being the upper bracket team, but now that they've actually won a game in this series, you've got to imagine that they're going to start to build a little bit of that confidence heading in to game number 3. And folks, I really hope you've been enjoying this coverage. I hope you've been enjoying these two teams battling it out. I know I certainly have, and I just want to let you know that next weekend we will have the top 16 NA teams competing in a 3-day event, and you can catch the top 8 playoffs right here on our Twitch channel as we are partnering with the Aura Farm tournament. You can check out their Twitches as well, Aura Farm and Godspeed Esports. That's going to be starting next Friday, July 18th through Sunday, July 20th at 7 p.m. CST, 8 p.m. Eastern. But until then, Q, we still have a lot of rematch left to play here in this one. As a couple of opportunities back and forth between these two teams. Nobody able to get on the board yet. Well, this is a contentious game number 5 as Namdoms. Oh, he had Stolly on a run, but just overshot him a bit there.
It's interesting. It almost feels like the pace has been picked up just a little bit instead of those lower, slow approaches in the half-field game. Both teams have been able to really pick up just the tempo, at least a little bit here. More opportunities looking towards the net, but as you had mentioned, nobody quite yet being able to find the net. It will be Namdoms who's looking for a clear up the way here to Kyler, who's going to bring it up into that Voidbound territory. It's a deep pass into the corner. Pito cross the box to Stolly, but the defense not overextending. Norman, who's been doing such a phenomenal job in that sweeper role all night long, here for Voidbound, really helping out the goalkeeper. But even with all of that being said, the Penguins find a goal and they're up early.
And again, it's just the F5 Penguins doing everything they can to break apart this defense, and it works out perfectly for them that time. They pull the defense apart and get the header to find the back of the goal. So it's F5 Penguins who find the first of the game. And now Voidbound need to find a way to respond. Norman tries to send Ippy on a bit of a run. Pito gets that one challenged away from him. Walnuts to the rescue, however. And now F5 going to try to slow play this out of their own zone. Kyler had to be careful there. Ty was all over him. But does make a nice couple of moves, and he's got some space to run. Nice pass to Pito. Good block there from Ippy. Kyler, though, back on it. Over to Stolly. Norman with an aggressive challenge. But F5 keep possession. Blade shot potential. Blocked away by the defense. And VB will turn the offense around. Good cut of the pass, though. And now Stolly one-on-one with the keeper and tries to make a move over the top score. What a patient play from Stolly. Finds the chip over the keeper, and it's 2-0.
Brings the ball down, finds the control, realizes that Dirty Toro just a little too far out, hits him with the raindrop, drop top. Oh, I don't know. Something about the flip-flop. It's going to be F5 Penguins up by 2 as we approach that midway point.
And now Voidbound in a bit of a hole here. Having to find 2 with 3:15 left to go. As you can see, Senex challenging Walnuts quickly, not wanting to give him time to kill some more clock. As that's going to be Ippy on a nice challenge. Here comes Senex streaking down the wing. Ty across the way. Wonderful diving block, though, by Pito. And F5 will regain possession, look for a third in this game, give them as much cushion as possible here in game number 5. Stolly patiently out of the corner, waits for the challenge from Ty. He'll chip it back over to Kyler, back to Stolly, into the box. Pito's there, pass across, Nom-Tom's play across again. And it was almost the perfect play, but it was just out of the reach of Stolly, and Voidbound back the other way. Senex with some room, looking for the shot. It's wide. Ty almost got there to put it home, but it just escapes his reach, and Voidbound back to the drawing board.
The last look on either side of the pitch looked like it very well could have resulted in a goal. Instead, it's still brought to a 2-0 game as we enter into our final 2 minutes of game number 5. But it's a pass to the middle, and Senex is able to drill it home, successfully taking this lead and cutting it in half.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Again, this play works for them with the defense getting a bit spread out. They can't rally to the ball like they like to do. And Senex finds the perfect angle to drop that one in. And he even gets a block on the ensuing kickoff as well. Ty's got a lot of space. He's going to play it up to Senex. Can he tie the game up right here? No, it's Walnuts aggressive. Able to knock that one away. And now Nom-Doms with some space. 1:30 left to go. Stolly. Oh, that was a beautiful setup, but Dirty Toro comes up big. He's going to send Ty on his way again. One-on-one with Walnuts, and Walnuts again plays the aggressive keeper position, and he's able to snatch that one out of harm's way. Back and forth we continue to go. Again, another chance for Ty, looking to beat out Pauly this time. Gets the flick around, shot fired off the defense. It's going to be Senex, but he can't keep control. And Stolly smartly and calmly back to Walnuts. Only a minute left to go. Voidbound still need one.
Pauly's been doing a phenomenal job of being able to decide when they need to push out aggressively to dive for that ball and when they can rely on their teammates. Meanwhile, F5, every trip down to the other side of the field, dwindles time off of the clock, but there is still 40 seconds left. Voidbound only down by 1 here. Ippy's going to look to try and set up some offense, has some time, pass all the way across the box. It'll be settled with the defender right there, looking for Ty deep inside the territory, but that pass just a little wide.
Now we're into the final 20 seconds. You can see Voidbound trying to rally to the ball, not wanting to let F5 Penguins burn off too much clock, but I think F5 might be able to just secure it here. Nice pass across to Namdoms. They're going to play it back, trying to keep possession, and that's going to be over to Stolly, and that's going to be the end of the game. So Voidbound comes so very close. A couple of key opportunities. They get one back, but it wasn't enough. Claw their way back to overtime here in Game 5. So it is F5 on championship point now. And with a Game 6 looming, Voidbound, this is their final chance.
Hear me out. Is there a chance that F5 Penguins hit like the big brain plays? We're like, you know what? We haven't been on the mainstream like at all event long. So they go down to the lower bracket to get more time, more shine, hashtag for the content maybe even. And now all of a sudden they've been able to earn their trip back up into the grand finals, and they've looked darn good over the course of the last couple of games. One game away from being able to call themselves champion, and if they're able to keep up at the pace they've been playing, it just feels like it's more a matter of when than if here, Hunted.
Yeah, and again, this is a rematch between these two teams. And Voidbound was the victor of the first meeting between them. A 3-0 win for them, and they just haven't been able to find that same magic they were able to pull in that series right now. But their lives are quite literally on the line here in game number 6. As there are no more redos, there are no more rematches after this one. Ty, quick shot, but it's Paulie Walnuts to make the save. And it's down to the final life now for Voidbound. They have to win this game to force a Game 7. And for F5 Penguins, a chance to crown yourselves King of North America. But a good block there from Norman, and I have a feeling here, Q, VB is not going to go down without a solid fight, as Ty was looking for a little bit of space. And you know, Ty has been given a lot of space by the F5 defense, and it's come back to haunt them every now and then, but Paulie Walnuts has bailed them out more than a few times.
Definitely has been doing a great job back there. Iceman, he has been time and time again. Namdoms looks for a pass across, can't quite find it. Vita was still able to fend the ball back into the box. It's F5 Penguins who continues to be aggressive towards the net. Yeah, they haven't been able to find a goal just quite yet, but this sort of relentless play is what's led them to the lead that they have right now in this series.
Still no score here in Game 6, however. This is Ippy with a nice move around Stolly. Has a little bit of space in that corner. Back wall, into the box. Namdoms able to play that one away. And Stolly with a lot of room to run. Senek's going to try to track him down. Stolly turns on the Jets at the right time. Flick into the box. Namdoms can't quite get the foot on it. And instead, it's going to be Senek's with possession now. Game number 6 here in this grand final. A chance for F5 Penguins to prove they are the best team in North America. And it's going to be Stolly now looking for Pedo fires, and good save from Dirty Toro. That's a tough one to read with the defense in the way. And he plays it on down to Senix quite quickly, looking for the counterattack. Played shot, almost sneaks that in, but Paulie Walnuts gets hands on it right before it crosses the line.
Oh, you can feel the tension through the screen here in game number 6. We've seen big attempts on either side of the pitch. Stolly will be able to fire a shot. That one sinks to the back of the lace. F5 Penguins take the lead.
Yeah, fantastic again from F5, and now that could be the tournament-winning goal, and you just kind of have to wonder, maybe a bit of a misinput there from the keeper and Dirty Toro. Maybe the nerves getting to the VB defense, but there's no time to think about that. They have to find an equalizing goal, and they've got half a game of rematch to do it. As the F5 Penguins Early lead in this one. Nice play from Stolly. Down over, but it's just a bit too far for Pito. Verite over to Ippy. Ippy will play it back. And things start to slow down a little bit more now. Norman's on a bit of a run there in the wing, and he will find the ball. Takes a quick shot. That was going to go wide, I believe, but Paulie Walnut's able to read it well. Takes that one away. And the F5 Penguins, again, 2 minutes, 20 seconds away from being crowned champions here in North America.
Done the hard part. You've been able to give yourself the lead. Now all you got to do is simply hold the line. And I think the one thing I'm really enjoying seeing from this F5 Penguins is their continued aggression towards the net. Sometimes when you'll see a team, especially when they're on championship point, they take a lead and it's almost like they start playing not to lose instead of continuing to play to win. They continue to try and add to their tally, realizing that one more goal could very well be the nail in the coffin. Quick pick of the pocket. Ty has possession deep inside the box. Shot will be denied by Kyler, who sends that ball over towards the corner. Can't quite find the clear, however. It's into the foot of Norman, who will lose that possession.
Now Kyler, good move around Ty, gets it back to Paulie Walnuts. Time is ticking here on Voidbound. They've only got a minute and a half left. Need to make sure they don't give up another goal. Good play from Norman, but F5 stick with it. As now Stolly gets around Norman. Norman, however, able to take that one away, but it is right back for F5 to control. 70 seconds left now. Kyler going to continue to burn time. He's got 2 players rallying to him. Play across. Norman, good header. Stolly's still there, and he keeps possession in the corner. So F5 continue to waste time on this clock. Norman can't find the challenge. It'll be out towards Kyler. He's got a lot of players swarming him, and that pass is going to be a bit awry. And now finally Voidbound can pick up the possession, and they've got 40 seconds left on the clock to find a goal. They were able to do it in an earlier game in the series. Ty scores! What a shot from Ty! A laser beam to the corner, and we're tied at 1.
Oh my goodness. You know, I had seen chat was asking for a game number 7. I'll be honest, I wasn't a believer. Ty made one out of me there, however, being able to just draw on back, sinks it with the ice in the veins. The question now becomes, when does this decider find its way into the back of either net? Because we could very well be off to yet another overtime in this matchup.
I cannot believe that Voidbound has done it again. And this time it couldn't have been at a bigger moment. Stolly to Nomdoms. They want to end it right here, right now. And if they could score the next goal, they'll do so. But here we go, overtime. Game number 6. A chance for F5 Penguins to score the goal to secure their victory. A chance for Voidbound to send us to a game 7. Kyler with some room. Chip play, body blocked there by Ty, played away by Ippy, but they can't quite control it. However, Senex giving Pito a little bit of a challenge down there in the corner. Instead, it's going to be Kyler. Pito over to Stolly. Stolly, flick on. Good header from Norman. And we're back into the F5 zone, but it comes quickly back into the danger area there for VB. And now Ty out of stamina. He's not going to be able to get to that ball. And Nomdoms plays it back to Paulie Walnut. So a minute gone in overtime. Game number 6. F5 Penguins have had the dominant possession here in OT, but all it takes is one play from either side to end this game. Nomdoms looking for the pass. It'll be shut down in front.
It's sent back to the midfield line, however, where Kyler's able to secure it. Sends it into Nomdoms. Rings off of the post. Sent off of the backboard, but it will be Dirty Toro who rises up and secures the ball. Was looking for Ty around the midfield line, but instead it's Kyler who will be able to pick that thing up, and it means F5 Penguins get to, well, lather, rinse, and repeat and take another crack at it. You'll see it will be one more time. Paulie Walnuts who will move their way up inside this Voidbound territory. It's a deep pass to Stolly, and just like that, the F5 Penguins bang things home and will be crowned champions.
And it's Stolly to do it for them as well. Look at the play from Stolly. He finds just enough of a soft spot behind the defense, and it's F5 who win the game, win the series, and ultimately win the crown of Kings of North America in this Elite Series. It's been a long, long weekend for them. They dropped down to the lower bracket against this Voidbound team in that winner's final. It was a 3-0 score in favor of Voidbound, but F5 Penguins vowed for revenge. They played through that lower bracket final, take down Azure FC in a close Game 5, and they come marching back to the grand finals to upset Voidbound and take a best-of-7 in 6 games. What a fantastic story for F5 Penguins.
A big story for F5 Penguins, the chance of redemption. You're able to win the whole darn thing. And I think the big thing for me that we actually saw what kind of set up the whole game-winning play. Remember, earlier on today, we had seen a couple of times where Pauly came out a little too far. A mistake was made, and they got punished. They didn't start to overthink things, though. Right? They just continued to play their game, and they, as the goalkeeper, were able to find the game-winning assist. I mean, there's just such a great story in that play. You gotta love it.
Yeah, I mean, it was there's a lot of great stories that happened this weekend, and you know, F5's is going to be the one that's talked about the most, right? Being the winners, but I mean, for the team that they ultimately end up taking down in the finals, you got to give Voidbound huge props just for getting to this point, right? For getting into the grand finals, for walking through the winner's semi and the winner's final untouched. They went 6-0 in those 2 best-of-5s. You know, ultimately they just run out of steam. Maybe the pressure gets to them a little bit, but F5 Penguins, I mentioned it when they went down to Azure FC. Remember, Q, they got mercy ruled 4-0 in Game 3 against Azure FC. And we think, well, this has to be it for Penguins, right? I said this is where they can etch their name into history. This is where they can prove that they are a team to be feared and to be reckoned with, and that's exactly what they've proven in this tournament.
I mean, they came in as the favorites, and there was a reason for that. This roster has plenty of experience, plenty of firepower, and they just keep swinging. Even when they're down, they're never out. There's one thing that I saw even at times where there were different points throughout the course of the night where F5 was caught back in their defensive side, and it never starts to look panicked. They're always in control, and for them to be able to add another win to their tally allows them to potentially start the building of a legacy here in the early days of Rematch.
I am so very glad that we were able to bring you this this tournament here on our broadcast. I hope that you all enjoyed it. Make sure you're following the channel if you have not done so already. We're going to be streaming a whole heck of a lot more of Rematch in the near future. In fact, Q, I mean, we've got a whole ton of people to thank. Now that we're at the end of both of the Elite Series, it's been a wonderful 4 weeks or so of Rematch. And it couldn't be possible without the hard work of Audible and Blue Blazing. Those 2 guys have put in an incredible amount of work. Of course, our sponsor in Grid, the prize pools and everything like that would certainly not have been possible without them. And everybody behind the scenes, Pandy has done a fantastic job observing for us all weekend long. And, of course, the whole TVO crew, Teriyaki pushing the buttons for us today, producing. But I mean, we have a whole Discord server full of people who are willing and able to volunteer and put a lot of time and energy into making these things work. There's been a whole B stream all weekend long. Those guys have done a fantastic job, and it's really great to see so many people coming out for Rematch.
It takes a village when you talk about a new game that comes to the scene. There's definitely plenty of passion within the community. So make sure you guys are getting involved. The mention of the Discord was mentioned earlier. Make sure you're jumping up in there, even if it's just simply spreading the word, getting more people in, getting more eyes on the product. We had a whole bunch of people showing up and showing out. So like Hunted said before, if you haven't already done so, definitely make sure you're hitting that follow button down below, because this is only the beginning, and it feels like each and every week, not only do we see improvements not only within the stream and like all of that, but the players are getting better and better. It's only up from here.
Absolutely. And folks, we are going to call it an evening now. It's been a long day of Rematch, long broadcast production for us head over to rematchesports.com if you'd like to participate in these events in the future, or if you just want to come say hi and hang out. Let us know what you thought of the tournament. Let us know what you thought of the broadcast and the production as well. It has been so much fun, as always, to bring this to you. But we are going to jump out. Make sure you are back here for even more Rematch next week. And again, follow the channel. But until then, guys, stay safe. Enjoy your ranked games. And we'll be back in just a few days' time for more Rematch action.